Chapter 11 of the 13th, Greatest of Centuries, by James Walsh. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Meistersingers, Minnesingers, Trouvères, Troubadours. It would be a supreme mistake to think because the idea of literature in the 13th century is usually associated with the Arthur legends, the Nibelungen, and Dante, that all of the literary content of the century was inevitably serious in character or always epical in form. As a matter of fact, the soul of wit and humor had entered into the body social, as we shall see in subsequent chapters, and the spirit of gaiety and the light-hearted admiration for nature found as frequent expression as at any time in history. With these, as always in literary history, there came outbursts of love in lyric strains that were not destined to die. While the poets of South Germany and of Italy sang of love that was of the loftiest description, never mingled with anything of the merely sensual, their tuneful trifles are quite as satisfying to the modern ear in both sense and sound as any of the more elaborate vers de société of the modern times. The German poets, particularly, did not hesitate to emphasize the fact that sensuality had no part in meine, their pretty term for love, and yet they sang with all the natural grace and fervid rapture of the Grecian poets of the old pagan times, worshipping at the shrines of fleshly goddesses, or singing to the frail beauties of an unmoral period. Nothing in the history of literature is better proof that ideal love can, unmixed with anything sensual, inspire lyric outbursts of supreme and enduring beauty than the poets of the Minnesingers and some of the French and Italian troubadours of this period. It is easier to understand Dante's position in this matter after reading the poems of his predecessors in the 13th century. For this feeling of the lofty character of the love they sang was not, in spite of what is sometimes said, confined only to the Germans, though, as is well known from time immemorial, the Teutonic feeling toward woman was by racial influence of higher character than that of the southern nations. As Mr. H. J. Chaytor says in the introduction to his Troubadours of Dante, there came a gradual change over the mind of the troubadour about the beginning of the 13th century, and, seeing that love was the inspiring force to good deeds, the later troubadours gradually dissociated their love from the object which had aroused it. Among them, as among the Minnesingers, love is no longer sexual passion. It is rather the motive to great works, to self-surrender, to the winning an honorable name as courtier and poet." Mr. Chaytor then quotes the well-known lines from Bernard de Ventador, one of the troubadours to whom Dante refers, and whose works Dante seems to have read with special attention, since their poems contain similar errors of mythology. "For indeed I know of no more subtle passion under heaven than is the maiden passion for a maid, not only to keep down the base in man, but teach high thought and amiable words, and courtliness and the desire of fame, and love of truth and all that makes a man." A sentiment surely that will be considered as true now as it ever was, be the time the 13th century or earlier or later, and that represents the best solution of social problems that has ever been put forward, nature's own panacea for ills that other remedies at best only palliate. In the early 19th century Carlyle said of this period what we may well repeat here. "We shall suppose that this literary period is partially known to all readers. Let each recall whatever he has learned or figures regarding it. represent to himself that brave young heyday of chivalry and minstrelsy, when a stern Barbarossa, a stern Lionheart, sang serviettes, and with the hand that would wield the sword and scepter, twanged the melodious strings, when knights errant tilted and ladies' eyes rained bright influences, and suddenly, as at sunrise, the whole earth had grown vocal and musical. Then truly was the time of singing come, for princes and prelates, emperors and squires, the wise and the simple, men, women, and children, all sang and rhymed or delighted in hearing it done. It was a universal noise of song, as if the spring of manhood had arrived, and warblings from every spray, not indeed without infinite twitterings also, which, except their gladness, had no music, were bidding it welcome." This is the keynote of the century: song, blithesome and gay as the birds, solemn and harmonious as the organ tones that accord so well with the great Latin hymns, everywhere song. "Believers," says Tieck, the great collector of 13th century poetry, "sang of faith, lovers of love, knights described knightly actions and battles, and loving, believing knights were their chief audience. The spring, beauty, gaiety, were objects that could never tire. Great duels and deeds of arms carried away every hearer, the more surely the stronger they were painted, and as the pillars and dome of the church encircle the flock, so did religion as the highest encircle poetry and reality, and every heart in equal love humbled itself before her." The names of the Meistersingers are well known to musical lovers at least, because of the music drama of that name and the famous War of the Wartburg. The most familiar of all of them is, doubtless, Walter van de Vogelweide, who, when he was asked where he found the tuneful melodies for his songs, said that he learned them from the birds. Those who recall Longfellow's pretty ballad with regard to Walter and his leaving all his substance to feed the birds over his grave near Nuremberg's Minster Towers, will not find it surprising that this Meistersinger's poetry breathes the deepest love of nature, and that there is in it a lyric quality of joy in the things of nature that we are apt to think of as modern, until we find over and over again in these bards that the spirit of the woods and of the fields and of the springtime meant as much for them as for any follower of the Wordsworth school of poetry in the most conscious aftertime. This from Walter with regard to the May will serve to illustrate very well this phase of his work. "Gentle May, thou showerest fairly Gifts afar and near, Clothest all the woods so rarely, And the meadows here. O'er the heath new colors glow, Flowers and clover on the plain, Merry rivals strive amain Which can fastest grow. Lady, part me from my sadness, Love me while 'tis May. Mine is but a borrowed gladness If thou frown alway. Look around and smile anew, All the world is glad and free, Let a little joy from thee Fall to my lot too." Walter could be on occasion, however, as serious as any of the Meistersingers, and is especially known for his religious poems. It is not surprising that anyone who set woman on so high a pedestal as did Walter should have written beautiful poems to the Blessed Virgin. He was the first, so it is said, to express the sentiment, "Woman, God bless her by that name, for it is a far nobler name than lady." Occasionally he can be seriously didactic, and he has not hesitated even to express some sentiments with regard to methods of education. Among other things, he discusses the question as to whether children should be whipped or not in the process of education, and curiously enough takes the very modern view that whipping is always a mistake. In this, of course, he disagrees with all the practical educators of his time, who considered the rod the most effective instrument for the education of children, and strictly followed the scriptural injunction about sparing the rod and spoiling the child. Walter's opinion is for that reason all the more interesting. Children with rod ruling, 'tis the worst of schooling. Who is honor made to know, him a word seems as a blow. The birds were always a favorite subject for poetic inspiration on the part of the Minnesingers. Bird music wrapped poetic souls into ecstasies in which the passage of time was utterly unnoticed. It is from the 13th century that comes the beautiful legend with regard to the monk who, having wondered how time could be kept from dragging in heaven, was permitted to listen to the song of a bird one day in the forest, and when he awoke from his rapture and went back to his convent, found that 100 years had passed, that all the monks of his acquaintance were dead, and while his name was found on the rolls of the monastery, after it there was a note that he had disappeared one day and had never been heard of afterwards. Almost in the same tenor as this is a pretty song of Dietmar von Eist, written at the beginning of the 13th century, and which was a type of charming songs that were to be so characteristic of the times. There sat upon the linden tree a bird and sung its strain. So sweet it sung that as I heard, my heart went back again. It went to one remembered spot, it saw the rose tree grow, and thought again the thoughts of love there cherished long ago. 1,000 years it seems to me since by my fair I sate. Yet thus to be a stranger long is not my choice, but fate. Since then I have not seen the flowers, nor heard the bird's sweet song. My joys have all too briefly passed, my griefs been all too long. Hartmann von Aue was a contemporary of Walter's, and is best known for his romantic stories. It is rather curiously interesting to find that one of the old chroniclers considers it a great mark of distinction that, though Hartmann was a knight, he was able to read and write whatever he found written in books. It must not be forgotten, however, that not all of these poets could read and write, and that indeed so distinguished a literary man as Wolfram von Eschenbach, the author of Percival, the story on which Wagner founded his opera of Parsifal, could neither read nor write. He had developed a very wonderful memory, and was able to store faithfully his poems in the course of their composition, so that he was above the need of pen and paper. Hartmann is most famous for having written the story of Poor Henry, which Longfellow has chosen so effectively for his Golden Legend. Hartmann's appreciation of women can be judged from the following lines, which accord her an equal share in her Lord's glory because of her sufferings in prayer at home. Glory be unto her whose word sends her dear Lord to bid her fight. Although he conquers by his sword, she to the praise has equal right. He with the sword in battle, she at home with prayer, both win the victory and both the glory share. Occasionally one finds, as we have said, among the little songs of the many singers of the time, such tuneful trifles as could be included very appropriately in a modern collection of vers de société, or as might even serve as a love message on a modern valentine or a Christmas card. The surprise of finding such a thing at such a time will justify the quotation of one of them from Brother Werner, who owes his title of brother, not to his membership in any religious order, very probably, but to the fact that he belonged to the brotherhood of the poets of the time. Quote, "Since creation I was thine, now forever thou art mine. I have shut thee fast in my heart at last. I have dropped the key in an unknown sea. Forever must thou my prisoner be." Close quote. Wolfram von Eschenbach was the chief of a group of poets who at the close of the 12th and beginning of the 13th centuries gathered about the Landgraf Hermann of Thuringen in his court at Wartburg, at the foot of which lies Eisenach, in the present Grand Duchy of Saxe Weimar. They shaped tales of knightly adventure, blended with reflection, spiritual suggestion, and a grace of verse that represented the best culture of the court, and did not address itself immediately to the people. Wolfram was a younger son of one of the lower noble Bavarian families settled at Eisenbach, 9 miles from Aussbach in Middle Franconia. He had a poor little home of his own, Wildenberg, but went abroad to seek adventures as a knight, and tell adventures as poet, welcome to great lords, and most welcome to the lavish friends of poets, Hermann of Thuringen, at whose court at the Wartburg he remained 20 years, from 1195 to 1215, in which latter year his Parzival was finished. From some passages in his poem it may safely be inferred that he was happily married and had children. The Landgraf Hermann died in 1216 and was succeeded by Ludwig, husband of Saint Elizabeth. We cannot ascribe to English writers alone the spiritualizing of the Grail legends, when there is Wolfram's Parzival drawing from the same cycle of myths a noble poem of the striving to bind earthly knighthood to the ever-living God. While Gawain, type of the earthly knight, wins great praise in love and chivalry, Percival finds his way on from childhood up, through humble searchings of the spirit, till he is ruler in the kingdom of the soul, where he designs that Lohengrin, his eldest son, shall be his successor, while Cordyce, his younger son, has rule over his earthly possessions. How beautifully the many singers could enter into the spirit of nature, and at the same time how much the spirit of spring has always been prone to appeal to poetic sensibilities, may be judged from the following song of Conrad of Kirchberg, which is translated very closely and in the same meter as the original old High German poem. It is very evident that none of the spirit of spring was lost on this poet of the olden time, nor, on the other hand, that any possibility of poetic expression was missed by him. There is a music in the lilt of the verselets, eminently suggestive of the lyric effect that the new birth of things had on the poet himself, and that he wished to convey to his readers. Of this, however, every one must judge for himself, and so we give the poem as it may be found in Roscoe's edition of Sismondi's Literature of the South of Europe. Quote, "May, sweet May, again is come, May that frees the land from gloom. Up then, children, we will go where the blooming roses grow. In a joyful company we the bursting flowers will see. Up, your festal dress prepare, where gay hearts are meeting, there May hath pleasures most inviting, heart and sight and ear delighting. Listen to the bird's sweet song, hark, how soft it floats along. Courtly dames our pleasures share. Never saw I May so fair, therefore dancing will we go. Youths, rejoice, the flow'rets blow, sing ye, join the chorus gay, hail this merry, merry May." Close quote. At least as beautiful in their tributes to their lady loves and their lyric descriptions of the beauties of spring were the troubadours, whose tuneful trifles, sometimes deserving of much more serious consideration than the application of such a term to them would seem to demand, have come down to us through the centuries. One of the best known of these is Arnaud de Marville, who was born in very humble circumstances, but who succeeded in raising himself by his poetic genius to be the companion of ruling princes and the friend of the high nobility. Among the Provincials he has been called the great master of love, though this is a name which Petrarch reserves especially for Arnaud Daniel, while he calls Marville the less famous of the Arnauds. An example of his work as the poet of love that is typical of what is usually considered to have been the favorite mode of the troubadour poems runs as follows: All I behold recalls the memory of her I love, the freshness of the hour, the enameled fields, the many-colored flower. Speaking of her, move me to melody. Had not the poets with their courtly phrase saluted many a fair of meaner worth? I could not now have rendered thee the praise so justly due of fairest of the earth. To name thee thus has been to speak thy name, and waken o'er thy cheek the blush of modest shame. An example of the love of nature which characterizes some of Arnaud de Marville's work will serve to show how thoroughly he entered into the spirit of the springtime, and how much all the sights and sounds of nature found an echo in his poetic spirit. The translation of this as of the preceding specimen from Arnaud is taken from the English edition of the Historical View of the Literature of the South of Europe by Sismondi, and this translation we owe to Thomas Roscoe, the well-known author of the Life of Lorenzo the Magnificent, who, considering that Sismondi does not furnish enough of specimens of this troubadour poet, inserts the following verses, for the translation of which he acknowledges himself indebted to the kindness of friends, a modest concealment doubtless of his own work. Oh, how sweet the breeze of April, breathing soft as May draws near, while through nights of tranquil beauty songs of gladness meet the ear. Every bird his well-known language uttering in the morning's pride, reveling in joy and gladness by his happy partner's side. When around me all is smiling, when to life the young birds spring, thoughts of love I cannot hinder, come my heart inspiring, nature habit both incline me in such joy to bear my part. With such sounds of bliss around me, could I wear a saddened heart? His description of his lady love is another example of his worship of nature in a different strain, which serves to show that a lover's exaggeration of the qualities of his lady is not a modern development of la belle passion. Fairer than the far famed Helen, lovelier than the flowerets gay, snow-white teeth and lips truth-telling, heart as open as the day, golden hair and fresh bright roses, heaven who formed a thing so fair, knows that never yet another lived who can with thee compare. A single stanza from a love song by Bertrand de Born will show better than any amount of critical appreciation how beautifully he can treat the more serious side of love. While the troubadours are usually said to have sung their love strains in less serious vein than their German brother poets of the North, this has the ring of tenderness and truth about it, and yet is not in these qualities very different from others of his songs that are well known. The translation we have chosen is that made by Roscoe, who has rendered a number of the songs of the troubadour into English verse that presents an excellent equivalent of the original. Bertrand is insisting with his lady love that she must not listen to the rumors she may hear from others with regard to his faithfulness. I cannot hide from thee how much I fear the whispers breathed by flatterers in thine ear against my faith. But turn not, oh I pray, that heart so true, so faithful, so sincere, so humble and so frank, to me so dear. O lady, turn it not from me away. At times one is surprised to find pretty tributes to nature, even in the midst of songs that are devoted to war. The two things that were nearest the hearts of these troubadour poets were war and their lady loves, but the beauties of nature became mixed up not only with their love songs, but also with their battle hymns, or at least with their ardent descriptions of military preparations and the glories of war. An excellent example of this is to be found in the following stanza, written by William of St. Gregory, a troubadour who is best known for his songs of war rather than of tenderness. Quote, "The beautiful spring delights me well, when flowers and leaves are growing, and it pleases my heart to hear the swell of the bird's sweet chorus flowing in the echoing wood. And I love to see, all scattered around, pavilions and tents on martial ground, and my spirit finds it good to see on the level plains beyond gay knights and steeds caparisoned." Close quote. Occasionally the troubadours indulge in religious poetry, though not usually of a mystical or profoundly devotional character. Even the famous Perrault, who is so well known for his love songs, sometimes wandered into religious poetry that was not unworthy to be placed beside his lyric effusions of other topics. Perrault is best known, perhaps, for his lamentations over King Richard the Lion Heart's fate, for he had been with that monarch on the crusade, and like most of the troubadours who went with the army, drank in deep admiration for the poetic king. After his visit to the Holy Land on this occasion, one stanza of his song in memory of that visit runs as follows, quote, "I have seen the Jordan River, I have seen the holy grave. Lord, to thee my thanks I render for the joys thy goodness gave, showing to my raptured sight the spot whereon thou saw'st the light. Vessel good and favoring breezes, pilot trusty, soon shall we once more see the towers of Marseilles rising o'er the briny sea. Farewell Acre, farewell all of temple or of hospital. Now, alas, the world's decaying. When shall we once more behold kings like lion-hearted Richard, France's monarch, stout and bold?" Close quote. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The 13th Greatest of Centuries by James Walsh. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Great Latin Hymns and Church Music. One of the most precious bequests of the 13th century to all the succeeding centuries is undoubtedly the great Latin hymns. These sublime religious poems, comparable only to the Hebrew Psalms for their wondrous expression of the awe and devotion of religious feeling, present the beginnings of rhymed poetry, yet they have been acclaimed by competent modern critics as among the greatest poems that ever came from the mind of man. They come to us from this period, and were composed, most of them at least, during the 13th century itself, a few shortly before it, though all of them received during this century the stamp of ecclesiastical and popular approval, which made them for many centuries afterward the principal medium of the expression of congregational devotion, and the exemplar and incentive for vernacular poetry. It is from these latter standpoints that they deserve the attention of all students of literature, quite apart from their significance as great expressions of the mind of these wondrous generations. These Latin hymns have sometimes been spoken of with perhaps a certain degree of contempt as rhymed Latin poetry, as if the use of rhyme in conjunction with Latin somehow lowered the dignity of the grand old tongue in which Cicero wrote his graceful periods and Horace sang his tuneful odes. As a matter of fact, far from detracting from the beauties of Latin expression, these hymns have added new laurels to the glory of the language, and have shown the wonderful possibilities of the Roman speech in the hands of generations long after the classical period. If they served no other purpose than to demonstrate beyond cavil how profoundly the scholars of this generation succeeded in possessing themselves of the genius of the Latin language, they would serve to contradict the foolish critics who talk of the education of the period as superficial, or as negligent of everything but scholastic philosophy and theology. At least one distinguished philologist, Professor F.A. March, who has now for the better part of half a century occupied the chair of comparative philology at Lafayette College, does not hesitate to say that the Latin hymns represent an expression of the genius of the Latin people and language, more characteristic than the classical poetry even of the Golden or Silver Ages. He says, "These hymns were the first original poetry of the people in the Latin language, unless perhaps those Latin critics may be right who think they find in Livy a prose rendering of earlier ballads. The so-called classical poetry was an echo of Greece, both in substance and in form. The matters and meters were both imitated, and the poems were composed for the lovers of Grecian art in the Roman court. It did not spring from the people, but the Christian hymns were proper folk poetry, the Bible of the people, their Homeric poems. Their making was not so much speech as action. They were in substance festive prayers, the simplest rhythmic offering of thanks and praise to the giver of light and of rest both natural and spiritual, at morning and evening and at other seasons, suited to the remembrance and rhythmical rehearsal of the truths of the Bible." Professor March's opinion has been echoed by many another enthusiastic student of these wonderful hymns. It is only those who do not know them who fail to grow enthusiastic about them. This of itself would stamp these great poems as worthy of careful study. There is, however, an additional reason for modern interest in them. These hymns were sung by the whole congregation at many services that they attended in the medieval period. In this regard it seems well to recall that it was the custom to go to church much oftener than at present. Besides the Sundays, there were many holy days of obligation, that is, religious festivals on which attendance at church was obligatory, and in addition a certain number of days of devotion on which, because of special reverence for some particular saint, or in celebration of some event in the life of the Lord or his saints, the people of special parts of the country found themselves drawn to attendance on church services. It seems probable that instead of the 60 or so times a year that is now obligatory, people went to church during the 13th century more than 100 times in the year. Twice a week then at least there was the uplifting cultural influence of this congregational singing of wonderful hymns that are among the greatest poems ever written, and that belong to literature of the very highest order. The educational value of such intimate contact with what is best in literary expression could scarcely fail to have a distinct effect upon the people. It is idle to say that the hymns being in Latin they were not understood, since the language of them was close akin to the spoken tongues. The subjects were eminently familiar mysteries of religion, and constant repetition and frequent explanation must have led to a very general comprehension even by the least educated classes. For anyone with any pretense to education they must have been easy to understand, since Latin was practically a universal language. It is not always realized by the students, whose interests have been mainly confined to modern literature, in what estimation these Latin hymns have been held by those who are in the best position to be able to judge critically of their value as poetry. Take, for example, the Dies Irae, confessedly the greatest of them, And it will be found that many of the great poets and literary men of the 19th century have counted it among their favorite poems. Such men as Goethe, Friedrich and August Schlegel, Scott, Milman and Archbishop Trench were enthusiastic in its praise, while such geniuses as Dryden, Johnston and Jeremy Taylor and the musicians Mozart and Haydn avowed supreme admiration for it. Herder, Fichte and August Schlegel, besides Cranshaw, Drummond, Roscommon, Trench and Macaulay, gave the proof of their appreciation of the great 13th century hymn by devoting themselves to making translations of it, and Goethe's use of it in Faust and Scott's in the Lay of the Last Minstrel show how much poets whose sympathies were not involved in its religious aspects were caught by its literary and aesthetic merit. In very recent times the Latin hymns have been coming more to their own again, and such distinguished critics as Professor Henry Morley and Professor George Saintsbury have not hesitated to express their critical appreciation of these hymns as great literature. Professor Saintsbury says in his volume of the 13th century literature, quote, "It will be more convenient to postpone to a later chapter of this volume a consideration of the exact way in which Latin sacred poetry affected the prosody of the vernacular, but it is well here to point out that almost all the finest and most famous examples of the medieval hymns, with perhaps the sole exception of the Veni Sancte Spiritus, date from the 12th and 13th centuries. Ours, that is from this period, are the stately rhythms of Adam of St. Victor and the softer ones of St. Bernard the Greater. It was at this time that Jacopone da Todi, in the intervals of his eccentric vernacular exercises, was inspired to write the Stabat Mater. From this time comes that glorious descant of Bernard of Morlaix, in which, the more its famous and very elegant English paraphrase is read beside it, Jerusalem the Golden, the more does the greatness and the beauty of the original appear. And from this time comes the greatest of all hymns, and one of the greatest of all poems, the Dies Irae. There have been attempts, more than one of them, to make out that the Dies Irae is no such wonderful thing after all, attempts which are, perhaps, the extreme examples of that cheap and despicable paradox which thinks to escape the charge of blind docility by the affectation of heterodox independence. The judgment of the greatest, and not always the most pious, men of letters of modern times may confirm those who are uncomfortable without authority in a different opinion. Fortunately, there is not likely ever to be lack of those who, authority or no authority, in youth and in age, after much reading and without much, in all time of their tribulation and in all time of their wealth, will hold these wonderful triplets, be they Thomas of Celano's or another's, as nearly or quite the most perfect wedding of sound to sense that they know." Close quote. This seems almost the limit of praise, but Professor Saintsbury can say even more than this. Quote, "It would be possible indeed to illustrate a complete dissertation on the methods of expression in serious poetry from the 51 lines of the Dies Irae. Rhyme, alliteration, cadence, and adjustment of vowel and consonant values, all these things receive perfect expression in it, or at least in the first 13 stanzas, for the last 4 are a little inferior. It is quite astonishing to reflect upon the careful art or the felicitous accident of such a line as tuba mirum spargens sonum, with the thud of the trochee falling in each instance in a different vowel, and still more of the continuous sequence of 5 stanzas from Judex ergo to Non sit causus, in which not a word could be displaced or replaced by another without loss. The climax of verbal harmony, corresponding to and expressing religious passion and religious awe, is reached in the last. Querens me sedisti lassus, redimistri crucem passus, tantus labor non sit casus. Where the sudden change from the dominant E sounds, except in the rhyme foot, of the first two lines to the A's of the last is simply miraculous, and miraculously assisted by what may be called the internal subrhyme of sedisti and redimisti. This latter effect can rarely be attempted without a jingle. There is no jingle here, only an ineffable melody. After the Dies Irae, no poet could say that any effect of poetry was, as far as sound goes, unattainable, though few have hoped to equal it, and perhaps no one except Dante and Shakespeare has fully done so." Higher praise than this could scarcely be given, and it comes from an acknowledged authority, whose interests are moreover in secular rather than religious literature, and whose enthusiastic praise is therefore all the more striking. Here in America, Schaff, whose critical judgment in religious literature is unquestionable, and whose sympathies with the old church and her hymns were not as deep as if he had been a Roman Catholic, has been quite as unstinting in laudation. "This marvelous hymn is the acknowledged masterpiece of Latin poetry, and the most sublime of all uninspired hymns. The secret of its irresistible power lies in the awful grandeur of the theme, the intense earnestness and pathos of the poet, the simple majesty and solemn music of his language, the stately meter, the triple rhyme, and the vowel assonances chosen in striking adaptation to the sense, all combining to produce an overwhelming effect, as if we heard the final crash of the universe, the commotion of the opening graves, the trumpet of the archangel summoning the quick and the dead, and saw the King of tremendous majesty seated on the throne of justice and of mercy, ready to dispense everlasting life and everlasting woe." Neale says of Thomas Aquinas' great hymn, the Pange Lingua, "This hymn contests the second place among those of the Western Church with the Vexilla Regis, the Stabat Mater, the Jesus Dulcis Memoria, the Ad Reginas Agni Dapes, the Ad Supernam, and one or two others, leaving the Dies Irae in its unapproachable glory, thus furnishing another supreme testimony to the hymn we have been discussing, which indeed only needs to be read to be appreciated, since it will inevitably tempt to successive readings, and these bring with them ever and ever increasing admiration, showing in this more than in any other way that it is a work of sublime genius." With regard to rhyme particularly, the triumph of art and the influence of the Latin hymns is undoubted. This latest beauty of poetry reached its perfection of expression in the Latin hymns. It is rather curious to trace its gradual development. It constitutes the only feature of literature which apparently did not come to us from the East. The earlier specimens of poetry of which we know anything among the Oriental nations other than the Hebrews are beautiful examples of the possibilities of rhythm and the beginnings of meter. As poetry goes westward, meter becomes as important as rhythm in poetry, and these two qualities differentiated it from prose. Both of these literary modes, however, are Eastern in origin. Rhyme comes from the distant West, and seems to have originated in the alliteration invented by the Celtic bards. The vowel assonance was after a time completed by the addition of consonantal assonance, and then the invention of rhyme was completed. The first fully rhymed hymns seem to have been written by the Irish monks and carried over to the continent by them on their Christianizing expeditions, after the irruption of the barbarians had obliterated the civilization of Europe. During the 10th and 11th centuries, rhyme developed mainly in connection with ecclesiastical poetry. During the 12th and 13th centuries, it reached an acme of evolution which has never been surpassed during all the succeeding generations. It must not be thought that because so much attention is given to the Dies Irae, this constitutes the only supremely great hymn of the 13th century. There are at least 5 or 6 others that well deserve to be mentioned in the same breath. One of them, the famous Stabat Mater of Jacopone de Todi, has been considered by some critics as quite as beautiful as the Dies Irae in poetic expression, though below it as poetry because of the lesser solemnity of its subject. Certainly no more marvelously poetic expression of all that is saddest in human sorrow has ever been put into words than that which is to be found in these stanzas of the Franciscan monk who had himself known all the depths of human sorrow and trial. Most people know the opening stanzas of it well enough to scarce need their presentation, and yet it is from the poem itself and not from any critical appreciation of it that its greatness must be judged. Stabat Mater dolorosa, juxta crucem lacrimosa, dum pendebat filius, cuius animam gementem, contrastantem ad dolentem, pertravisit gladius. O quam tristis et affecta, fuit illa benedicta, mater unigentii, quae moribat et dolebat, et tremebat dum videbat. Nati penens incliti. Quis est homo, quist non feret, matrem Christi si videret, in tanto supplitio? As in the case of the Dies Irae, there have been many translations of the Stabat Mater, most of them done by poets whose hearts were in their work and who were accomplishing their purpose as labors of love. While we realize how many beautiful translations there are, it is almost pitiful to think what poor English versions are sometimes used in the devotional exercises of the present day. One of the most beautiful translations is undoubtedly that by Denis Florence MacCarthy, who has been hailed as probably the best translator into English of foreign poetry that our generation has known, and whose translations of Calderon presents the greatest of Spanish poets in a dress as worthy of the original as it is possible for a poet to have in a foreign tongue. MacCarthy has succeeded in following the intricate rhyme plan of the Stabat with a perfection that would be deemed almost impossible in our harsher English, which does not readily yield itself to double rhymes and which permits frequency of rhyme as a rule only at the sacrifice of vigor of expression. The first 3 stanzas, however, of the Stabat Mater will serve to show how well MacCarthy accomplished his difficult task. By the cross on which suspended, with his bleeding hands extended, hung that Son she so adored, stood the mourning mother weeping, she whose heart, its silence keeping, grief had cleft as with a sword. Oh, that mother's sad affliction, mother of all benediction, of the sole begotten one, oh, the grieving sense bereaving, of her heaving breast perceiving the dread sufferings of her Son. What man is there so unfeeling, who, his heart to pity steeling, could behold that sight unmoved? Could Christ's mother see there weeping, see the pious mother keeping vigil by the Son she loved? A very beautiful translation in the meter of the original was also made by the distinguished Irish poet Aubrey de Vere. The last 2 stanzas of this translation have been considered as perhaps the most charmingly effective equivalent in English for Jacopone's wonderfully devotional termination that has ever been written. May his wounds both wound and heal me, his blood enkindle, cleanse, anneal me. Be his cross my hope and stay, Virgin, when the mountains quiver from that flame which burns forever. Shield me on the judgment day. Christ, when he that shaped me calls me, when advancing death appalls me, Through her prayers the storm make calm. When to dust my dust returneth, save a soul to thee that yearneth. Grant it thou the crown and palm. Even distinguished professors of philosophy and theology occasionally indulge themselves in the privilege of writing these Latin hymns, and what is more surprising, succeeded in making poetry of a very high order. At least two of the most distinguished professors in these branches at the University of Paris in the latter half of the 13th century must be acknowledged as having written hymns that are confessedly immortal, not because of any canonical usage that keeps them alive, but because they express in very different ways, in wondrously beautiful language, some of the sublimest religious thoughts of their times. These two are Saint Bonaventure the Franciscan and Saint Thomas of Aquin the Dominican. Saint Bonaventure's hymns on the Passion and Cross of Christ represent what has been most beautifully sung on these subjects in all the ages. Saint Thomas's poetic work centers around the Blessed Sacrament, in whose honor he was so ardent and so devoted that the composition of the office for its feast was confided to him by the Pope. The hymns he wrote, far from being the series of prosy theological formulas that might have been expected, perhaps under such circumstances, are great contributions to the form of literature, which contains more gems of purest ray in its collection than almost any other. St. Thomas's poetic jewels shine with no borrowed radiance, and their effulgence is not cast into shadow even by the greatest of their companion pieces among the Latin hymns of a wonderfully productive century. Neale's tribute to one of them has already been quoted in an earlier part of this chapter. It has indeed been considered almost miraculous that this profoundest of thinkers should have been able to attain within the bounds of rhyme and rhythm the accurate expression of some of the most intricate theological thoughts that have ever been expressed, and yet should have accomplished his purpose with a clarity of language, a simplicity and directness of words, a poetic sympathy of feeling, and an utter devotion that make his hymns great literature in the best sense of the word. One of them, at least, the Pange Lingua Gloriosi, has been in constant use in the Church ever since his time, and the last two stanzas, beginning with Tantum ergo sacramentum, are perhaps the most familiar of all the Latin hymns. Few of those most familiar with it realize its place in literature, the greatness of its author, and its own marvelous poetic merits. It must not be forgotten that at the very time when these hymns were most popular, the modern languages were just assuming shape. Even at the end of the 13th century, none of them had reached anything like the form that it was to continue to hold, except perhaps the Italian and to some extent the Spanish. When Dante wrote his Divine Comedy at the beginning of the 14th century, he was tempted to use the Latin language, the common language of all the scholars of his day, and the language ordinarily used for any ambitious literary project for nearly a century later. It will not be forgotten that when Petrarch in the 14th century wrote his epic Africa, on which he expected his fame as a poet to rest, he preferred to use the Latin language. Fortunately, Dante was large enough of mind to realize that the vulgar tongue of the Italians would prove the best instrument for the expression of thoughts he wished to communicate, and so he cast the Italian language into the mold in which it has practically ever since remained. His very hesitation, however, shows how incomplete as yet were these modern languages considered by the scholars who used them. It was at this very formative period, however, that the people on whose use of nascent modern languages their future character depended, were having dinned into their ears the numerous church services, the great Latin hymns with their wonderful finish of expression. Undoubtedly one of the most effective factors of whatever of sweetness there is in the modern tongues must be attributed to this influence exerted all unconsciously upon the minds of the people. The rhythm and the expressiveness of these magnificent poems could scarcely fail to stamp itself to some degree upon the language, crude though it might be, of the people who had become so familiar with them. It is then to no small extent because of the influence of these Latin hymns that our modern languages possess a rhythmic melodiousness that in time enabled them to become the instruments for poetic diction in such a way as to satisfy all the requirements of the modern ear in rhyme and rhythm and meter. A striking corresponding effect upon the exactness of expression in the modern languages, it will be noticed, is pointed out in the chapter on the prose of the century, as representing, according to Professor Saintsbury, the greatest benefit that was derived from the exaggerated practice of dialectic disputation in the curriculum of the medieval universities. Those who would think that the 13th century was happy in creative genius, but lacking in the critical faculty that would enable it to select the best not only of the hymns presented by its own generations, but also of those which came from the preceding centuries, should make themselves acquainted with the history of these Latin hymns. Just before the 13th century, the monks of the famous Abbey of St. Victor took up the writing of hymns with wonderful success, and two of them, Adam and Hugh, became not only the favorites of their own but of succeeding generations. The 13th century received the work of these men and gave them a vogue which has continued down to our time. Some of the hymns that were thus acclaimed and made popular are among the greatest contributions to this form of literature, and while they have had periods of eclipse owing to bad taste in the times that followed, the reputation secured during the 13th century has always been sufficient to recall them to memory and bring men again to a realization of their beauty when a more aesthetic generation came into existence. One of the hymns of the immediate preceding time which attained great popularity during the 13th century, a popularity that reflects credit on those among whom it is noted as well as upon the great hymn itself, was Bernard of Cluny's or Bernard of Morlae's hymn concerning the contempt of the world, many of the ideas of which were to be used freely in the book bearing this title written by the first Pope of the century, Innocent III, whose name is usually though gratuitously associated with quite other ideas than those of contempt for worldly grandeur. The description of the New Jerusalem to come, which is found at the beginning of this great poem, is the basis of all the modern religious poems on this subject. Few hymns have been more praised. Schaff, in his Christ in Song, says, quote, "This glowing description is the sweetest of all the New Jerusalem hymns of heavenly homesickness, which have taken their inspiration from the last two chapters of Revelation." Close quote. The extreme difficulty of the meter which its author selected, and which would seem almost to preclude the possibility of expressing great connected thought, especially in so long a poem, became, under the master hand of this poetic genius, whose command of the Latin language is unrivaled, the source of new beauties for his poem. Besides maintaining the meter of the old Latin hexameters, he added double rhymes in each line, and yet had every alternate line also end in a rhyme. To appreciate the difficulty, this must be read. Ora novissima tempora pessima sunt, vigilemus. Ecce minaciter iminet arbiter ille supremus. Iminet ut mala terminet equa coronet. Recta remuneret, anixa liberet, aethera donet. Auferat aspera duraque pondera mentis onuste. Sobria muniat, improba puniat, utraque juste. Hic breve vivitur, hic breve plagitur, hic breve fletur. Non breve vivere, non breve plangere retribuetur. O retributio, stat brevis axio vita perennis. O retributio, cela mansio stat lue plenis. Quid dator equibus? Aether agentibus et cruce dignis, sidera verbimus optima sontibus astra malignis. There are many versions, but few translators have dared to attempt a close imitation of the original meter. Its beauty is so great, however, that even the labor required for this has not deterred some enthusiastic admirers. Our English tongue, however, does not lend itself readily to the production of hexameters, though in these lines the rhyme and rhythm have been caught to some extent. These are the latter times, these are not better times. Let us stand waiting. Lo, how with awfulness he came in lawfulness, comes arbitrating. Even from this it may be realized that Dr. Neale is justified in his enthusiastic opinion that, "it is the most lovely in the same way that the Dies Irae is the most sublime, and the Stabat Mater the most pathetic of medieval poems." While it scarcely has a place here properly, a word must be said with regard to the music of the 13th century. It might possibly be thought that these wondrous rhymes had been spoiled in their effectiveness by the crude music to which they were set. To harbor any such notion, however, would only be another exhibition of that intellectual snobbery which concludes that generations so distant could not have anything worth the consideration of our more developed time. The music of the 13th century is as great a triumph as any other feature of its accomplishment. It would be clearly absurd to suppose that the people who created the cathedrals and made every element associated with the church ceremonial so beautiful as to attract the attention of all generations since, could have failed to develop a music suitable to these magnificent fanes. As a matter of fact, no more suitable music for congregational singing than the Gregorian chant, which reached the acme of its development in the 13th century, has been invented, and the fact that the Catholic Church, after having tried modern music, is now going back to the medieval musical mode for devotional expression, is only a further noteworthy tribute to the enduring character of another phase of 13th century accomplishment. Rockstro, who wrote the article on plain chant for Grove's Dictionary of Music and for the Encyclopedia Britannica, declared that no more wonderful succession of single notes had ever been strung into melodies so harmoniously adapted to the expression of words with which they were to be sung than some of these plain chants of the Middle Ages and especially the 13th century. No more sublimely beautiful musical expression of all the depths there are in sadness has ever found its way into music than what is so simply expressed in the lamentations as they are sung in the office called Tenebrae during Holy Week. Even more beautiful in its joyousness is the marvelous melody of the Exultet, which is sung in the office of Holy Saturday. This latter is said to be the sublimest expression of joyful sound that has ever come from the human heart and mind. In a word, in music, as in every other artistic department, the men of the 13th century reached a standard that has never been excelled and that remains to the present day as a source of pleasure and admiration for intellectual men, and will continue to be so for numberless generations yet unborn. Nor must it be thought that the 13th century men and women were satisfied with church music alone. About the middle of the century, part singing came into use in the churches at the less formal ceremonials, and soon spread to secular uses. As the mystery plays gave rise to the modern drama, so church history gave birth to the popular music of the time. In England, particularly about the middle of the century, various glee songs were sung, portions of which have come down to us, and a great movement of folk music was begun. Before the end of the century the interaction of church and secular music had given rise to many of the modes of modern musical development, and the musical movement was as substantially begun as were any of the other great artistic and intellectual movements which this century so marvelously initiated. This subject, of course, is of the kind that needs to be studied in special works if any satisfactory amount of information is to be obtained, but even the passing hint of it which we have been able to give will enable the reader to realize the important place of the Thirteenth century in the development of modern music. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the 13th, Greatest of Centuries, by James Walsh. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Three Most Read Books of the Century. Three books were more read than any others during the 13th century, that is, of course, apart from Holy Scriptures, which, contrary to the usually accepted notion in this matter, were frequently the subject of study and of almost daily contact in one way or another by all classes of people. These three books were Reynard the Fox, that is, the series of stories of the animals in which they are used as a cloak for a satire upon man and his ways, called often the Animal Epic. The Golden Legend, which impressed Longfellow so much that he spent many years making what he hoped might prove for the modern world a bit of the self-revelation that this wonderful old medieval book has been for its own and subsequent generations, and finally The Romance of the Rose, probably the most read book during the 13th and 14th and most of the 15th centuries in all the countries of Europe. Its popularity can be well appreciated from the fact that though Chaucer was much read, there are more than 3 times as many manuscript copies of the Romance of the Rose in existence as of Chaucer's Canterbury Tales, and it was one of the earliest books to see the light in print. It has become the fashion in recent years to take the pains from time to time to find out which are the most read books. The criterion of worth thus set up is not very valuable, for unfortunately for the increase in readers there has not come a corresponding demand for the best books nor for solid literature. The fact that a book has been the best seller or the most read for a time usually stamps it at once as trivial, or at most as being of quite momentary interest and not at all likely to endure. It is all the more interesting to find, then, that these three most read books of the 13th century have not only more than merely academic interest at the present time, but that they are literature in the best sense of the word. They have always been not only a means of helping people to pass the time, the sad office to which the generality of books has been reduced in our time, but a source of inspiration for literary men in many generations since they first became popular. The story of Reynard the Fox is one of the most profoundly humorous books that was ever written. Its satire was aimed at its own time, yet it is never for a moment antiquated for the modern reader. At a time when, owing to the imperfect development of personal rights, it would have been extremely dangerous to satirize, as the author does very freely, the rulers, the judges, the nobility, the ecclesiastical authorities and churchmen, and practically all classes of society, the writer, whose name has, unfortunately for the completeness of literary history, not come down to us, succeeded in painting all the foibles of men and pointing out all the differences there are between men's pretensions and their actual accomplishments. All the methods by which the cunning scoundrel could escape justice are exploited. The various modes of escaping punishment by direct and indirect bribery, by pretending repentance and reformation, by cunning appeal to the selfishness of judges, or revealed with the fidelity to detail of a modern muckraker. Yet all of it with a humanly humorous quality which, while it takes away nothing from the completeness of the exposure, removes most of the bitterness that probably would have made the satire fail of its purpose. While every class in the community of the time comes in for satirical allusions that give us a better idea of how closely the men and the women of the time resemble those of our own, than is to be found in any other single literary work that has been preserved for us from this century, or indeed any other, the series of stories seem to be scarcely more than a collection of fables for children, and probably was read quite unsuspectingly by those who are so unmercifully satirized in it, though doubtless, as is usually noted in such cases, each one may have applied the satire of the story as he saw it to his neighbor and not to himself. A recent editor has said very well of Reynard the Fox that it is one of the most universal of books in its interest for all classes. Critics have at times been ready to praise, and few, if any, have found fault. It is one of the books that answers well to what Cardinal Newman declared to be at least the accidental definition of a classic. It pleases in childhood, in youth, in middle age, and even in declining years. It is because of the eternal verity of the humanity in the book that with so much truth Froude, writing of Reynard, can say, "It is not addressed to a passing mode of folly or of profligacy, but it touches the perennial nature of mankind, laying bare our own sympathies and tastes and weaknesses with as keen and true an edge as when the living whirl of the old Subian poet winced under its earliest utterance." The writer who traced the portraits must be counted one of the great observers of all time. As is the case with so many creative artists of the Thirteenth century, though this is truer elsewhere than in literature, the author is not known. Perhaps he thought it safer to shroud his identity in friendly obscurity rather than expose himself to the risks the finding of supposed keys to his satire might occasion. Too much credit must not be given to this explanation, however, though some writers have made material out of it to exploit church intolerance, which the conditions do not justify. We are not sure who wrote the Arthur Legends. We do not know the author of the Cid. Even all-pervasive German scholarship has not settled the problem of the writer of the Nibelungen, and the authorship of the Dies Irae is in doubt, though all of these would be sources of honor and praise rather than danger. Authors had evidently not as yet become sophisticated to the extent of seeking immortality for their works. They even seem to have been indifferent as to whether their names were associated with them or not. Enough for them apparently to have had the satisfaction of doing; all else seemed futile. The original of Reynard the Fox was probably written in the Netherlands, though it may be somewhat difficult for the modern mind to associate so much of wit and humor with the Dutchmen of the Middle Ages. It arose there about the time that the Cid came into vogue in Spain, the Arthur Legends were being put into shape in England, and the Nibelungen reached its ultimate form in Germany. Reynard thus fills up the geographical chart of contemporary literary effort for the 13th century, since France and Italy came in for their share in other forms of literature, and no country is missing from the story of successful, enduring accomplishment in letters. It was written from so close to the heart of nature that it makes a most interesting gift book even for the 20th century child, and yet will be read with probably even more pleasure by the parents. With good reason, another recent editor has thus summed up the catholicity of its appeal to all generations. "This book belongs to the rare class which is equally delightful to children and to their elders. In this regard it may be compared to Gulliver's Travels, Don Quixote, and Pilgrim's Progress. For wit and shrewd satire, and for pure drollery both in situations and descriptions, it is unsurpassed. The animals are not men dressed up in the skin of beasts, but are throughout true to their characters, and are not only strongly realized, but consistently drawn, albeit in so simple and captivating a way that the subtle art of the narrator is quite hidden, and one is aware only of reading an absorbingly interesting and witty tale." To have a place beside Gulliver, the Old Spanish Knight, and Christian shows the estimation in which the book is held by those who are best acquainted with it. The work is probably best known through the version of it which has come to us from the greatest of German poets, Goethe, whose Reineke Fuchs has perhaps had more sympathetic readers and a wider audience than any of Goethe's works. The very fact that so deeply intellectual a literary man should have considered it worth his while to devote his time to making a modern version of it, shows not only the estimation in which he held it, but also affords excellent testimony to its worth as literature, for Goethe, unlike most poets, was a fine literary critic, and one who above all knew the reasons for the aesthetic faith that was in him. Animal stories in every age, however, have been imitations of it much more than is usually imagined. While the author probably obtained the hint for his work from some of the old time fables as they came to him by tradition, though we have no reason to think that Aesop was familiar to him, and many for thinking the Greek fabulist was not, he added so much to this simple literary mode, transformed it so thoroughly from child's literature to world literature, that the main merit of modern animal stories must be attributed to him. Uncle Remus and the many compilations of this kind that have been popular in our own generation owe much more to the animal epic than might be thought possible by one not familiar with the original 13th century work. Every language has a translation of the animal epic, and most of the generations since have been interested and amused by the quaint conceits which enable the author to picture so undisguisedly men and women under animal garb. It discloses better than any other specimen of the literature of the time that men and women do not change even in the course of centuries, and that in the heart of the Middle Ages a wise observer could see the foibles of humanity just as they exist at the present time. Anyone who thinks that evolution after 7 centuries should have changed men somewhat in their ethical aspects at least, made their aspirations higher and their tendencies less commonplace, not to say less degenerative, should read one of the old versions of Reynard the Fox, and be convinced that men and women in the 13th century were quite the same as we are familiar with them at the present moment. The second of the most read books of the century is the famous Legenda Aurea, or as it has been called in English, the Golden Legend, written by Jacobus de Voragine, the distinguished Dominican preacher and writer, born during the first half of the 13th century, died just at its close, who, after rising to the higher grades in his own order, became the Archbishop of Genoa. His work at once sprang into popular favor and continued to be perhaps the most widely read book, with the exception of the Holy Scriptures, during the 14th and 15th centuries. It was one of the earliest books printed in Italy, the first edition appearing about 1570, and it is evident that it was considered that its widespread popularity would not only reimburse the publisher, but would help the nascent art of printing by bringing it to the attention of a great many people. Its subject is very different from that of the modern most read books. Librarians do not often have to supply lives of saints nowadays, though some similarities of material with that of books now much in demand help to account for its vogue. Jacobus de Voragines' work consisted of the lives of the greater saints of the Church since the time of Christ, and detailed especially the wonderful things that happened in their lives, some of which of course were mythical, and all of them containing marvelous stories. This gave prominence to many legends that have continued to maintain their hold upon the popular imagination ever since. With all this advantageous interest, however, the book contained a solid fund of information with regard to the lives of the saints, and besides it taught the precious lessons of unselfishness and the care for others of the men who had come to be greeted by the title of saint. The work must have done not a little to stir up the faith, enliven the charity, and build up the characters of the people of the time, and certainly has fewer objections than most popular reading at any period of the world's history. For young folks, the wonderful legends afforded excellent and absolutely innocuous exercise of the functions of the imagination quite as well as our own modern wonder books or fairy tales, while the stories themselves presented many descriptive portions out of which subjects for decorative purposes could readily be obtained. It must be set down as another typical distinction of the Thirteenth Century, and an addition to its greatness, that it should have made the Golden Legend popular and thus preserved it for future generations, who became deeply interested in it, as in most of the other precious heritages they received from this great original century. The third of the most read books of the century, The Romance of the Rose, is not so well known except by scholars as is the animal epic, or perhaps even the Golden Legend. Anyone who wants to understand the burden of the time, however, and who wishes to put himself in the mood and the tense to comprehend not only the other literature of the era, and in this it must be included even Dante, but also the social, educational, and even scientific movements of the period, must become familiar with it. It has been well said that a knowledge and study of the three most read books of the century, those which we have named, will afford a far clearer insight into the daily life and the spirit working within the people for whom they were written, than the annals of the wars or political struggles that were waged during the same period between kings and nobles. For this clearer insight, a knowledge of the Romance of the Rose is more important than of the others. It provides a better introduction to the customs and habits, the manners of thought and of action, the literary and educational interests of the people of the Thirteenth Century, than any mere history, however detailed, could. In this respect it resembles Homer, who, as Froude declares, has given us a better idea of Greek life than a whole encyclopedia of classified information would have done. The intimate life stories of no other periods in history are so well illustrated, nor so readily to be comprehended, as those of Homer and the authors of the medieval Romaunt. The Romance of the Rose continued to be for more than 2 centuries the most read book in Europe. Everyone with any pretense to scholarship or to literary taste in any European country considered it necessary to be familiar with it, and without exaggeration what Lowell once declared with regard to Don Quixote, that it would be considered a mark of lack of culture to miss a reference to it in any country in Europe, might well have been repeated during the 14th and 15th centuries of the Romance of the Rose. It has in recent years been put into very suitable English dress by Mr. F.S. Ellis and published among the Temple Classics, thus placing it within easy reach of English readers. Mr. Ellis must certainly be considered a suitable judge of the interest there is in the work. He spent several years in translating its 22,608 lines, and yet considers that few books deserve as much attention as this typical 13th century allegory. He says, quote, "The charge of dullness once made against this highly imaginative and brilliant work Successive English writers until quite recent times have been content to accept the verdict, though Professor Morley and others have of late ably repelled the charge. If further testimony were necessary as to the falsity of the accusation, and the opinion of one who has found a grateful pastime in translating it might be considered of any weight, he would not hesitate to traverse the attribution of dullness, and to assert that it is a poem of extreme interest, written as to the first part with delicate fancy, sweet appreciation of natural beauty, clear insight, and skillful invention, while J. de Meun's continuation is distinguished by vigor, brilliant invention, and close observation of human nature. The 13th century lives before us." Close quote. The Rose is written on a lofty plane of literary value, and the fact that it was so popular speaks well for the taste of the times, and for the enthusiasm of the people for the more serious forms of literature. Not that the Romance of the Rose is a very serious book itself, but if we compare it with the popular publications which barely touch the realities of life in modern time, it will seem eminently serious. In spite of the years that have elapsed since its original publication, it has not lost all its interest, even for a casual reader, and especially for one whose principal study is mankind in its varying environment down the ages, for it presents a very interesting picture of men and their ways in this wonderful century. Here, as in the stories of Reynard the Fox, one is brought face to face with the fact that men and women have not changed, and that the peccadilloes of our own generation have their history in the Middle Ages also. Take, for instance, the question of the too great love of money, which is now the subject of so much writing and sermonizing. One might think that at least this was modern. Here, however, is what the author of the Romance of the Rose has to say about it. "Three cruel vengeances pursue these miserable wretches who hoard up their worthless wealth. Great toil is theirs to win it, then their spoil they fear to lose, and lastly grieve most bitterly that they must leave their hoards behind them. Cursed they die, who living lived but wretchedly, for no man, if he lack of love, has peace below or joy above. If those who heap up wealth would show fair love to others, they would go through life beloved, and thus would reign sweet happy days. If they were fain, who hold so much of good to shower around their bounty unto those they found in need thereof, and nobly lent their money free from measurement of usury, yet gave it not to idle gangrel men, I wot, then that throughout the land were seen no pauper carle or starveling queen, but lust of wealth doth so abase man's heart that even love's sweet grace bows down before it. Men but love their neighbors that their love may prove a profit, and both bought and sold are friendships at the price of gold. Nay, shameless women set to hire their bodies heedless of hell fire." It is after reading a passage like this in a book written in the 13th century that one feels the full truth of that expression of the greatest of American critics, James Russell Lowell, which so often comes back to mind with regard to the works of this century, that to read a classic is like reading a commentary on the morning paper. When this principle is applied the other way, I suppose it may be said that when a book written in the long ago sounds as if it were the utterance of some one aroused by the evils around him in our modern life, then it springs from so close to the heart of nature that it is destined to live and have an influence far beyond its own time. The Romance of the Rose, written 7 centuries ago, now promises to have renewed youth in the awakening of interest in our Gothic ancestors and their accomplishments, before the overpraised Renaissance came to trouble the stream of thought and writing. Other passages serve to show how completely the old time poet realized all the abuses of the desire for wealth, and how much it makes men waste their lives over unessentials, instead of trying to make existence worth while for themselves and others. Here is an arrangement of the strenuous life of business, every line of which is as true for us as it was for the poet's generation. "'Tis true, though some 'twill little please, to hear the trader knows no ease. For ever in his soul a prey to anxious care of how he may amass more wealth, this mad desire doth all his thought and actions fire, devising means whereby to stuff his barns and coffers, for enough he ne'er can have, but hungereth yet his neighbor's goods and gold to get. It is as though for thirst he fain would quaff the volume of the Seine at one full draught, and yet should fail to find its waters of avail to quench his longing. What distress, what anguish, wrath, and bitterness devour the wretch! Fell rage and spite possess his spirit day and night, and tear his heart. The fear of want pursues him like a spectre gaunt. The more he hath, a wider mouth he opes, no draught can quench his drought." The old poet pictures the happiness of the poor man by contrast, and can, in conclusion, depict even more pitilessly the real poverty of spirit of the man who, "having struggleth still to get," and never stops to enjoy life itself by helping his fellows. Light heart and gay goes many a beggar by the way, but little heeding though his back be bent beneath a charcoal sack. They labor patiently and sing, and dance and laugh at whatso thing befalls, for having care they naught, but feed on scraps and chitlings bought beside St. Marcel's, and dispense their gains for wassail. Then straight went once more to work, not grumblingly, but light of heart as bird on tree, winning their bread without desire to fleece their neighbors. Naught they tire of this their round, but week by week in mirth and work contentment seek, returning when their work is done once more to swill the jovial tun. And he who what he holds esteems enough is rich beyond the dreams of many a dreary usurer, and lives his life days happier far. For naught it signifies what gains the wretched usurer makes, the pains of poverty inflict him yet, who having struggleth still to get. The pictures are as true to life at the beginning of the 20th century as they were in the latter half of the 13th. There are little touches of realism in both the pictures, which show at once how acute an observer, how full of humor his appreciation, and yet how sympathetic a writer the author of the romance was, and at the same time reveal something of the sociological value of his work. It discloses what is so easily concealed beneath the mask of formal historical writing, and tells us of the people rather than of the few great ones among them, or those whom time and chance had made leaders of men. It seems long to read, but as a recent translator has said, it represents only the file of a newspaper for 18 months, and while it talks of quite as trivial things as the modern newspaper, the information is of a kind that is likely to do more good and prove of more satisfaction than the passing crimes and scandals that now occupy over anxious readers. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the 13th Greatest of Centuries by James Walsh. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Some 13th Century Prose. It would be unpardonable to allow the notion to be entertained that it was only in poetry that the writers of the 13th century succeeded in creating works of enduring influence. Some of the prose writings of the time are deeply interesting for many reasons. Modern prose was in its formative period, and the evolution of style, as of other things in the making, is proverbially worthy of more serious study than even the developed result. The prose writings of the 13th century were mainly done in Latin, but that was not for lack of command over the vernacular tongues, as we shall see, but because this was practically a universal language. This century had, among other advantages, that subsequent ages have striven for unsuccessfully, our own most of all, a common medium of expression for all scholars at least. There are, however, the beginnings of prose in all the modern languages, and it is easy to understand that the Latin of the time had a great influence on the vernacular, and that the modes of expression which had become familiar in the learned tongue were naturally transferred to the vulgar speech, as it was called, whenever accuracy of thought and nicety of expression invited such transmutation. With regard to the Latin of the period, it is the custom of many presumably well educated men to sniff a little and say depreciatingly that after all much cannot be expected from the writers of the time, since they were dependent on medieval or scholastic Latin for the expression of their ideas. This criticism is supposed to do away with any idea of the possibility of there having been a praiseworthy prose style at this time in the Middle Ages. In the chapter on the Latin hymns, we call attention to the fact that this same mode of criticism was supposed to preclude all possibility of rhymed Latin as worthy to occupy a prominent place in literature. The widespread encouragement of this false impression has, as a matter of fact, led to the neglect of these wonderful poems, though they may, in the opinion of competent critics, even be considered as representing the true genius of the Latin language and its powers of poetic expression better than the Greek poetic modes, which were adopted by the Romans, but which, with the possible exception of their two greatest poets, never seem to have acquired that spontaneity that would characterize a native outburst of lingual vitality. As for the philosophic writers of the century, that great period holds in this, as in other departments, the position of the palmiest time of the Middle Ages. To it belongs Alexander Hales, the Doctor Irrefragabilis, who disputes with Aquinas the prize for the best example of the Summa Theologiae; Bonaventure the mystic and writer of beautiful hymns; Roger Bacon the natural philosopher; Vincent of Beauvais the encyclopedist; while of the four, greatest of all, Albertus Magnus, the dumb ox of Cologne, was born 7 years before its opening. His life lasted over 4/5 of it. That of Aquinas covered its second and third quarters. Occam himself, though his main exertions lie beyond this century, was probably born before Aquinas died, while John Duns Scotus hardly outlived the century's close by a decade. Raymond Lully, one of the most characteristic figures of scholasticism and of the medieval period, with his great art of automatic philosophy, who died in 1315, was born as early as 1235. Peter the Spaniard, pope and author of the Summulae Logicales, the grammar of formal logic for ages, as well of several medieval treatises that have attracted renewed attention in our day, died in 1277. With regard to what was accomplished in philosophic and theologic prose, examples will be found in the chapter on St. Thomas Aquinas, which prove beyond all doubt the utter simplicity, the directness and the power of the prose of the 13th century. In the medical works of the time there was less directness, but always a simplicity that made them commendable. In general, university writers were influenced by the scholastic methods, and we find it reflected constantly in their works. In the minds of many people this would be enough at once to condemn it. It will usually be found, however, as we have noted before, that those who are readiest to condemn scholastic writing know nothing about it, or so little that their opinion is not worth considering. Usually they have whatever knowledge they think they possess at second hand. Sometimes all that they have read of scholastic philosophy are some particularly obscure passages on abstruse subjects, selected by some prejudiced historian, in order to show how impossible was the philosophic writing of these centuries of the later Middle Ages. There are other opinions, however, that are of quite different significance and value. We shall quote one of them, written by Professor Saintsbury of the University of Edinburgh, who, in his volume on the flourishing of romance and the rise of allegory, the 12th and 13th centuries, of his Periods of European Literature, has shown how sympathetically the prose writing of the 13th century may appeal even to a scholarly modern whose main interests have been all his life in literature. Far from thinking that prose was spoiled by scholasticism, Professor Saintsbury considers that scholasticism was the fortunate training school in which all the possibilities of modern prose were brought out and naturally introduced into the budding languages of the time. He says, quote, "However this may be, whether the science of the 19th century after an equal interval will be of any more positive value, whether it will not have even less comparative interest than that which appertains to the scholasticism of the 13th century, the claim, modest or even meager as it may seem to some, which has been here once more put forward for this scholasticism, the claim of a far-reaching educative influence in mere language, in mere system of arrangement and expression, will remain valid. If, at the outset of the career of modern languages, men had thought with the looseness of modern thought, had indulged in the haphazard slovenliness of modern logic, had popularized theology and vulgarized rhetoric, as we have seen both popularized and vulgarized since, we should indeed have been in evil case. It used to be thought clever to moralize and to felicitate mankind over the rejection of the stays, the fetters, the prison in which its thought was medievally kept. The justice or the injustice, the taste or the vulgarity of these moralizings, of these felicitations, may not concern us here. But in expression, as distinguished from thought, the value of the discipline to which these youthful languages was subjected is not likely now to be denied by any scholar who has paid attention to the subject. It would have been perhaps a pity if thought had not gone through other phases. It would certainly have been a pity if the tongues had been subjected to the fullest influence of Latin constraint. But that the more lawless of them benefited by that constraint, there can be no doubt whatever. The influence of form which the best Latin hymns of the Middle Ages exercised in poetry, the influence in vocabulary and in logical arrangement which scholasticism exercised in prose, are beyond dispute. And even those who will not pardon literature, whatever its historic and educative importance be, for being something less than masterly in itself, will find it difficult to maintain the exclusion of the cur deus homo, and impossible to refuse admission to the dies irae. Besides this philosophic and scientific prose, there were two forms of writing in which this century presents a copious number of examples. These are the chronicles and biographies of the time, and the stories of travelers and explorers. These latter we have treated in a separate chapter. The chronicles of the time deserve to be studied with patient attention by anyone who wishes to know the prose writers of the century and the character of the men of that time and their outlook on life. It is usually considered that chroniclers are rather tiresome old fogies who talk much and say very little, who accept all sorts of legends on insufficient authority, and who like to fill up their pages with wonderful things regardless of their truth. In this regard, it must not be forgotten that in times almost within the memory of men still alive, Herodotus, now looked upon deservedly as the father of history and one of the great historical writers of all time, was considered to have a place among these chroniclers, and his works were ranked scarcely higher except for the purity of their Greek style. The first of the great chroniclers in a modern tongue was the famous Geoffrey de Villehardouin, who was not only a writer of, but an actor in the scenes which he describes. He was enrolled among the elite of French chivalry in that crusade at the beginning of the 13th century, which resulted in the foundation of the Greco-Latin Empire. His book, entitled The Conquest of Constantinople, includes the story of the expedition during the years from 1198 to 1207. Modern war correspondents have seldom succeeded in giving a more vivid picture of the events of which they were witness than this first French chronicler of the 13th century. It is evident that the work was composed with the idea that it should be recited, as has been the old poetic chansons de geste in the castles of the nobles, and before assemblages of the people, perhaps on fair days and other times when they were gathered together. The consequence is that it is written in a lively, straightforward style, with direct appeals to its auditors. It contains not a few passages of highly poetic description, which show that the chronicler was himself a literary man of no mean order, and probably well versed in the effusions of the old poets of this country. His description of the fleet of the Crusaders, as it was about to set sail for the East, and then his description of its arrival before the imposing walls of the imperial city, are the best examples of this, and have not been surpassed even by modern writers on similar topics. Though the French writer was beyond all doubt not familiar with the Grecian writers, and knew nothing of Xenophon, there is a constant reminder of the Greek historian in his work. Xenophon's simple directness, his thoroughgoing sincerity, the impression he produces of absolute good faith and confidence in the completeness of the picture, so that one feels that one has been present almost at many of the scenes described, are all to be encountered in his medieval successor. Villehardouin went far ahead of his predecessors, the chroniclers of foregoing centuries, in his careful devotion to truth. A French writer has declared that to Villehardouin must be ascribed the foundation of historical probity. None of his facts, stated as such, has ever been impugned, and though his long speeches must necessarily have been his own composition, there seems no doubt that they contained the ideas which had been expressed on various occasions, and besides were composed with due reference to the character of the speaker, and convey something of his special style of expression. Professor Saintsbury, in his article in the Encyclopedia Britannica on Villehardouin, sums up very strikingly the place that this first great vernacular historian's book must occupy. He says, quote, "It is not impertinent, and at the same time an excuse for what has been already said, to repeat that Villehardouin's book, brief as it is in reality one of the capital books of literature, not merely for its merit, but because it is the most authentic and the most striking embodiment in the contemporary literature of the sentiments which determined the action of a great and important period of history. There are but very few books which hold this position, and Villehardouin's is one of them. If every other contemporary record of the Crusades perished, we should still be able, by aid of this, to understand and realize what the mental attitude of Crusaders, of Teutonic Knights, and the rest was, and without this we should lack the earliest, the most undoubtedly genuine, and the most characteristic of all such records. The very inconsistency with which Villehardouin is chargeable, the absence of compunction with which he relates the changing of a sacred religious pilgrimage into something by no means unlike a mere filibustering raid on a great scale, add a charm to the book. For religious as it is, It is entirely free from the very slightest touch of hypocrisy, or indeed of self-consciousness of any kind. The famous description of the Crusades, Gesta Dei per Francus, was evidently to Villehardouin a plain, matter-of-fact description, and no more occurred to him to doubt the divine favor being extended to the expeditions against Alexius or Theodore than to doubt that it was shown to expeditions against Saracens and Turks. It was especially in the exploitation of biographical material that the 13th century chroniclers were at their best. Anyone who recalls Carlyle's unstinted admiration of Jocelyn of Brakelon's life of Abbot Sampson in his Essays Past and Present will be sure that at least one writer in England had succeeded in pleasing so difficult a critic in this rather thorny mode of literary expression. It is easy to say too much or too little about the virtues and the vices of a man whose biography one has chosen to write. Jocelyn's simple, straightforward story would seem to fulfill the best canons of modern criticism in this respect. Probably no more vivid picture of a man and his ways was ever given until Boswell's Johnson. Nor was the English chronicler alone in this respect. The Sieur de Joinville's biographical studies of the life of Louis IX furnish another example of this literary mode at its best, and modern writers of biography could not do better than to go back to read these intimate pictures of the life of a great king, which are not flattered nor overdrawn, but give us the man as he actually was. The English biographic chronicler of the olden time could picture exciting scenes without any waste of words. A specimen of his work will serve to show the merit of his style. After reading it, one is not likely to be surprised that Carlyle should have so taken the chronicler to heart, nor been so enthusiastic in his praise. It is the very type of that impression in style that has once more in the course of time become the fad of our day. Quote, "The abbot was informed that the church of Woolpit was vacant, Walter of Countenance being chosen to the bishopric of Lincoln. He presently convened the prior and a great part of the convent, and taking up his story, thus began: You well know what trouble I had in respect of the church of Woolpit, and in order that it should be obtained for your exclusive use, I journeyed to Rome at your instance, in the time of the schism between Pope Alexander and Octavian. I passed through Italy at that time, when all clerks bearing letters of our Lord the Pope Alexander were taken. Some were imprisoned, some hanged, and some with nose and lips cut off sent forward to the Pope to his shame and confusion. I, however, pretended to be Scotch, and putting on the garb of a Scotsman and the gesture of one, I often brandished my staff in the way that they use that weapon called a gravelock, at those who mocked me, using threatening language after the manner of the Scotch. To those that met and questioned me as to who I was, I answered nothing but Ride Rome, tournez Canterbury. Thus did I conceal myself and my errand, and that I should get to Rome safer in the guise of a Scotsman. Having obtained letters from the Pope, even as I wished, on my return I passed by a certain castle, as my way led me from the city, and behold, the officers thereof came about me, laying hold upon me, and saying, This vagabond, who makes himself out to be a Scotsman, is either a spy or bears letters from the false Pope Alexander. And while they examined my ragged clothes, and my boots, and my breeches, and even the old shoes which I carried over my shoulders, after the fashion of the Scotch, I thrust my hand into the little wallet which I carried, wherein was contained the letter of our Lord the Pope, placed under a little cup I had for drinking. The Lord God and Saint Edmund so permitting, I drew out both the letter and the cup together, so that, extending my arm aloft, I held the letter underneath the cup. They could see the cup plain enough, but they did not see the letter, and so I got clear out of their hands in the name of the Lord. Whatever money I had about me they took away. Therefore I had to beg from door to door without any payment until I arrived in England." Close quote. Another excellent example of the biographic prose of the century, though this is the vernacular, is Joinville's Life of St. Louis, without doubt one of the precious biographical treasures of all times. It contains a vivid portrait of Louis IX, made by a man who knew him well personally, took part with him in some of the important actions of the book, and in general was an active personage in the affairs of the time. Those who think that rapid, picturesque description, such as vividly recalled deeds of battle, was reserved for the modern war correspondent, should read certain portions of Joinville's book. As an example, we have ventured to quote the page on which the seneschal historian himself recounts the role which he played in the famous battle of Mansoura, at which, with the Count de Soissons and Pierre de Neuville, he defended a small bridge against the enemy under a hail of arrows. He says, quote, "Before us there were 2 sergeants of the king, one of whom was named William de Boon, and the other John of Gamaches. Against these the Turks, who had placed themselves between the river and the little tributary, led a whole mob of villains on foot, who hurled at them clods of turf, or whatever came to hand. Never could they make them recoil upon us, however. As a last resort, the Turks sent forward a foot soldier, who 3 times launched Greek fire at them. Once William de Boon received the pot of green fire upon his buckler. If the fire had touched anything on him, he would have been entirely burned up. We at the rear were all covered by arrows which had missed the sergeants. It happened that I found a waistcoat which had been stuffed by one of the Saracens. I turned the open side of it toward me and made a shield out of the vest, which rendered me great service, for I was wounded by their arrows in only 5 places, though my horse was wounded in 15. One of my own men brought me a banner with my arms and a lance. Every time then that we saw that they were pressing the royal sergeants, we charged upon them and they fled. The good Count Soissons, from the point at which we were, joked with me and said, 'Seneschal, let us out this rabble, for by the headdress of God,' this was his favorite oath, 'we shall talk over this day, you and I, many a time in our ladies' halls.'" Close quote. We have said that the writing of the 13th century must have been done to a great extent for the sake of the women of the time, and that its very existence was proof that the women possessed a degree of culture that might not be realized from the few details that have been preserved to us of their education and habits of life. In this last passage of Joinville we have the proof of this, since evidently the telling of the stories of these days of battle was done mainly in order that the women folks might have their share in the excitement of the campaign, and might be enabled vividly to appreciate what the dangers had been and how gloriously their lords had triumphed. At every period of the world's history it was true that literature was mainly made for women, and that some of the best portions of it always concerned them very closely. We have purposely left till last the greatest of the chroniclers of the 13th century, Matthew Paris, the author of the Historia Major, who owes his surname doubtless to the fact that he was educated at the University of Paris. Instead of trying to tell anything about him from our own slight personal knowledge, we prefer to quote the passage from Green's History of the English People, in which one of the greatest of our modern English historians pays such a magnificent tribute to his colleague of the earlier times. Quote, "The story of this period of misrule has been preserved for us by an annalist whose pages glow with the new outburst of patriotic feeling which this common expression of the people and the clergy had produced. Matthew Paris is the greatest, as he is in reality the last of our monastic historians. The school of St. Albans survived indeed till a far later time, but the writers dwindle into mere annalists, whose view is bounded by the abbey precincts, and whose work is as colorless as it is jejune. In Matthew, the breadth and precision of the narrative, the copiousness of his information on topics whether national or European, the general fairness and justice of his comments, are only surpassed by the patriotic fire and enthusiasm of the whole. He had succeeded Roger of Wendover as chronicler of St. Albans, and the greater chronicle, with the abridgment of it which has long passed under the name of Matthew of Westminster, a history of the English, and the Lives of the earlier abbots, were only a few among the voluminous works which attest to his prodigious industry. He was an eminent artist as well as a historian, and many of the manuscripts which are preserved are illustrated by his own hand. A large circle of correspondents, bishops like Grosseteste, ministers like Hubert de Burgh, officials like Alexander de Swinforth, furnished him with minute accounts of political and ecclesiastical proceedings. Pilgrims from the East and papal agents brought news of foreign events to his scriptorium at St. Albans. He had access to and quotes largely from state documents, charters, and exchequer rolls. The frequency of the royal visits to the abbey brought him a store of political intelligence, and Henry himself contributed to the great chronicle which has preserved with so terrible a faithfulness the memory of his weakness and misgovernment. On one solemn feast day the king recognized Matthew, and bidding him sit on the middle step between the floor and the throne, begged him to write the story of the day's proceedings. While on a visit to St. Albans, he invited him to his table and chamber, and enumerated by name 250 of the English barons for his information. But all this royal patronage has left little mark on his work. "The case," as he says, "of historical writers is hard, for if they tell the truth they provoke men, and if they write what is false they offend God." With all the fullness of the school of court historians, such as Benedict or Hoveden, Matthew Paris combines an independence and patriotism which is strange to their pages. He denounces with the same unsparing energy the oppression of the papacy and the king. His point of view is neither that of a courtier nor of a churchman, but of an Englishman, and the new national tone of his chronicle is but an echo of the national sentiment which at last bound nobles and yeomen and churchmen together into an English people." We of the 20th century are a people of information and encyclopedias rather than of literature, so that we shall surely appreciate one important specimen of the prose writing of the 13th century, since it comprises the first modern encyclopedia. Its author was the famous Vincent of Beauvais. Vincent consulted all the authors, sacred and profane, that he could possibly lay hands on, and the number of them was indeed prodigious. It has often been said by men supposed to be authorities in history, that the historians of the Middle Ages had at their disposition only a small number of books, and that, above all, they were not familiar with the older historians. While this was true as regards the Greek, it was not for the Latin historical writers. Vincent of Beauvais has quotations from Caesar's De Bello Gallico, from Sallust's Catiline and Jugurtha, from Quintus Curtius, from Suetonius, and from Valerius Maximus, and finally from Justin's abridgment of Trogus Pompeius. Vincent had the advantage of having at his disposal the numerous libraries of the monasteries throughout France, the extent of which, usually unrealized in modern times, will be appreciated from our special chapter on the subject. Besides, he consulted the documents in the chapter houses of the cathedrals, especially those of Paris, of Rouen, of Laon, of Beauvais, and of Bayeux, which were particularly rich in collections of documents. It might be thought that these libraries and archives would be closely guarded. Far from being closed to writers from the outer world, they were accessible to all to such an extent indeed that a number of them are mentioned by Vincent as public institutions. His method of collecting his information is interesting because it shows the system employed by him is practically that which has obtained down to our own day. He made use for his immense investigation of a whole army of young assistants, most of whom were furnished him by his own order, the Dominicans. He makes special mention in a number of places of quotations due to their collaboration. The costliness of maintaining such a system would have made the completion of the work absolutely impossible, were it not for the liberality of King Louis IX, who generously offered to defray the expenses of the composition. Vincent has acknowledged this by declaring in his prefatory letter to the king that "you have always liberally given assistance even to the work of gathering the materials." Vincent's method of writing is quite as interesting as his method of compilation of facts. The great Dominican was not satisfied with being merely a source of information. The philosophy of history has received its greatest Christian contribution from St. Augustine's City of God. In this, an attempt was made to trace the meaning and causal sequence of events, as well as their mere external connection and place in time. In a lesser medieval way, Vincent tried deliberately to imitate this, and besides writing history, attempted to trace the philosophy of it. For him, as for the great French philosophic historian Bossuet in his Universal History 5 centuries later, everything runs its provided race from the creation to the redemption, and then on toward the consummation of the world. He describes at first the commencements of the Church from the time of Abel, through its progress under the patriarchs, the prophets, judges, kings, and leaders of the people, down to the birth of Christ. He traces the history of the apostles and of the first disciples, though he makes it a point to find place for the famous deeds of the great men of pagan antiquity. He notes the commencement of empires and kingdoms, their glory, their decadence, their ruin, and the sovereigns who made them illustrious in peace and war. There was much that was defective in the details of history as they were traced by Vincent, much that was lacking in completeness, but the intention was evidently the best, and patience and labor were devoted to the sources of history at his command. Perhaps never more than at the present moment have we been in a position to realize that history at its best can be so full of defects even after further centuries of consultation of documents and printed materials, that we are not likely to be in the mood to blame this first modern historian very much. As for the other portions of his encyclopedia, biographic, literary, and scientific, they were not only freely consulted by his contemporaries and successors, but we find traces of their influence in the writings and also in the decorative work of the next 2 centuries. We have already spoken of the use of his book in the provision of subjects for the ornamentation of cathedrals, and the same might be said of edifices of other kinds. Nor must it be thought that Vincent has only a historic or ecclesiastical interest. Dr. Julius Pagel, in his chapter on medicine in the Middle Ages, in Puchman's Handbook of the History of Medicine, says, that there were 3 writers whose works were even more popular than those of Albertus Magnus. These 3 were Bartholomew the Englishman, Thomas of Cantimprato, and Vincent of Beauvais, the last of whom must be considered as one of the most important contributors to the generalization of scientific knowledge, not alone in the 13th, but in the immediately succeeding centuries. His most important work was really an encyclopedia of the knowledge of his time. It was called the Greater Triple Mirror, and there is no doubt that it reflected the knowledge of his period. He had the true scientific spirit, and constantly cites the authorities from whom his information was derived. He cites hundreds of authors, and there is scarcely a subject that he does not touch on. One book of his work is concerned with human anatomy, and the concluding portion of it is an abbreviation of history carried down to the year 1250." It might be considered that such a compend of information would be very dry as dust reading, and that it would be fragmentary in character and little likely to be attractive except to a serious student. Dr. Pagel's opinion does not agree with this a priori impression. He says with regard to it, "The language is clear, readily intelligible, and the information is conveyed usually in an excellent, simple style. Through the introduction of interesting similes, the contents do not lack a certain taking quality, so that the reading of the work easily becomes absorbing." This is, I suppose, almost the last thing that might be expected of a scientific teacher in the 13th century, because, after all, Vincent of Beauvais must be considered as one of the schoolmen, and they are supposed to be eminently arid, but evidently, if we are to trust this testimony of a modern German physician, only by those who have not taken the trouble to read them. One of the most important works of 13th century prose is the well-known Rationale Divinorum Officiorum (Significance of the Divine Offices), written by William Durandus, the Bishop of Mende in France, whose tomb and its inscription in the handsome old Gothic cathedral of Santa Maria sopra Minerva in Rome shares with the body of St. Catherine of Siena the honor of attracting so many visitors. The book has been translated into English under the title The Symbolism of Churches and Church Ornaments, and has been very widely read. It was very popular in the 13th century, and the best possible idea of its subsequent reputation can be gathered from the fact that the Rationale was the first work from the pen of an uninspired writer to be accorded the privilege of being printed. The Editio Princeps, a real first edition of supreme value, appeared from the press of John Fust in 1459. The only other books that had been printed at that time were the Psalters of 1457 and 1459. This edition is, of course, of the most extreme rarity. According to the English translators of Durandus, the beauty of the typography has seldom been exceeded. The style of Durandus has been praised very much by the critics of succeeding centuries for its straightforwardness, simplicity, and brevity. Most of these qualities it evidently owes to the hours spent by its author in the reading of Holy Scriptures. Durandus fashioned his style so much on the sacred writings that most of his book possesses something of the impressive character of the Bible itself. The impression derived from it is that of reading a book on a religious subject written in an eminently suitable tone and spirit. Most of this impression must be attributed without doubt to the fact that Durandus has not only formed his style on the Scriptures, but has actually incorporated scriptural expressions in his writings to such an extent as to make them mostly a scriptural composition. This, far from being a fault, appears quite appropriate in his book because of its subject and the method of treatment. A quotation from the proem, as it is in the quaint spelling of the English translation, will give the best idea of this. "All things as pertain to offices and matters ecclesiastical be full of divine significations and mysterious, and overflow with celestial sweetness. If so be that a man be diligent in his study of them, and know how to draw honey from the rock, and oil from the hardest stone. But who knoweth the ordinances of heaven, or can fix the reasons thereof upon the earth? For he that prieth into their majesty is overwhelmed by the glory of them. Of a truth, the well is deep, and I have nothing to draw with, unless he giveth unto me, who giveth to all men liberally, and upbraideth not, so that, while I journey through the mountains, I may draw water with joy out of the wells of salvation. Wherefore, albeit of things handed down from our forefathers, capable we are not to explain it all, yet if among them there be anything which is done without reason, it should be forthwith put away. Wherefore I, William, by the alone tender mercy of God, Bishop of the Holy Church which is in Mende, will knock diligently at the door, if so be that the key of David will open unto me, and the king may bring me into his treasure, and show unto me the heavenly pattern which was showed unto Moses in the mount, so that I may learn those things which pertain to rites ecclesiastical, whereof they teach, and what they signify, and that I may be able plainly to reveal and make manifest the reasons of them, by his help, who hath ordained strength out of the mouth of babes and sucklings, whose spirit bloweth where it listeth, dividing to each severally as it will, to the praise and glory of the Trinity." This passage alone of Durandus would serve as an excellent refutation of the old time Protestant tradition, fortunately now dying out, though not as yet entirely eradicated, which stated so emphatically that the Bible was not allowed to be read before Luther's time. Those who wish to obtain a good idea of Durandus' style and the way he presents his material can obtain it very well from his chapter on bells, the first 2 paragraphs of which we venture to quote. They will be found quite as full of interesting information in their way as any modern writer might have brought together, and have the dignity and simplicity of the best modern prose. "Bells are brazen vessels, and were first invented in Nola, a city of Campania, wherefore the larger bells are called campanae, from Campania the district, and the smaller nolae, from Nola the town. You must know that bells, by the sound of which the people assembleth together to the church to hear, and the clergy to preach, in the morning the mercy of God and his power by night, do signify the silver trumpets, by which under the old law the people were called together unto sacrifice. Of these trumpets we shall speak in our 6th book. For just as the watchmen in a camp rouse one another by trumpets, so do the ministers of the church excite each other by the sound of bells to watch the livelong night against the plots of the devil. Wherefore our brazen bells are more sonorous than the trumpets of the old law, because then God was known in Judea only, but now in the whole earth. They be also more durable, for they signify that the teaching of the New Testament will be more lasting than the trumpets and sacrifices of the old law, namely, even unto the end of the world. Again, bells do signify preachers, who ought after the likeness of a bell to exhort the faithful unto faith, the which was typified in that the Lord commanded Moses to make a vestment for the high priest who entered into the Holy of Holies. Also the cavity of the bell denoteth the mouth of the preacher, according to the saying of the Apostle, I am become as sounding brass on a tinkling cymbal. Of course there are what we would be apt to consider exaggerations of symbolic meanings, and far-fetched explanations and references, but this was of the taste of the time, and has not in subsequent centuries been so beyond the canons of good taste as at present. Durandus goes on to tell that the hardness of the metal of the bell signifies fortitude in the mind of the preacher, that the wood of the frame on which the bell hangeth doth signify the wood of our Lord's cross, that the rope by which the bell is strung is humility, and also showeth the measure of life, that the ring in the length of the rope is the crown of reward for perseverance unto the end, and then proceeds to show why and how often the bells are rung, and what the significance of each ringing is. He explains why the bells are silent for 3 days before Easter, and also during times of interdict, and gives as the justification for this last the quotation from the prophet, I will make thy tongue cleave to the roof of thy mouth, for they are a rebellious house. Even these few specimens of the prose of the 13th century will serve to show that the writers of the period could express themselves with a vigor and directness which have made their books interesting reading for generations long after their time, and which stamp their authors as worthy of a period that found enduring and adequate modes of expression for every form of thought and feeling. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the 13th Greatest of Centuries by James Walsh. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Origin of the Drama. The last place in the world, perhaps, that one would look for a great impulse to the development of the modern drama, which is entirely a new invention, an outgrowth of Christian culture, and has practically no connection with the classic drama, would be in the life of St. Francis of Assisi. His utter simplicity, his thoroughgoing and cordial poverty, his sincere endeavor all during his life to make little of himself, might seem quite enough to forbid any thought of him as the father of a literary movement of this kind. The poor little man of God, however, as he liked to call himself, in his supreme effort to get back to nature and out of the ways of the conventional world, succeeded in accomplishing a number of utterly unexpected results. His love of nature led to his wonderful expression of his feelings in his favorite hymn, one of the first great lyrical outbursts in modern poetry, a religious poem which, as we shall see in the chapter on the father of the Renaissance, Renan declares can only be appreciated properly by comparing it with the old Hebrew Psalms, beside which it is worthy to be placed. Those who know the life of St. Francis best will easily appreciate how dramatic, though unconsciously so, were all the actions of his life. After all, his utter renunciation of all things, his taking of holy poverty to be his bride, his address to the birds, his sisters, his famous question to the butcher as to why he killed his brothers the sheep, his personification of the sun and the moon, and even of the death of the body as his brothers and sisters, are all eminently dramatic moments. His life is full of incidents that lend themselves, because of their dramatic quality, to the painters of succeeding centuries as the subjects of their striking pictures. Before the end of the century, Giotto had picked out some of the most interesting of these for the decorative illustration of the upper church at Assisi. During the succeeding century, the author of the Little Flowers of St. Francis embodied many of these beautiful scenes in his little work, where they have been the favorite reading of poets for many centuries since. It should not be such a surprise as it might otherwise be, then, to find that St. Francis may be considered in one sense as the father of the modern drama. The story is a very pretty one, and has an additional value because it has been illustrated by no less a brush than that of Giotto. One Christmas Eve, just at the beginning of the 13th century, St. Francis gathered round him some of the poor people living outside of the town of Assisi, in order to recall vividly to them the great event which had taken place on that night so many centuries before. A little figure of a child, dressed in swaddling clothes, was lain on some straw in a manger, with the breath of the nearby animals to warm it. To this manger throne of the child king of Bethlehem there came in adoration, after the hymns that recall the angel's visit, first some of the shepherds from the surrounding country, and then some of the country people who represented the kings from the east with their retinues, bringing with them their royal gifts. After this little scene, probably one of the first nativity plays that had ever been given, the infant came to life in his embrace, and, putting its little arms around his neck, embraced him in return. Of course, our modern generation is entirely too devoted to common sense to accept any such pretty, pious story as this as more than a beautiful poetic legend. The legend has provided a subject for poet and painter many a time in subsequent centuries. Perhaps never has it been used with better effect than by Giotto, whose representation is one of the favorite pictures on the wall of the upper church of Assisi. Whether the little baby figure of the play actually came to life in his arms or not, we do not know, but one thing is certain, that infant modern dramatic literature did come to life at the moment, and that before the end of the 13th century it was to have a vigor and an influence that made it one of the great factors in the social life of the period. The Franciscans were soon spread over the world. With filial reverence they took with them all the customs of their beloved Father of Assisi, and especially such as appealed to the masses, and brought home to them in a vivid way the great truths of religion. By the end of the century, many of the towns had cycles of mystery plays given at various times during the year, associated with the different feasts, and illustrating and enforcing the lessons of the liturgy for the people in a manner so effective that it has probably never been equaled before or since. While the potent factor in the dissemination of the early religious drama can be traced to Francis and the Franciscans, they were but promoters of a movement already well begun. Mystery plays were attempted before the 13th century in England and in North France. There is a well-known story from Matthew Paris, who wrote about the middle of the 13th century, of one Geoffrey who afterwards became abbot of St. Albans. While yet a secular, he borrowed certain precious religious vestments to be used in some sort of a miracle play in honor of St. Catherine. During the performance of the play, these vestments were destroyed by fire, and Gregory was so much afflicted by the misfortune that in a spirit of reparation he became a religious in the Abbey of St. Albans. This must have been about the beginning of the 12th century. Towards the end of this century mystery plays were not infrequent, though not in anything like the developed form nor popular character which they acquired during the 13th century. Fitzstephen, writing the life of St. Thomas à Becket toward the end of the 12th century, contrasts the holier plays of London in his days with the theatrical spectacles of ancient Rome. The plays he mentioned were, however, scarcely more than slight developments of church ceremonial, with almost literal employment of scripture and liturgical language. The first cycle of mystery plays of which there is definite mention is that of Chester. According to the proclamation of the Chester plays, the representation of this cycle dates in some form from the mayoralty of John Ardenway, who was the mayor of Chester between 1268 and 1276. Of the series of plays as given in the 13th century there are few remains. It is probable even that at this early date they were not acted in English but in French. English plays were probably first given in some of the cathedral towns along the east coast of England, and perhaps York should have the credit of this innovation. It is easy to understand how the simple dramatic additions to the ritual of the Church would inevitably develop in the earnest and very full religious life of the people which came with the building of the cathedrals, the evolution of church ceremonial, and the social life fostered by the trade guilds of the time. While we have none of the remains of the actual plays of the 13th century, there is no doubt that an excellent idea of their form and content can be gathered from the English mystery plays that have recently been edited in modern form and which serve to show the characteristics of the various cycles. It might perhaps be thought that these mystery plays would not furnish any great amount of entertainment for the populace, especially after they had seen them a certain number of times. The yearly repetition might naturally be expected to bring with it before long a satiety that would lead to inattention. As is well known, however, there is an enduring interest about these old religious stories that makes them of much greater attractiveness than most ordinary historical traditions. Many a faithful reader of the Bible finds constantly renewed interest in the old biblical stories, in spite of frequent repetition. Their significance to the eye of faith in the Middle Ages gave them, beyond any doubt, that quality which in any literary work will exemplify and fulfill Horace's dictum Decies repetita placebit. Besides, it must not be forgotten that the men and women of the 13th century had not the superficial facilities of the printing press to cloy their intellectual curiosity, and by trivial titillation make them constantly crave novelty. It must not be thought, in spite of the fact that these were religious plays, that they were always so serious as to be merely instructive without being amusing. A large fund of amusement was injected into the old biblical stories by the writers of the different cycles, and undoubtedly the actors themselves added certain personal elements in this matter, which still further enhanced some of the comical aspects of the solemn stories. Nearly always the incidents of the scriptural narrative, though followed more or less literally, were treated with a large humanity that could scarcely fail to introduce elements of humor into the dramatic performances. Such liberties, however, were taken only with characters not mentioned by the Bible, the inventions of the writers. A series of quotations from the Chester cycle of plays will best illustrate this. We give them in the quaint spelling of the oldest version extant. The scene we quote is from the play dealing with Noah's flood, and pictures Noah's wife as a veritable shrew. Noah. Wife, in this vessel we shall be kept. My children and thou, I would in ye leapt. Noah's wife. In faith, Noah, I had as left thou slept. For all thy frynish fare, I will not do after thy rede. Noah. Good wife, do now as I thee bid. Noah's wife. By Christ, not nor I see more need, though thou standeth all the day and stare. Noah. Lord, that women be crabbed I, and none are meek I dare well sigh. This is well seen by me to day, in witness of you enchone each one. Good wife, let be all this bear, that thou mayest in this place hear, for all the ween that thou art master, and so thou art by Saint John. All Noah's artful concession of his wife's mastery in the household does not avail to move her, and so he tries objurgation. Noah. Wife, come in, why standest thou there? Thou art ever forward, I dare well swear. Come in, when God's half time it were, for fear lest that we drown. Noah's wife. Yes, sir. Set up yonder sail, and row forth with evil hail, for without fail I will not out of this town. For I have my gossips everych one foot further I will not gone. Thee shall not drown, by Saint John, and I may save thy life. The loveth me full well, by Christ, but thou let them into thy chist. Else row now where thou liest, and get us thee a new wife. It is evident that he will not succeed, so Noah, wise doubtless with the wisdom of experience, forbears to urge her, but appeals to her sons to bring her. Noah. Sem, son, lo, thy mother is wrong. Forsooth, such another I do not know. Sem. Father, I shall fetch her in, I trow, without any fail. Mother, my father after thee sends, and bids thee into yonder ship wend. Look up and see the wind, for we be ready to sail. Noah's wife. Sem, go again to him, I say, I will not come therein today. Noah. Come in, wife, in 20 devils' way, or else stand there without. Ham. Shall we all fetch her in? Noah. Yea, sons, in Christ's blessing and mine, I would you hide you betine, for of this flood I am in doubt. Japhet. Mother, we pray you all together, for we are here your own childer. Come into the ship for fear of the weather, for his love that you bought. Noah's wife. That will I not, for all your call, but I have my gossips all. Sem. In faith, mother, yet you shall, whether thou will or not. Her sons bring her in. As she steps aboard, she is greeted by Noah. Noah. Welcome, wife, into this boat. Noah's wife. Have thou that for thy note, giving her husband a cuff on the head. Noah. Ha ha, Mary, this is hot. It is good for to be still. Ha, children, methinks my boat remeaves. Our tarrying here highly me grieves. Over the land the water spreads. God does as he will. This quotation will give a good idea of the human interest of these mystery plays, and serve to show that they did not fail in dramatic power for any lack of humor or acute observation. It would be easy to illustrate this much more amply. The opportunities to enjoy these plays were abundant. We have said that the Chester cycle is the one of which there is earliest mention. The method of its presentation has been described by Mr. Henry Morley in the 4th volume of his English Writers. He says, "There were scaffolds erected for spectators in those places to which the successive pageants would be drawn, and a citizen who, on the first day, saw in any place the first pageant, that of the fall of Lucifer, if he kept his place and returned to it in good time on each successive morning, would see the scripture story, as thus told, pass in its right order before him. Each pageant was drawn on 4 or 6 wheels, and had a room in which the actors and properties were concealed, under the upper room or stage on which they played." Mr. Morley then describes the action of the various parts of the cycle, showing how clearly the lessons of the Old Testament history and its symbolic and typical meaning were pointed out so that the spectators could not miss them. How completely the story of the Bible was told may be judged from the order of the pageants of the play of Corpus Christi in the time of the mayoralty of William Alne, in the 3rd year of the reign of King Henry V, compiled by Roger Burton, Town Clerk. 1. Tanners. God the Father Almighty creating and forming the heavens, angels and archangels, Lucifer and the angels that fell with him to hell. 2. Plasterers. God the Father in his own substance creating the earth and all which is therein in the space of 5 days. 3. Card makers. God the Father creating Adam of the clay of the earth, and making Eve of Adam's rib, and inspiring them with the breath of life. 4. Fullers. God permitting Adam and Eve to eat of the tree of life. 5. Coopers. Adam and Eve and a tree betwixt them, the serpent deceiving them with apples, God speaking to them and cursing the serpent, and with a sword driving them out of paradise. 6. Armorers. Adam and Eve, an angel with a spade and distaff assigning them work. 7. Gaunters, glovers. Abel and Cain offering victims in sacrifice. 8. Shipwrights. God warning Noah to make an ark of floatable wood. 9. Pessimers, fishmongers, and mariners. Noah in the ark with his wife, the 3 sons of Noah with their wives, with divers animals. 10. Parchment makers, bookbinders. Abraham sacrificing his son Isaac on an altar, a boy with wood, and an angel. 11. Hosiers. Moses lifting up the serpent in the wilderness, King Pharaoh, 8 Jews wondering and expecting. 12. Spicers. A doctor declaring the sayings of the prophets of the future birth of Christ, Mary, an angel saluting her, Mary saluting Elizabeth. 13. Pewterers, founders. Mary, Joseph wishing to put her away, an angel speaking to them that they go to Bethlehem. 14 Tylers. Mary Joseph a midwife, the child born lying in a manger betwixt an ox and an ass, and an angel speaking to the shepherds and to the players in the next pageant. 15 Chandlers. The shepherds talking together, the star in the east, an angel giving the shepherds the good tidings of the child's birth. 16, 17 Orfeers, goldsmith, gold beaters, money makers. The three kings coming from the east, Herod asking them about the child Jesus, the son of Herod, two counselors and a messenger, Mary with a child, a star above, and the three kings offering gifts. How completely the people of each town were engaged in the presentation of the plays can be judged from the following supplementary list of the other trade guilds that took parts. Many of them bear quaint names which are now obsolete. They included girdlers, makers of girdles, nailers, sawyers, lorimers or bridle makers, the spurriers, makers of spurs, the fevers or smiths, the curriers, the plumbers, the pattern makers, the bottlers, the cap makers, the skinners, the blade smiths, the scalers, the buckle makers, the cord winders, the bowyers, makers of bows, the fletchers, arrow featherers, the tile makers, the harristers, workers in horsehair, the boilers, bowl makers, the tonners, the sellers or saddlers, the firsters, makers of saddletree, the verrers, glaziers, the broggers, brokers, the dubbers, refurbishers of clothes, the luminaires or illuminators, the scriveners, the drapers, the potters, the weavers, the hostlers, and mercers. The men of no occupation, however menial it may seem to us, were barred. Each of these companies had a special pageant with a portion of the Old or New Testament to represent, and in each succeeding year spent much of their spare time in preparing for their dramatic performance, studying and practicing their parts, and making everything ready for competition with their brother craftsmen in the other pageants. Only those who know the supreme educative value of dramatic representations for those actively interested in them will appreciate all that these plays meant for popular education in the best sense of the word, but all can readily understand how much they stood for in popular occupation of mind with high thoughts, and how much they must have acted as a preventative of debasing dissipations. It is extremely interesting to follow out some of the details of the management of these mystery plays. We shall find in even the meager accounts that we have of them sufficient to show us that men were not expecting to work for nothing, nor even to be satisfied with what compensation there might be in the honor of being chosen for certain parts, nor in the special banquets that were provided for the actors after the performances. A definite salary was paid to each of the actors according to the importance of the part he took. Not only this, but the loans of garments for costume purposes, or of furniture or other material for stage properties, was repaid by definite sums of money. These are not large, but considering the buying power of money at that time, and the wages paid workmen, which enable them to live at least as well comparatively as modern workmen, the compensation is ample. Mr. Morley, in the 4th volume of his English Writers, has given us some of the details, and as they have a special social interest and the old documents rejoice in a comic literalness of statement, they deserve citation. When about to set up a play, each guild chose for itself a competent manager, to whom it gave the rule of the pageant, and voted a fixed sum for its expenses. The playbook and the standing wardrobe and other properties were handed over to him, and he was accountable, of course, for their return after the close of the performances. The manager had to appoint his actors, to give them their several parts written out for them, perhaps by the prompter, who was a regular official, and to see to the rehearsals, of which there would be 2 for an old play and at least 5 for a new one. At rehearsal time, as well as during the great performance, the actors ate and drank at the cost of the guild, ending all with a supper at which they had roast beef and roast goose, with wine for the chiefs and beer for the rest. The actors were paid, of course, according to the length of their parts and the quantity of business in them, not their dignity. Thus, in a play setting forth the trial and crucifixion of our Lord, the actors of Herod and Caiaphas received each 3s. 4d., the representative of Annas 2s. 2d., and of Christ 2s., which was also the sum paid to each actor in the parts of his executioners, and 6d. more than was paid for acting the Devil or Judas. In the united plays of the Descent into Hell and the Ascension, the payment was to the actor who represented Christ 1s. 6d. and 1s. 4d. to him who played the Devil. In one play we find this gradation of the scale of payment to performers: "paid for playing of Peter, 16d. to 2 damsels, 11d. to the demon, 6d. to Fawston for hanging Judas, 4d. paid to Fawston for cock crowing, 4d." Of the costume of the actors and of the stage furniture, a tolerably clear notion is also to be drawn from the Coventry account books, of which Mr. Sharp printed all that bears upon such questions. They record, of course, chiefly repairs and renewals of stage properties and wardrobe. "In one year Pilate has a new green cloak, in another a new hat. Pilate's wife was Dame Porcula, and we have such entries as, for mending of Dame Porcula's garments, 7d. To reward to Mrs. Grimsby for lending of her gear to Pilate's wife, 12d. For a quart of wine for hiring Porcula's gown, 2d. No actor had naked hands. Those not in masks had their faces prepared by a painter. The costume of each part was traditional, very little in the course of years, and much of it was originally designed after the pictures and painted sculpture in the churches. As in those medieval decorations, gilding was used freely. The performer of Christ wore a gilt peruke and beard, so did Peter, and probably all the apostles or saints who would be represented on church walls with a gilt nimbus. Christ's coat was of white sheepskin, painted and gilded, with a girdle and red sandals. The part of the high priests Caiaphas and Annas were often played in ecclesiastical robes hired from a church, a practice, one sad result of which because of a fire has already been noted, a practice that was eventually condemned as likely to lead to disrespect for sacred objects. Herod, who wore a mask, was set up as a sceptred royal warrior in a gilt and silvered helmet, in armor and gown of blue satin, with such Saracen details of dress as the Crusaders connected with the worship of Mohammed, including the crooked falchion, which was gilt. The tormentors of Christ wore jackets of black buckram, with nails and dice upon them. The Virgin Mary was crowned, as in her images. The angels wore white surplices and wings. The devil also had wings and was played in an appropriate mask and leather dress trimmed with feathers and hair. He was, as the prologue to the Chester plays described him, "the devil in his feathers all ragged and rent," or, as the Coventry account books show, carried 3 pounds of hair upon his hose. There was probably no greater impulse for social uplift and for real education of the masses than these mystery and morality plays, in which the people took part themselves, and in which, as a consequence of the presence of friends in the various roles, the spectators had a livelier interest than would have been otherwise the case under even the most favorable circumstances, or with elaborate presentation. In recent years there has come the realization that the drama may thus be made a real educational influence. Unfortunately, at the present time, whatever of influence it has is exerted almost exclusively upon the better to do classes, who have so many other opportunities for educational uplift. These plays during the 13th century brought the people intimately into contact with the great characters of the Old Testament and New Testament history, and besides giving them precious religious information, which of itself, however, might mean very little for true education, helped them to an insight into character and to a right appreciation of human actions, and a sympathy with what was right, even though it entailed suffering such as could not have otherwise been obtained. It might be urged, too, that the people themselves would scarcely be possessed of the histrionic talent necessary to make the plays effective. Ordinarily, however, as we know from our modern city life, much less of the actor's art is needed than of interest in the action to secure the attention of the gallery. It must not be assumed too readily, however, that the guilds which were able to supply men for the great artistic decoration of the cathedrals of the 13th century could not supply actors who would so enter into the artistic expression of a part as to represent it to the life. The actor is more born than made, in spite of the number of schools of acting that are supposed to be turning out successful rivals of Roscius on recurring graduation days. It must not be forgotten that the only example of these mystery plays which is still left to us is the Passion Play at Oberammergau, and that is one of the world's greatest spectacles. On the last occasion when it was given, about 500,000 people from all over the world, many of them even from distant America and Australia, found their way into the Tyrolese mountains in order to be present at it. It is only the old story of the Passion and Death of the Lord. It is represented by villagers chosen from among the inhabitants of a little village of 1,400 inhabitants, who, while they have a distinct taste for the artistic and produce some of the best wood carving done anywhere in Europe, thus approximating very interestingly the 13th century peoples, are not particularly noted for their education, nor for their dramatic ability. No one who went up to see the Passion Play came away dissatisfied either with the interest of the play or with its manner of representation. It is distinctly an example of how well men and women do things when they are thoroughly interested in them, and when they are under the influence of an old time tradition according to which they must have the ability to accomplish what is expected of them. Such a tradition actually existed during the 13th and 14th centuries, leading to the gradual development of dramatic power both in writers and actors, that eventually was to result in the magnificent outburst of dramatic genius during the Elizabethan period. For it must not be forgotten that mystery and morality plays continued to hold the stage down almost, if not quite, to the time of Shakespeare's early manhood, and he probably saw the Coventry cycle of plays acted. While we have a certain number of these old time plays, most of them of course have disappeared by time's attrition during the centuries before the invention of printing, when they were handed round only in manuscript form. Of some of these plays we shall have something to say after a moment, stopping only to call attention to the fact that in this literary mode of the mystery and morality plays, dramatic literature in English reached a height of development which has been equaled only by our greatest dramatic geniuses. Within the last few years, most of the large cities of the English speaking world, besides the more important universities, have been given the opportunity to hear one of the great products of this form of literary activity. Everyman is probably as great a play as there is in English and comparable with the best work of Shakespeare, Marlowe and Jonson. Its author only took the last four things to be remembered: death, judgment, heaven and hell, the things which must come to every man, and wrote his story around them, yet he did it with such artistic effectiveness as to make his drama a triumph of literary execution. The mystery plays were as interesting in their way to the medieval generations as every man to us. As may be seen from the list quoted from Mr. Morley, practically all the significant parts of the Bible story were acted by these craftsmen. Too much can scarcely be said of the educational value of such dramatic exercises. The Bible itself, with its deep religious teachings, with its simple but sublime style, with its beautiful poetry, entered for a time into the very lives of these people. No wonder that our English speech during these centuries became saturated with biblical thoughts and words. Anyone who has ever had an experience with amateur theatricals, when a really great play was given, will be able to realize how much more thoroughly every quality, dramatic, literary, poetic, even lyric and historical, that there might be in the drama, entered into the hearts and minds of those who took part. It is this feature that is especially deserving of attention with regard to these mystery plays which began in the 13th century. The people's interest in them lifted them out of themselves and their trivial round of life into the higher life of this great religious poetry. On the other hand, the teaching of the Bible came down from the distant plane on which they might otherwise have been set, and entered into the very life of the people. Their familiarity with Scripture made it something not to be discussed merely, but to be applied in their everyday affairs. Besides this, the organization of the company to give the play, and the necessity for the display and exercise of taste in the costumes, and of ingenuity in the stage settings, were of themselves of great educative value. The rivalry that naturally existed between the various companies chosen from the different guilds only added to the zest with which rehearsals were taken up, and made the play more fully occupy the minds of those actively engaged in its preparation. For several dull winter months before Easter time there was an intense preoccupation of mind with great thoughts and beautiful words, instead of with the paltry round of daily duties which would otherwise form the burden of conversation. Gossip and scandal-mongering had fewer opportunities, since people's minds were taken up by so much worthier affairs. The towns in which the plays were given never had more than a few thousand inhabitants, and most of them must have been personally interested in some way in the play. The Jesuits, whose acumen for managing students is proverbial, have always considered it of great importance to have their students prepare plays several times a year. Their reason is the occupation of mind which it affords, as well as the intellectual and elocutionary training that comes with the work. What they do with premeditation, the old guilds did unconsciously but even more effectively, and their success must be considered as one of the social triumphs of this wonderful 13th century. Only in recent years has the idea succeeded in making way in government circles on the continent that the giving of free dramatic entertainments for the poor would form an excellent addition to other educational procedures. Such performances have now been given for nearly a score of years in Berlin. After all, the subvention allowed by government to the great theaters and opera houses in Europe is part of this same policy, though unfortunately they are calculated to affect only the upper classes, who need the help and the stimulus of great dramatic art and great music less than the lower classes, who have so little of variety or anything that makes for uplift in their lives. In the 13th century this very modern notion was anticipated in such a way as to benefit the very poorest of the population, and that not only passively, that is, by the hearing of dramatic performances, but also actively by taking parts in them and so having all the details of the action and the words impressed upon them. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the 13th Greatest of Centuries by James Walsh. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Francis the Saint, the Father of the Renaissance. The Renaissance is often thought of as a movement which originated about the middle of the 15th century. Careful students sometimes trace its origin back somewhat further. In recent years, it has come to be realized, however, that the great intellectual development which came during the century after the fall of Constantinople in Italy, and gradually to spread to all the civilized countries of Europe, had been preparing for at least 2 centuries and a half. While the period from the middle of the 15th to the end of the 16th centuries well deserves the name of Renaissance, because one of the most important fructifying principles of the movement was the rebirth of Greek ideas into the modern world after the dispersion of Greek scholars by the Turkish advance into the Byzantine Empire. The term must not be allowed to carry with it the mistaken notion which only too often has been plausibly accepted, that there was a new birth of poetic, literary, and aesthetic ideas at this time, just as if there had been nothing worth considering in these lines before. Any such notion as this would be the height of absurdity in the light of the history of the previous centuries in Italy. It was a cherished notion of the people of the Renaissance themselves that they were the first to do artistic and literary work, hence they invented the term Gothic, meaning thereby barbarous, for the art of the preceding time, but in this they were only exercising that amusing self-complacency which each generation deems its right. Succeeding generations, adopting their depreciative term, have turned it into one of glory, so that Gothic art is now in highest honor. Fortunately, in recent years there has come, as we have said, a growing recognition of the fact that the real beginning of modern art lies much farther back in history, and that the real father of the Italian Renaissance is a man whom very few people in the last 3 centuries have appreciated at his true worth. Undoubtedly the leader in that great return to nature which constitutes the true basis of modern poetic and artistic ideas of all kinds was Saint Francis of Assisi, the poor little man of God, as in his humility he loved to call himself, would surely be the last one to suspect that he should ever come to be thought of as the initiator of a great movement in literature and art. Such he was, however, in the highest sense of the term, and because of the modern appreciation of him in this regard, publications concerning him have been more frequent during the last 10 years than with regard to almost any other single individual. We have under our hand at the present moment, which by no means claims to be a complete bibliography of St. Francis's life and work, yet we can count no less than 30 different works in various languages, not reckoning translations separate from the originals, which have issued from the press during the last 10 years alone. This gives some idea of present-day interest in St. Francis. It must not be thought, however, that it is only in our time that these significant tributes have been paid him. Much of his influence in literature and art, as well as in life, was recognized by the southern nations all during the centuries since his death. That it is only during the last century that other nations have come to appreciate him better, and especially have realized his literary significance, has been their loss and that of their literatures. At the beginning of the 19th century, Gorres, the German historian who was so sympathetic toward the Middle Ages, wrote of St. Francis as one of the troubadours, and even did not hesitate to add that without St. Francis at the beginning of the 13th century, there would have been no Dante at the end. Renan, the well-known French rationalist historian and litterateur, did not hesitate to proclaim St. Francis one of the great religious poets of all times, and his famous Canticle of the Sun as the greatest religious poem since the Hebrew Psalms were written. It was from Renan that Matthew Arnold received his introduction to St. Francis as a literary man, and his own studies led him to write the famous passage in the Essays in Criticism, which are usually so much a source of surprise to those who think of Mr. Arnold as the rationalizing critic rather than the sympathetic admirer of a medieval saint. Quote, "In the beginning of the 13th century, when the clouds and storms had come, when the gay sensuous pagan life was gone, when men were not living by the senses and understanding, when they were looking for the speedy coming of Antichrist, there appeared in Italy, to the north of Rome, in the beautiful Umbrian country at the foot of the Apennines, a figure of the most magical power and charm, St. Francis. His century is, I think, the most interesting in the history of Christianity after its primitive age, more interesting than even the century of the Reformation, and one of the chief figures, perhaps the very chief, to which this interest attaches itself is St. Francis. And why? Because of the profound popular instinct which enabled him, more than any man since the primitive age, to fit religion for popular use. He brought religion to the people. He founded the most popular body of ministers of religion that has ever existed in the Church. He transformed monachism by uprooting the stationary monk, delivering him from the bondage of property, and sending him, as a mendicant friar, to be a stranger and sojourner, not in the wilderness, but in the most crowded haunts of men, to console them and to do them good. This popular instinct of his is at the bottom of his famous marriage with poverty. Poverty and suffering are the condition of the people, the multitude, the immense majority of mankind, and it was towards this people that his soul yearned. He listens, it was said of him, to those to whom God himself will not listen." Close quote. Matthew Arnold has thus surprisingly summed up Francis's age and his work, with the sympathy that could scarcely be expected from the man for whom the deity had become merely, "a stream of tendency that makes for righteousness." He realized the influence that this supreme lover of a personal God had over his generation, and his brother poet's soul flew to its affinity in spite of the apparently insurmountable obstacle of extreme aloofness of spiritual temperament. Matthew Arnold proceeds, "So in return, as no other man, St. Francis was listened to. When an Umbrian town or village heard of his approach, the whole population went out in joyful procession to meet him, with green boughs, flags, music, and songs of gladness. The master, who began with 2 disciples, could in his own lifetime, and he died at 45, collect to keep Whitsuntide with him in presence of an immense multitude, 5,000 of his Minorites. He found fulfillment to his prophetic cry, 'I hear in my ears the sound of the tongues of all the nations who shall come unto us, Frenchmen, Spaniards, Germans, Englishmen. The Lord will make of us a great people, even unto the ends of the earth.'" When we reach the next paragraph, the secret of this surprising paradoxical sympathy is out. It is the literary and aesthetic side of St. Francis that has appealed to him, and, like Renan, he does not hesitate to give the poor little man of God a place among the great original geniuses of all times, associating his name with that of Dante. "Prose could not satisfy this ardent soul, and he made poetry. Latin was too learned for this simple, popular nature, and he composed in his mother tongue, in Italian. The beginnings of the mundane poetry of the Italians are in Sicily, at the court of kings. The beginnings of their religious poetry are in Umbria with St. Francis. His are the humble upper waters of a mighty stream. At the beginning of the 13th century it is St. Francis. At the end, Dante. Now it happens that St. Francis too, like the Alexandrian songstress, has his hymn for the sun, for Adonis. Canticle of the Sun, Canticle of the Creatures, the poem goes by both names. Like the Alexandrian hymn, it is designed for popular use, but not for use by King Ptolemy's people. Artless in language, irregular in rhythm, it matches with the childlike genius that produced it, and the simple natures that loved and repeated it." Close quote. Probably the most satisfactory translation for those who may not be able to appreciate the original of this sublime hymn that has evoked so many tributes is the following literal rendering into English, in which a quite successful attempt to keep the naive rhythm of the original Italian, which necessarily disappears in any formal rhymed translation, has been made by Father Pascal Robinson of the Order of St. Francis for his recent edition of the writings of St. Francis. Quote, "Here begin the praises of the creatures which the blessed Francis made to the praise and honor of God, while he was ill at St. Damian's. Most high, omnipotent, good Lord, praise, glory, and honor, and benediction all are thine. To thee alone do they belong, Most High, and there is no man fit to mention thee. Praise be to thee, my Lord, with all thy creatures, especially to my worshipful brother Sun, the which lights up the day, and through him dost thou brightness give. And beautiful is he, and radiant with splendor great, of thee, Most High, signification gives. Praised be my Lord, for sister moon and for the stars. In heaven thou hast formed them clear and precious and fair. Praised be my Lord for brother wind, and for the air and clouds, and fair and every kind of weather, by the which thou givest to thy creatures nourishment. Praised be my Lord for sister water, the which is greatly helpful and humble and precious and pure. Praised be my Lord for brother fire, by the which thou lightest up the dark, and fair is he, and gay, and mighty, and strong. Praised be my Lord for our sister Mother Earth, the which sustains and keeps us, and brings forth divers fruits with grass and flowers bright. Praise be my Lord for those who for thy love forgive, and weakness bear, and tribulation. Blessed those who shall in peace endure, for by thee, Most High, shall they be crowned. Praised be my Lord for our sister, the bodily death, from which no living man can flee. Woe to them who die in mortal sin. Blessed are those who shall find themselves in thy most holy will, for the second death shall do them no ill. Praise ye and bless ye my Lord, and give him thanks, and be subject unto him with great humility." Close quote. Except for his place in literature and art, the lives of few men would seem to be of so little interest to the modern time as that of St. Francis of Assisi. Yet it is for the man himself that so many now turn to him. His spirit is entirely opposed to the sordid principles that have been accepted as the basis of success in modern life. His idea was that happiness consisted in being free from unsatisfied desires, rather than seeking to secure the satisfaction of his wishes. Duty was self-denial, not self-seeking under any pretext. He stripped himself literally of everything, and his mystic marriage to the Lady Poverty was, so far as he was concerned, as absolute a reality as if the union had been actual instead of imaginary. The commonplace details of his early years seem all the more interesting from these later developments, and have been the subject of much sympathetic study in recent years. St. Francis's father was a cloth merchant, and St. Francis had been brought up and educated as became the son of a man whose commercial journeys often took him to France. It was indeed while his father was absent on one of these business expeditions that Francis was born, and on his father's return received from him the name of Francisco, the Frenchman, in joyful commemoration of his birth. As he grew up, he did not differ from the ordinary young men of his time, but seems to have taken the world and its pleasures quite as he found them, and after the fashion of those around him. At the age of 25 he fell seriously ill, and then, for the first time, there came to him the realization of the true significance of life. As Dean Stanley said shortly before his death, quote, "Life seemed different when viewed from the horizontal position." Close quote. Life lived for its own sake was not worth while. To Francis there came the realization that when God himself became man, he lived his life for others. Francis set about literally imitating him. Enthusiastic students of his life consider him the great type of genuine Christian, the most real disciple of Christ who ever lived. Some money and goods that came into his hands having been disposed of for the poor, Francis's father made serious objection, and Francis was brought before the ecclesiastical authorities. It was at this moment that he stripped himself of everything that he had, the bishop even having to provide a cloak to cover his nakedness, and became the wonderful apostle to the poor that he remained during all the rest of his life. Curious as it must ever seem, it was not long before he had many who wished to imitate him, and who insisted on becoming his disciples and followers. St. Francis had no idea how infectious his example was to prove. Before his death, his disciples could be numbered by the thousands, and the great order of the Franciscans, that for centuries was to do so much work, had come into existence not by any conscious planning, but by the mere force of the great Christian principles that were the guiding factors in St. Francis's own life. Ruskin, in his Mornings in Florence, in discussing Giotto's famous picture of St. Francis's renunciation of his inheritance and his incurrence thereby of his father's anger, has a characteristic passage that sounds the very keynote of the saint's life and goes to the heart of things. In it he explains the meaning of this apparently contradictory incident in St. Francis's life, since Francis's great virtue was obedience, yet here, apparently as a beginning of his more perfect Christian life, is an act of disobedience. After Ruskin's explanation, however, it is all the more difficult to understand the present generation's revival of interest in Francis unless it be attributed to a liking for contrast. Quote, "That is the meaning of St. Francis's renouncing his inheritance, and it is the beginning of Giotto's gospel of works. Unless this hardest of deeds be done first, this inheritance of mammon and the world cast away, all other deeds are useless. You cannot serve, cannot obey God and mammon. No charities, no obedience, no self-denials are of any use while you are still at heart in conformity with the world. You go to church because the world goes. You keep Sunday because your neighbor keeps it. But you dress ridiculously because your neighbors ask it, and you dare not do a rough piece of work because your neighbors despise it. You must renounce your neighbor in his riches and pride, and remember him in his distress. That is St. Francis's disobedience." Close quote. In spite of Ruskin's charming explanation of St. Francis's place in history, and his elucidation of the hard passages in his life, most people will only find it more difficult, after these explanations, to understand the modern acute reawakening of interest in St. Francis. Our generation, in its ardent devotion to the things of this world, does not seem a promising field for the evangel, "Give up all thou hast and follow me." The mystery of St. Francis's attraction only deepens the more we know of him. An American Franciscan has tried to solve the problem, and his words are worth quoting. Father Pascal Robinson, OSM, in his The True St. Francis, says, quote, "What is the cause of the present widespread homage to St. Francis? It is, of course, far too wide a question to allow the present writer to do more than make a few suggestions. First and foremost, we must ever reckon with the perennial charm of the saint's personality, which seems to wield an ineffable influence over the hearts of men, drawing and holding those of the most different habits of mind with a sense of personal sympathy. Perhaps no other man, unless it be St. Paul, ever had such wide-reaching, all-embracing sympathy, and it may have been wider than St. Paul's, for we find no evidence in the great apostle of a love for nature and of animals. This exquisite Franciscan spirit, as it is called, which is the very perfume of religion, this spirit at once so humble, so tender, so devout, so akin to the good odor of Christ, passed out into the whole world and has become a permanent source of inspiration. A character at once so exalted and so purified as St. Francis was sure to keep alive an ideal, and so he does. From this one can easily understand St. Francis's dominance among a small but earnest band of enthusiasts now pointing the world back to the reign of the Spirit. It was this same gentle idealism of St. Francis which inspired the art of the Umbrian people. It was this which was translated into the paintings of the great artists. No school of painting has ever been penetrated with such pure idealism as the Umbrian, and this inspiration, at once religious and artistic, came from the tomb of the Poverello, above which Giotto had painted his mystical frescoes. The earnest, quasi-religious study of the medieval beginnings of Western art has therefore rightly been set down as another cause for some of the latter-day pilgrimages to Assisi. In like manner, the scientific treatment of the Romance literature leads naturally to St. Francis, as to the humble upper waters of a mighty stream. At the beginning of the 13th century is St. Francis. At the end is Dante. It was Matthew Arnold, we believe, who first held up the poor man of Assisi as a literary type. A type as distinct and formal as the author of the Divine Comedy. Prose, he says, could not easily satisfy the saint's ardent soul, and so he made poetry. It was, writes Ozanam, the first cry of a nascent poetry which has grown and made itself heard through the world. Close quote. Considering how thoroughly impractical Francis seemed to be in his life, it can scarcely help but be a source of ever-increasing wonder that he succeeded in influencing his generation so widely and so thoroughly. It is evident that there were many men of the time tired of the more or less strenuous life which chained them either to the cares of business or tempted them for the sake of the bubble reputation into a military career. To these, St. Francis's method of life came with an especially strong appeal. The example of his neglect of worldly things, and his so thoroughly maintained resolve not to be harassed by the ordinary cares of life, and especially not to take too much thought of the future, penetrated into all classes. While it made the rich realize how much of their lives they were living merely for the sake of others, it helped the poor to be satisfied, since here was a sublime and complete recognition of the fact that an existence without cares was better than one with many cares, such as were sure to come to those who wrought ever and anon increase of the goods of this world. Such ideas may seem to be essentially modern, but anyone who will turn to the chapter on the 3 most read books of the century and read the passages from the Romance of the Rose on wealth and poverty will know better than to think them anything but perennial. Men gathered around St. Francis then and pleaded to be allowed to follow his mode of life. Some of the men who thus came to him were the choice spirits of the times. Thomas of Celano, who was to be one of the Master's favorite disciples and subsequently to be his most authoritative biographer, was one of the great literary geniuses of all times, the author of the sublime Dies Irae. While most of his first companions were men of such extreme simplicity of mind that the world has been rather in an amused than admiring attitude with regard to them, there can be no doubt that this simplicity was of itself an index not only of their genuine sincerity of heart, but of a greatness of mind that set them above the ordinary run of mankind, and made them live poetry when they did not write it. The institute established by St. Francis was destined, in the course of the century, to attract to it some of the great men of every country. Besides Thomas of Celano, there was in Italy Anthony of Padua, almost as famous as his master for the beauty of his saintly life; Jacopone da Toti, the well-known author of the Stabat Mater, a hymn that rivals in poetic genius the Dies Irae; Bonaventure, the great teacher of philosophy and theology at the University of Paris, and the writer of some of the sublimest treatises on mystical theology that were ever to be textbooks for the members of the Franciscan order, and of many other religious bodies for centuries after his death, indeed, down to even our own times. There was Roger Bacon in England, the famous teacher of science at Paris and at Oxford, and that subtle Dr. Duns Scotus, whose influence in philosophical speculation was destined never quite to disappear, and many others, the pick of the generations in which they lived, all proud to look up to St. Francis as their father, all glad for the opportunity that the order gave them to pass their lives in peace, far from the madding crowd with its strifes and competition, providing them constantly with opportunities to live their own lives, to find their own souls, to cultivate their own individualities, untrammeled by worldly cares. Francis's success in this matter and the propagation of his influence will not be so surprising to Americans of this generation if they will only recall what is still a precious memory in the minds of men who are yet alive, that efforts to found a community not unlike of the Franciscans in certain ways attracted widespread attention even in our own country half a century ago. After all, the men who gathered at Brook Farm had ideas and ideals not so distant from those cherished by St. Francis and the early members of the Franciscan order. Their main effort was also to get away from worldly cares and have the opportunity to work out their philosophy of life far from the disturbing influence of city life, in the peaceful pursuits of only such agricultural efforts as might be necessary to ensure them simple sustenance, yet at the same time enforce from them such exercise in the open air as would guarantee the preservation of health. The men of Brook Farm were, in the eyes of their generation, quite as far from practical ideas as were the early Franciscans. It must not be forgotten, however, that these men who thus attempted in the 19th century what St. Francis succeeded in accomplishing in the 13th, in their subsequent careers succeeded in impressing themselves very strongly upon the life of the American people. Much of what is best in our 19th century life would be lost if the Brook Farmers and what they accomplished were to be removed from it. Men of ideals are usually also men of working ideas, as these two experiences in history would seem to show. It was not alone for the men of his generation, however, that Francis was destined to furnish a refuge from worldly care and a place of peace and thoughtful life. We have already said that it was by chance, certainly without any conscious intention on Francis's part, that the Franciscan order for men, which is usually spoken of as the First Order, came into existence. The last thing in the world, very probably, that would ever have entered into the mind of Francis when he began to lead the simple life of a poor little man of God, was the founding of a religious order for women. We tell elsewhere the story of St. Clare's interest in St. Francis's mode of life, and of the trials that she underwent in order to obtain permission and opportunity to fashion her own life in the same way. The problem was even more serious for women than for men. St. Francis considered that they should not be allowed to follow the Franciscan custom of going out to seek alms, and yet required that they should live in absolute poverty, possessing nothing and supporting themselves only by the contributions of the faithful and the work of their hands. St. Clare attempted the apparently impossible and solved the problem of a new career for the women of her time. It was not very long before St. Clare's example proved as effective as that of St. Francis himself. While in the beginning the members of her family had been the most strenuous objectors against her taking up such an unwonted mode of existence, it was not long before she was joined in the monastery of St. Damian, where her little community was living, by her sister, who was to become almost as famous as herself under the name of St. Agnes, and by her mother and other near relatives from Assisi and the neighborhood. The second order of St. Francis, to which only women were admitted, proved to have in it the germ of as active life as that of the first order. Before the end of the 13th century there were women Franciscans in every country in Europe. These convents furnished for women a refuge from the worried, hurried, over busy life around them that proved quite as attractive as a similar opportunity for men. For many hundreds of years, down even to our own time, women were to find in the quiet obscurity of such Franciscan convents a peaceful, happy life, in which they occupied themselves with simple conventual duties, with manual labor in their monastery gardens, with the making of needlework in which they became the most expert in the world, with the illuminating of missals and office books of such artistic beauty that they have become the most precious treasures of our great libraries, and with the long hours of prayer, by which they hope to accomplish as much in making the world better as if they devoted themselves to ardent efforts of reform which, of course, the circumstances of the time would not have permitted. Finally, there was the third order of St. Francis, which was to gather to itself so many of the distinguished people of the century whose occupations and obligations would not permit them to live the conventual life, but who felt that they must be attached by some bond to this beautiful sanctity that was entering into all the better life of the century. The third order was established so as to permit all the world to become Franciscans to whatever degree it considered possible, and to share in the sublime Christianity of the founder, whom they all admired so much, even if they were not able to imitate his sublimer virtues. Into this third order of St. Francis most of the finer spirits of the time entered with enthusiasm. We need only recall that Louis IX of France, the greatest monarch of the century, considered it a special privilege to be a follower of the humble Francis, and that St. Elizabeth of Hungary, the daughter of a king, the wife and mother of a ruling prince, gave another example of the far-reachingness of Francis's work. Dante was another of the great members of the third order, and was buried in the habit of St. Francis, glorying in the thought of the brotherhood this gave him with the saint he loved so much. All down the centuries since, other distinguished men in many countries of Europe were proud to claim the same distinction. Modern science is supposed to be unorthodox in its tendencies, and electricity is the most recent of the sciences in development. Three of the great founders in electricity, Volta, Galvani, and Ampere, were members of the third order of St. Francis, and at least one of them, Galvani, insisted on being buried in the habit of the order 6 centuries after the death of his father Francis, in order to show how much he appreciated the privilege. There is no man who lived in the 13th century who influenced the better side of men more in all the succeeding ages down to and including our own time than the poor little man of God of Assisi. He is just coming into a further precious heritage of uplift for the men of our time that is surprising for those who are so buried in the merely material that they fail to realize how much the ideal still rules the minds of thinking men, but that seems only natural and inevitable to those who appreciate all the attractiveness there is in a simple life lived without the bootless hurry, the unattaining bustle, and the overstrained excitement of the strenuous existence. What St. Francis and his order accomplished in Italy, another great saint, Dominic, was achieving in the West. The fact that another order similar to that of St. Francis in many respects, yet differing from it in a number of essential particulars, should have arisen almost at the same time, shows how profoundly the spirit of organization of effort had penetrated into the minds of these generations of the 13th century. While poverty was to be the badge of St. Dominic's followers as well as those of St. Francis, learning was to replace the simplicity which St. Francis desired for his sons. The order of preachers began at once to give many eminent scholars to the Church, and for 3 centuries there was not a single generation that did not see as Dominicans some of the most intellectual men of Europe. Leaders they were in philosophy, in the development of thought, in education, and in every phase of ecclesiastical life. The watch dogs of the Lord, Dominicanes, they were called, punning on their name because everywhere they were in the van of defense against the enemies of Christianity. That the 13th century should have given rise to 2 such great religious orders stamps it as a wonderfully fruitful period of religion as well as for every other phase of human development. In order to understand what these great founders tried to do, the work of these 2 orders must be considered together. They have never ceased, during all the intervening 7 centuries, to be the source of great influence in the religious world. They have proven refuges for many gentle spirits at all times, and have been the homes of learning as well as of piety. While occasionally their privileges have been abused, and men have taken advantage of the opportunities to be idle and luxurious, this has happened much seldomer than the world imagines. Not a single century has failed to show men among them whom the world honors as saints, and whose lives have been examples of what can be accomplished by human nature at its best. They have been literally schools of unselfishness, and men have learned to think less of themselves and more of their labor by the contemplation of the lives of these begging friars. What they did for England, the Reverend Augustus Jessup, a nonconformist clergyman in England, has recently told very well, and the more one studies their history, the higher the estimation of them, and the more one knows of them, the less does one talk of their vices. Green, in his History of the English People, has paid them a tribute that it is well to remember. Quote, "To bring the world back again within the pale of the Church was the aim of 2 religious orders which sprang suddenly to life at the opening of the 13th century. The zeal of the Spaniard Dominic was aroused at the sight of the lordly prelates who sought by fire and sword to win the Albigensian heretics to the faith. 'Zeal,' he cried, 'must be met by zeal, lowliness by lowliness, false sanctity by real sanctity, preaching lies by preaching truth.' His fiery ardor and rigid orthodoxy were seconded by the mystical piety, the imaginative enthusiasm of Francis of Assisi. The life of Francis falls like a stream of tender light across the darkness of the time. In the frescoes of Giotto or the verse of Dante, we see him take poverty for his bride. He strips himself of all. He flings his very clothes at his Father's feet, that he may be one with nature and God. His passionate verse claims the moon for his sister and the sun for his brother. He calls on his brother the wind and his sister the water. His last faint cry was a welcome, sister death. Strangely, as the two men differed from each other, their aim was the same: to convert the heathen, to extirpate heresy, to reconcile knowledge with orthodoxy, to carry the gospel to the poor. The work was to be done by the entire reversal of the older monasticism, by seeking personal salvation in an effort for the salvation of their fellow men, by exchanging the solitary of the cloister for the preacher, the monk for a friar. To force the new brethren into entire dependence on those among whom they labored, the vow of poverty was turned into a stern reality. The begging friars were to subsist on the alms of the poor. They might possess neither money nor lands. The very houses in which they lived were to be held in trust for them by others. The tide of popular enthusiasm which welcomed their appearance swept before it the reluctance of Rome, the jealousy of the older orders, the opposition of the parochial priesthood. Thousands of brethren gathered in a few years around Francis and Dominic, and the begging preachers, clad in their coarse frock of serge, with the girdle of rope around their waist, wandered barefooted as missionaries over Asia, battled with heresy in Italy and Gaul, lectured in the universities, and preached and toiled among the poor." Close quote. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the 13th Greatest of Centuries by James Walsh. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Aquinas the Scholar. Not one of all the sons of the 13th century, not even Dante himself, so typifies the greatness of the mentality of the period as does Thomas, called from his birthplace Aquinas, or of Aquin, on whom his own and immediately succeeding generations, because of what they consider his almost more than human intellectual acumen, bestowed the title of angelic doctor, while the Church, for the supremely unselfish character of his life, formally conferred the title of saint. The life of Aquinas is of special interest, because it serves to clarify many questions as to the education of the 13th century, and to correct many false impressions that are only too prevalent with regard to the intellectual life of the period. Though Aquinas came of a noble family, which was related to many of the royal houses of Europe, and was the son of the Count of Aquino, then one of the most important of the non-reigning noble houses of Italy, his education was begun in his early years, and was continued in the midst of such opportunities as even the modern student might well envy. It is often said that the nobility of this time paid very little attention to the things of the intellect, and indeed rather prided themselves on their ignorance of even such ordinary attainments as reading and writing. While this was doubtless true for not a few of them, Aquinas's life stands in open contradiction with the impression that any such state of mind was at all general, or that there were not so many exceptions as to nullify any such supposed rule. Evidently, those who wished could and did take advantage of educational opportunities quite as in our day. Aquinas's early education was received at the famous monastery of Monte Cassino in southern Italy, where the Benedictines for more than 6 centuries had been providing magnificent opportunities for the studious youth of Italy and for serious-minded students from all over Europe. When he was scarcely more than a boy, he proceeded to the University of Naples, which at that time, under the patronage of Emperor Frederick II, was being encouraged not only to take the place so long held by Salernum in the educational world of Europe, but also to rival the renowned universities of Paris and Bologna. Here he remained until he was 17 years of age, when he resolved to enter the Dominican order, which had been founded only a short time before by Saint Dominic, yet had already begun to make itself felt throughout the religious and educational world of the time. Just as it is the custom to declare that as a rule the nobility cared little for education, so it is more or less usual to proclaim that practically only the clergy had any opportunities for the higher education during the 13th century. Thomas had evidently been given his early educational opportunities, however, without any thought of the possibility of his becoming a clergyman. His mother was very much opposed to his entrance among the Dominicans, and every effort was made to picture to him the pleasures and advantages that would accrue to him because of his noble connections in a life in the world. Thomas insisted, however, and his firm purpose in the matter finally conquered even the serious obstacles that a noble family can place in the way of a boy of 17 as regards the disposition of his life in a way opposed to their wishes. The Dominicans realized the surpassing intelligence of the youth whom they had received, and accordingly he was sent to be trained under the greatest teacher of their order, the famous Albert the Great, who was then lecturing at Cologne. Thomas was not the most brilliant of scholars as a young man, and seems even to have been the butt of his more successful fellow students. They are said to have called him the dumb one, or sometimes, because of his bulkiness even as a youth, the dumb ox. Albert himself, however, was not deceived in his estimation of the intellectual capacity of his young student, and according to tradition declared that the bellowings of this ox would yet be heard throughout all Christendom. After a few years spent at Cologne, Thomas, when he was in his early 20s, accompanied Albert, who had been called to Paris. It was at Paris that Thomas received his bachelor's degree and also took out his license to teach, the doctor's degree of our time. After this, some years further was spent at Cologne, and then the greatness of the man began to dawn on his generation. He was called back to Paris and became one of the most popular of the professors at that great university in the height of her fame, at a time when no greater group of men has perhaps ever been gathered together than shared with him the honors of the professors' chairs at that institution. Albert the Great, Roger Bacon, Saint Bonaventure, and Saint Thomas Aquinas form among themselves, so to speak, a complete representation of all the intellectual powers. They are the four doctors who uphold the chair of philosophy in the temple of the Middle Ages. Their mission was truly the re-establishment of the sciences, but not their final consummation. They were not exempt from the ignorances and erroneous opinions of their day, yet they did much to overcome them, and succeeded better than is usually acknowledged in introducing the era of modern thought. Often the majesty, I may even say the grace, of their conceptions disappears under the veil of the expressions in which they are clothed. But these imperfections are amply atoned for by superabundant merits. Those Christian philosophers did not admit within themselves the divorce, since their day became so frequent, between the intellect and the will. Their lives were uniformly a laborious application of their doctrines. They realized in its plenitude the practical wisdom so often dreamed of by the ancients, the abstinence of the disciples of Pythagoras, the constancy of the Stoics, together with humility and charity, virtues unknown to the antique world. Albert the Great and St. Thomas left the castles of their noble ancestors to seek obscurity in the cloisters of St. Dominic. The former abdicated, the latter declined the honors of the Church. It was with the cord of St. Francis that Roger Bacon and St. Bonaventure girded their loins. When the last named was sought that the Roman purple might be placed upon his shoulders, he begged the envoys to wait until he finished washing the dishes of the convent. Thus they did not withdraw themselves within the exclusive mysteries of an esoteric teaching. They opened the doors of their schools to the sons of shepherds and artisans, and like their Master Christ, they said, "Come all." After having broken the bread of the world, they were seen distributing the bread of alms. The poor knew them and blessed their names. Even yet, after the lapse of 600 years, the dwellers in Paris kneel round the altar of the Angel of the School, and the workmen of Lyons deem it an honor once a year to bear upon their brawny shoulders the triumphant remains of the seraphic doctor. For most modern students, and even scholars educated in secular universities, the name of Aquinas is scarcely more than a type, the greatest of them, it is true, of the schoolsmen who were so much occupied with distant, impractical, and, to say the least, merely theoretic metaphysical problems in the latter Middle Ages. It is true that the renewed interest in Dante in recent years in English-speaking countries has brought about a revival of attention in Aquinas' work because to Dante, the angelic doctor as he was already called, meant so much, and because the Divine Comedy had been declared often and often by competent critics to be the Summa Theologica of St. Thomas of Aquin in verse. Even this adventitious literary interest, however, has not served to lift the obscurity in which Aquinas is veiled for the greater majority of scholarly people, whose education has been conducted according to modern methods and present-day ideas. As showing a hopeful tendency to recognize the greatness of these thinkers of the Middle Ages, it is interesting to note that about 5 years ago one of St. Thomas's great works, the Summa contra Gentiles, was placed on the list of subjects which a candidate may at his option offer in the final honor school of the Literae Humaniores at Oxford. There has come a definite appreciation of the fact that this old-time philosopher represents a phase of intellectual development that must not be neglected, and that stands for such educational influence as may well be taken advantage of even in our day of information rather than mental discipline. For the purposes of this course, Father Rickaby, S.J., has prepared an annotated translation of the great philosophic work under the title Of God and His Creatures, which was published by Burns and Oates of London, 1905. This will enable those for whom the Latin of St. Thomas was a stumbling block to read the thoughts of the great scholastic, in translation at least, and it is hoped that we shall hear no more of the trifling judgments which have so disgraced our English philosophical literature. The fact that Pope Leo XIII, by a famous papal bull, insisted that St. Thomas should be the standard of teaching in philosophy and theology in all the Catholic institutions of learning throughout the world, aroused many thinkers to a realization of the fact that far from being a thing of the dead and distant past, Thomas's voice was still a great living force in the world of thought. To most people, Leo XIII appealed as an intensely practical and thoroughly modern ruler, whose judgment could be depended on even with regard to teaching problems in philosophy and theology. There was about him none of the qualities that would stamp him as a far-away mystic whose thoughts were still limited by medieval barriers. The fact that in making his declaration the Pope was only formulating as a rule what had spontaneously become the almost constant practice and tradition of Catholic schools and universities of itself served to show how great and how enduring was St. Thomas's influence. In the drawing together of Christian sects, which has inevitably come as a result of the attacks made upon Christianity by modern materialists, and then later by those who would in their ardor for the higher criticism do away with practically all that is divine in Christianity, There has come a very general realization, even on the part of those outside of her fold, that the Roman Catholic Church occupies a position more solidly founded on consistent logical premises and conclusions than any of the denominations. Without her aid, Christian apologetics would indeed be in sad case. Pope Leo's declaration only emphasizes the fact, then, that the foundation stone of Christian apologetics was laid by the great work of St. Thomas, and that to him more than any other is due that wonderful coordination of secular and religious knowledge which appoints for each of these branches of knowledge its proper place and satisfies the human mind better than any other system of philosophic thought. This is the real panegyric of St. Thomas, and it only adds to the solemnity of it that it should come nearly 6 centuries and a half after his death. To only a bare handful of men in the history of the human race is it given thus to influence the minds of subsequent generations for so long, and to have laid down the principles of thought that are to satisfy men for so many generations. This is why, in any attempt at even inadequate treatment of the greatness of the 13th century, Thomas Aquinas, who was its greatest scholar, must have a prominent place. The present generation has had sufficient interest in him aroused, however, amply to justify such a giving of space. When Leo XIII made his recommendation of St. Thomas, it was not as one who had merely heard of the works of the great medieval thinker, or knew them only by tradition, or had slightly dipped into them as a dilettante, but as one who had been long familiar with them, who had studied the angelic doctor in youth, who had pondered his wisdom in middle age, and resorted again and again to him for guidance in the difficulties of doctrine in maturer years, and the difficulties of morals such as presented themselves in his practical life as a churchman. It was out of the depths of his knowledge of him that the great Pope, whom all the modern world came to honor so reverently before his death, drew his supreme admiration for St. Thomas and his recognition of the fact that no safer guide in the thorny path of modern Christian apologetics could be followed than this wonderful genius who first systematized human thought as far as the relations of creator to creature are considered in the heyday of medieval scholarship and university teaching. Those who have their knowledge of scholastic philosophy at second hand, from men who proclaim this period of human development as occupied entirely with fruitless discussion of metaphysical theories, will surely think that they could find nothing of interest for them in St. Thomas's writings. It is true the casual reader may not penetrate far enough into his writings to realize its significance and to appreciate its depth of knowledge, but the serious student finds constant details of supreme interest because of their applications to the most up-to-date problems. We venture to quote an example that will show this more or less perfectly according to the special philosophic interest of readers. It is St. Thomas's discussion of the necessity there was for the revelation of the truth of the existence of God. His statement of the reasons why men, occupied with the ordinary affairs of life, would not ordinarily come to this truth unless it were revealed to them, though they actually have the mental capacity to reach it by reason alone, will show how sympathetically the saint appreciated human conditions as they are. Quote, "If a truth of this nature were left to the sole inquiry of reason, 3 disadvantages would follow. One is that the knowledge of God would be confined to few. The discovery of truth is the fruit of studious inquiry. From this very many are hindered. Some are hindered by a constitutional unfitness, their natures being ill disposed to the acquisition of knowledge. They could never arrive by study at the highest grade of human knowledge, which consists in the knowledge of God. Others are hindered by the claims of business and the ties of the management of property. There must be in human society some men devoted to temporal affairs. These could not possibly spend time enough in the learned lessons of speculative inquiry to arrive at the highest point of human inquiry, the knowledge of God. Some again are hindered by sloth. The knowledge of the truths that reason can investigate concerning God presupposes much previous knowledge. Indeed, almost the entire study of philosophy is directed to the knowledge of God. Hence, of all parts of philosophy, that part stands over to be learned last which consists of metaphysics dealing with divine things. Thus only with great labor of study is it possible to arrive at the searching out of the aforesaid truth, and this labor few are willing to undergo for sheer love of knowledge. Another disadvantage is that such as did arrive at the knowledge or discovery of the aforesaid truth would take a long time over it, on account of the profundity of such truth, and the many prerequisites to the study, and also because in youth and early manhood the soul, tossed to and fro on the waves of passion, is not fit for the study of such high truth. Only in settled age does the soul become prudent and scientific, as the philosopher says. Thus, if the only way open to the knowledge of God were the way of reason, the human race would remain in thick darkness of ignorance, as the knowledge of God, the best instrument for making men perfect and good, would accrue only to a few after a considerable lapse of time. A third disadvantage is that, owing to the infirmity of our judgment and the perturbing force of imagination, there is some admixture of error in most of the investigations of human reason. This would be a reason to many for continuing to doubt even of the most accurate demonstrations, not perceiving the force of the demonstration, and seeing the diverse judgments of diverse persons who have the name of being wise men. Besides, in the midst of such demonstrated truth, there is sometimes an element of error, not demonstrated, but asserted on the strength of some plausible and sophistic reasoning that is taken for a demonstration, and therefore it was necessary for the real truth concerning divine things to be presented to men with fixed certainty by way of faith. Wholesome, therefore, is the arrangement of divine clemency, whereby things even that reason can investigate are commanded to be held on faith, so that all might be easily partakers of the knowledge of God, and that without doubt and error. Book 1, 109. Close quote. A still more striking example of Thomas's eminently sympathetic discussion of a most difficult problem is to be found in his treatment of the question of the resurrection of the body. The doctrine that men will rise again on the last day with the same bodies that they had while here on earth has been a stumbling block for the faith of a great many persons from the beginning of Christianity. In recent times, the discovery of the indestructibility of matter, far from lessening the skeptical elements in this problem as might have been anticipated, has rather emphasized them. While the material of which man's body was composed is never destroyed, it is broken up largely into its original elements, and is used over and over again in many natural processes, and even enters into the composition of other men's bodies during the long succeeding generations. Here is a problem upon which it would ordinarily be presumed at once that a philosophic writer of the 13th century could throw no possible light. We venture to say, however, that the following passage, which we quote from an article on St. Thomas in a recent copy of the Dublin Review, represents the best possible solution of the problem, even in the face of all our modern advance in science. Quote, "What does not bar numerical unity in a man while he lives on uninterruptedly," writes St. Thomas, clearly can be no bar to the identity of the arisen man with the man that was. In a man's body, while he lives, there are not always the same parts in respect of matter, but only in respect of species. In respect of matter there is a flux and reflux of parts. Still, that fact does not bar the man's numerical unity from the beginning to the end of his life. The form and species of the several parts continue throughout life, but the matter of the parts is dissolved by the natural heat, and new matter accrues through nourishment. Yet the man is not numerically different by the difference of his component parts at different ages, although it is true that the material composition of the man at one stage of his life is not his material composition at another. Addition is made from without to the stature of a boy without prejudice to his identity, for the boy and the adult are numerically the same man." In a word, Aquinas says that we recognize that the body of the boy and of the man are the same, though they are composed of quite different material. With this in mind, the problem of the resurrection takes on quite a new aspect from what it held before. What we would call attention to, however, is not so much the matter of the argument as the mode of it. It is essentially modern in every respect. Not only does Thomas know that the body changes completely during the course of years, but he knows that the agent by which the matter of the parts is dissolved is "the natural heat," while "new matter accrues through nourishment." The passage contains a marvelous anticipation of present day physiology, as well as a distinct contribution to Christian apologetics. This coordination of science and theology, though usually thought to be lacking among scholastic philosophers, is constantly typical of their mode of thought and discussion, and this example, far from being exceptional, is genuinely representative of them, as all serious students of scholasticism know. Perhaps the last thing for which the ordinary person would expect to find a great modern teacher recommending the reading of St. Thomas would be to find therein the proper doctrine with regard to liberty and the remedies of our modern social evils. Those who will recall, however, how well the generations of the 13th century faced social problems even more serious than ours, for the common people had no rights at all at the beginning of the century, yet secured them with such satisfaction as to lay the foundation of the modern history of liberty, will realize that the intellectual men of the time must have had a much better grasp of the principles underlying such problems than would otherwise be imagined. As a matter of fact, St. Thomas's treatment of society, its rights and duties, and the mutual relationship between it and the individual, is one of the triumphs of his wonderful work in ethics. It is no wonder, then, that the great Pope of the end of the 19th century, whose encyclicals showed that he understood very thoroughly these social evils of our time, recognized their tendencies and appreciated their danger, recommended as a remedy for them the reading of St. Thomas. Pope Leo said, "Domestic and civil society, even, which as all see, is exposed to great danger from the plague of perverse opinions, would certainly enjoy a far more peaceful and secure existence if more wholesome doctrine were taught in the academies and schools, one more in conformity with the teaching of the Church, such as is contained in the works of Thomas Aquinas." For the teachings of Thomas on the true meaning of liberty, which at this time is running into license, on the divine origin of all authority, on laws and their force, on the paternal and just rule of princes, on obedience to higher powers, on mutual charity one towards another, on all of these and kindred subjects, have very great and invincible force to overturn those principles of the new order which are well known to be dangerous to the peaceful order of things and to public safety." For this great Pope, however, there was no greater teacher of any of the serious philosophical, ethical, and theological problems than this saint of the 13th century. His position in the matter would only seem exaggerated to those who do not appreciate Pope Leo's marvelous practical intelligence and St. Thomas's exhaustive treatment of most of the questions that have always been uppermost in the minds of men. While, with characteristic humility, he considers himself scarcely more than a commentator on Aristotle, his natural genius was eminently original, and he added much more of his own than what he took from his master. There can be no doubt that his was one of the most gifted minds in all humanity's history, and that for profundity of intelligence he deserves to be classed with Plato and Aristotle, as his great disciple Dante is placed between Homer and Shakespeare. Those who know St. Thomas the best, and have spent their lives in the study of him, not only cordially welcomed, but ardently applauded Pope Leo's commendation of him, and considered that lofty as was his praise, there was not a word they would have changed even in such a laudatory passage as the following: "While, therefore, we hold that every word of wisdom, every useful thing by whomsoever discovered or planned, ought to be received with a willing and grateful mind, we exhort you, venerable brethren, in all earnestness, to restore the golden wisdom of St. Thomas, and to spread it far and wide for the defense and beauty of the Catholic faith, for the good of society, and for the advantage of all the sciences. The wisdom of St. Thomas, we say, for if anything is taken up with too great subtlety by the scholastic doctors, or too carelessly stated, if there is anything that ill agrees with the discoveries of a later age, or in a word improbable in whatever way, it does not enter our mind to propose that for imitation to our age. Let carefully selected teachers endeavor to implant the doctrines of Thomas Aquinas in the minds of students, and set forth clearly his solidity and excellence over others. Let the academies already founded, or to be founded by you, illustrate and defend this doctrine, and use it for refutation of prevailing errors. But, lest the false for the true, or the corrupt for the pure, be drunk in, be watchful that the doctrine of Thomas be drawn from his own fountains, or at least from those rivulets which derive from the very fount have thus far flowed, according to the established agreement of learned men, pure and clear. Be careful to guard the minds of youth from those which are said to flow thence, but in reality are gathered from strange and unwholesome streams." Tributes quite as laudatory are not lacking from modern secular writers, and while there have been many derogatory remarks, these have always come from men who either knew Aquinas only at second hand, or who confessed that they had been unable to read him understandingly. The praise all comes from men who have spent years in the study of his writings. A recent writer in the Dublin Review, January, 1906, sums up his appreciation of one of St. Thomas's works, his masterly book in philosophy, as follows: "The Summa contra Gentiles is an historical document of the first importance for the history of philosophy. In the variety of its contents, it is a perfect encyclopedia of the learning of the day. By it we can fix the high water mark of 13th century thought, for it contains the lectures of a doctor second to none in the great school of thought then flourishing, the University of Paris. It is by the study of such books that one enters into the mental life of the period at which they were written, not by the hasty perusals of histories of philosophy. No student of the Contra Gentiles is likely to acquiesce in the statement that the Middle Ages were a time when mankind seemed to have lost the power of thinking for themselves. Medieval people thought for themselves, thoughts curiously different from ours and profitable to study. Close quote. Here is a similar high tribute for Aquinas' great work on theology from his modern biographer, Father Vaughan. Quote, "The Summa Theologica is a mighty synthesis, thrown into technical and scientific form, of the Catholic traditions of East and West, of the infallible dicta of the sacred page, and of the most enlightened conclusions of human reason, gathered from the soaring intuitions of the Academy and the rigid severity of the Lyceum. Its author was a man endowed with the characteristic notes of the three great fathers of Greek philosophy. He possessed the intellectual honesty and precision of Socrates, the analytical keenness of Aristotle, and that yearning after wisdom and light which was the distinguishing mark of Plato the divine, and which has ever been one of the essential conditions of the highest intuitions of religion." Close quote. As a matter of fact, it was the very greatness of Thomas Aquinas, and the great group of contemporaries who were so close to him, that produced an unfortunate effect on subsequent thinking and teaching in Europe. These men were so surpassing in their grasp of the whole round of human thought, that their works came to be worshipped more or less as fetishes, and men did not think for themselves, but appealed to them as authorities. It is a great but an unfortunate tribute to the scholastics of the 13th century that subsequent generations for many hundred years not only did not think that they could improve on them, but even hesitated to entertain the notion that they could equal them. Turner, in his History of Philosophy, has pointed out this fact clearly and has attributed to it, to a great extent, the decadence of scholastic philosophy. Quote, "The causes of the decay of scholastic philosophy were both internal and external. The internal causes are to be found in the condition of scholastic philosophy at the beginning of the 14th century. The great work of Christian syncretism had been completed by the masters of the preceding period. Revelation and science had been harmonized. Contribution had been levied on the pagan philosophies of Greece and Arabia, and whatever truth these philosophies had possessed had been utilized to form the basis of a rational exposition of Christian revelation. The efforts of Roger Bacon and of Alfred the Great to reform scientific method had failed. The sciences were not cultivated. There was, therefore, no source of development, and nothing was left for the later scholastics except to dispute as to the meaning of principles, to comment on the text of this master or of that, and to subtilize to such an extent that scholasticism soon became a synonym for captious quibbling. The great Thomistic principle that in philosophy the argument from authority is the weakest of all arguments was forgotten. Aristotle, St. Thomas, or Scotus became the criterion of truth, and as Solomon, whose youthful wisdom had astonished the world, profaned his old age by the worship of idols, the philosophy of the schools in the days of its decadence turned from the service of truth to prostrate itself before the shrine of a master. Dialectic, which in the 13th century had been regarded as the instrument of knowledge, now became an object of study for the sake of display, and to this fault of method was added a fault of style, an uncouthness and barbarity of terminology which bewilder the modern reader." Close quote. The appreciation of St. Thomas in his own time is the greatest tribute to the critical faculty of the century that could be made. Quote, "Genius is praised but starves," close quote, in the words of the old Roman poet. Certainly most of the geniuses of the world have met with anything but their proper meed of appreciation in their own time. This is not true, however, during our 13th century. We have already shown how the artists, and especially Giotto, at the end of the 13th century Giotto was only 24 years old, were appreciated, and how much attention Dante began to attract from his contemporaries, and we may add that all the great scholars of the period had a following that ensured the wide publication of their works. at a time when this had to be accomplished by slow and patient hand labor. The appreciation for Thomas, indeed, came near proving inimical to his completion of his important works in philosophy and theology. Many places in Europe wanted to have the opportunity to hear him. We have only reintroduced the practice of exchanging university professors in very recent years. This was quite a common practice in the 13th century, however, and so St. Thomas, after having been professor at Paris and later at Rome, taught for a while at Naples and then at a number of the Italian universities. Everywhere he went, he was noted for the kindliness of his disposition and for his power to make friends. Looked upon as the greatest thinker of his time, it would be easy to expect that there would be some signs of consciousness of this, and as a consequence some of that unpleasant self-assertion which so often makes great intellectual geniuses unpopular. Thomas, however, never seems to have had any over-appreciation of his own talents, but realizing how little he knew compared to the whole round of knowledge, and how superficial his thinking was compared to the depth of the mysteries he was trying not to solve but to treat satisfactorily, it must be admitted that there was no question of conceit having a place in his life. This must account for the universal friendship of all who came in contact with him. The popes insisted on having him as a professor at the Roman university in which they were so much interested, and which they wished to make one of the greatest universities of the time. Here Thomas was brought in contact with ecclesiastics from all over the world and helped to form the mind of the time. Those who think the popes of the Middle Ages opposed to education should study the records of this Roman university. Thomas became the great friend of successive popes, some of whom had been brought in contact with him during his years of studying and teaching at Rome and Paris. This gave him many privileges and abundant encouragement, but finally came near ruining his career as a philosophic writer and teacher, since his papal friends wished to raise him to high ecclesiastical dignities. Urban IV seems first to have thought of this, but his successor, Clement IV, one of the noblest churchmen of the period, who had himself wished to decline the papacy, actually made out the bull, creating Thomas Archbishop of Naples. When this document was in due course presented to Aquinas, far from giving him any pleasure, it proved a source of grief and pain. He saw the chance to do his life work slipping from him. This was so evident to his friend the Pope that he withdrew the bull, and St. Thomas was left in peace during the rest of his career, and allowed to prosecute that one great object to which he had dedicated his mighty intellect. This was the summing up of all human knowledge in a work that would show the relation of the Creator to the creature, and apply the great principles of Greek philosophy to the sublime truths of Christianity. Had Thomas consented to accept the Archbishopric of Naples, in all human probability, as Thomas's great English biographer remarks, the Summa Theologica would never have been written. It seems not unlikely that the dignity was pressed upon him by the Pope, partly at the solicitation of powerful members of his family, who hoped in this to have some compensation for their relatives having abandoned his opportunities for military and worldly glory. It is fortunate that their efforts failed, and it is only one of the many examples in history of the short-sightedness there may be in considerations that seem founded on the highest human prudence. Thomas was left free then to go on with his great work, and during the next 5 years he applied every spare moment to the completion of his Summa. More students have pronounced this the greatest work ever written than is true for any other textbook that has ever been used in schools. That it should be the basis of modern theological teaching after 7 centuries is of itself quite sufficient to proclaim its merit. The men who are most enthusiastic about it are those who have used it the longest and who know it the best. St. Thomas's English biographer, the Very Reverend Roger Bede Vaughan, who is a worthy member of that distinguished Vaughan family who have given so many zealous ecclesiastics to the English Church and so many scholars to support the cause of Christianity, can scarcely say enough of this great work, nor of its place in the realm of theology. When it is recalled that Father Vaughan was not a member of St. Thomas's own order, the Dominicans, but of the Benedictines, it will be seen that it was not because of any esprit de corps, but out of the depths of his great admiration for the saint, that his words of praise were written. Quote, "It has been shown abundantly that no writer before the Angelical's day could have created a synthesis of all knowledge. The greatest of the classic fathers have been treated of, and the reasons of their inability are evident. As for the scholastics, who more immediately preceded the Angelical, their minds were not ripe for so great and complete a work. The fullness of time had not yet come. Very possibly, had not Albert the Great and Alexander of Hales preceded him, St. Thomas would not have been prepared to write his master work, just as, most probably, Newton would never have discovered the law of gravitation, had it not been for the previous labors of Galileo and Kepler. But just as the English astronomer stands solitary in his greatness, though surrounded and succeeded by men of extraordinary eminence, so also the Angelical stands by himself alone. Although Albert Magnus was a genius, Alexander was a theological king, and Bonaventure a seraphic doctor. Just as the Principia is a work unique, unreachable, so too is the Summa Theologica of the great Angelical. Just as Dante stands alone among the poets, so stands St. Thomas in the schools." Close quote. Probably the most marvelous thing about the life of St. Thomas is his capacity for work. His written books fill up some 20 folios in their most complete edition. This of itself would seem to be enough to occupy a lifetime without anything more. His written works, however, represent apparently only the products of his hours at leisure. He was only a little more than 50 when he died, and he had been a university professor at Cologne, at Bologna, at Paris, at Rome, and at Naples. In spite of the amount of work that he was thus asked to do, his order, the Dominicans, constantly called on him to busy himself with certain of its internal affairs. On one occasion at least, he visited England in order to attend a Dominican chapter at Oxford, and the better part of several years at Paris was occupied with his labors to secure for his brethren a proper place in the university, so that they might act as teachers and yet have suitable opportunities for the education and the discipline of the members of the order. Verily, it would seem as though his days must have been at least twice as long as those of the ordinary scholar and student to accomplish so much. Yet he is only a type of the monks of the Middle Ages, of whom so many people seem to think that their principal tasks were to be fat and lazy. Thomas was fat, as we know from the picture of him which shows him before a desk from which a special segment had been removed to accommodate more conveniently a rather abnormal abdominal development. But as to laziness, surely the last thing that would occur to anyone who knows anything about him would be to accuse him of it. Clearly, those who accept the ancient notion of monkish laziness will never understand the Middle Ages. The great educational progress of the 13th century was due almost entirely to monks. There is another extremely interesting side to the intellectual character of Thomas Aquinas, which is usually not realized by the ordinary student of philosophy and theology, and still less perhaps by those who are interested in him from an educational standpoint. This is his poetical faculty. For Thomas, as for many of the great intellectual geniuses of the modern time, the sacrament of the Holy Eucharist was one of the most wondrously satisfying devotional mysteries of Christianity, and the subject of special devotion. In our own time the great Cardinal Newman manifested this same attitude of mind. Thomas, because of his well-known devotion to the Blessed Sacrament, was asked by the Pope to write the office for the then recently established feast of Corpus Christi. There are always certain hymns incorporated in the offices of the different feast days. It might ordinarily have been expected that a scholar like Aquinas would write the prose portions of the office, leaving the hymns for some other hand, or selecting hymns from some older sacred poetry. Thomas, however, wrote both the hymns and prose, and, surprising as it may be, his hymns are some of the most beautiful that have ever been composed and remain the admiration of posterity. It must not be forgotten in this regard that Thomas's career occurred during the period when Latin hymn writing was at its apogee. The Dies Irae and the Stabat Mater were both written during the 13th century, and the most precious Latin hymns of all times were composed during the century and a half from 1150 to 1300. Aquinas' hymns do not fail to challenge comparison even with the greatest of these. While he had an eminently devotional subject, it must not be forgotten that certain supremely difficult theological problems were involved in the expression of the devotion to the Blessed Sacrament. In spite of the difficulties, Thomas succeeded in making not only good theology, but great poetry. A portion of one of his hymns, the Tantum Ergo, has been perhaps more used in church services than any other, with the possible exception of the Dies Irae. Another one of his beautiful hymns that especially deserves to be admired is less well known, and so I have ventured to quote 3 selected stanzas of it as an illustration of Thomas's command over rhyme and rhythm in the Latin tongue. Adoro te devote latens deitas, quae sub his figuris vere latitas, tibi se cor meum totum subjicit, quia te contemplans totum deficit. Visus, tactus, gustus in te fallitor, sed auditor solo tu te creditor. Credo quid dixit Dei filius, nihil veritas verbo verius. And the less musical but wonderfully significant 4th stanza. Plagas sicut Thomas non intuetur, Deum tamen meum te confiteor. Fac me tibi semper magis credere, in te spem habere, te diligere. The following translation, made by Justice O'Hagan, renders sense and sound into English as adequately, perhaps, as is possible. Hidden God, devoutly I adore thee, truly present underneath these veils. All my heart subdues itself before thee, since it all before thee faints and fails. Not to sight or taste or touch be credit, hearing only do we trust secure. I believe, for God the Son hath said it, word of truth that ever shall endure. Though I look not on thy wounds with Thomas, thee my Lord and thee my God I call. Make me more and more believe thy promise, hope in thee and love thee over all. End of translation of poem. Only the ardent study of many years will give anything like an adequate idea of the great schoolman's universal genius. I am content if I have conveyed a few hints that will help to a beginning of an acquaintance with one of the half-dozen supreme minds of our race. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the 13th, Greatest of Centuries, by James Walsh. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. St. Louis the Monarch. If large numbers of men are to be ruled by one of their number, as seems more or less inevitable in the ordinary course of things, then without doubt the best model of what such a monarch's life should be is to be found in that of Louis IX, who for nearly half a century was the ruler of France during our period. Of all the rulers of men of whom we have record in history, he probably took his duties more seriously, with more regard for others, and least for himself and for his family. There is not a single relation of life in which he is not distinguished, and in which his career is not worth studying as an example of what can be done by a simple, earnest, self-forgetful man to make life better and happier for all those who come in contact with him. His relations with his mother are those of an affectionate son, in whom indeed, from his easy compliance with her wishes in his younger years, one might suspect some weakness, but whose strength of character is displayed at every turn once he himself assumed the reins of government. After many years of ruling, however, when his departure on the crusade compelled him to be absent from the kingdom, it was to her he turned again to act as his representative, and the wisdom of the choice no one can question. As a husband, Louis's life was a model, and though he could not accomplish the impossible, and was not able to keep the relations of his mother and his wife as cordial as he would have liked them to be, judging from human experience generally, it is hard to think this constitutes any serious blot on his fair name. As a father, few men have ever thought less of material advantages for their children, or more of the necessity for having them realize that happiness in life does not consist in the possession of many things, but rather in the accomplishment of duty, and in the recognition of the fact that the giving of happiness to others constitutes the best source of felicity for one's self. His letters and instructions to his children, as preserved for us by Joinville and other contemporaries, give us perhaps the most taking picture of the man that we have, and round out a personality which, while it has in the telling French phrase the defects of its virtues, is surely one of the most beautiful characters that has ever been seen upon earth, in a man who took an active and extremely important part in the great events of the world of his time. The salient points of his character are his devotion to the three great needs of humanity as they present themselves in his time. He made it the aim of his life that men should have justice and education, and when for any misfortune they needed it, charity, and every portion of his career is taken up with successful achievement in these great departments of social action. It is well known that when he became conscious that the judges sometimes abused their power and gave sentences for partial reasons, the monarch himself took up the onerous duty of hearing appeals, and succeeded in making the judges of his kingdom realize that only the strictest justice would save them from the king's displeasure and condign punishment. For any unjust judge there was short shrift. The old tree at Versailles, under which he used to hear the causes of the poor who appealed to him, stood for many centuries as a reminder of Louis's precious effort to make the dispensing of justice equal to all men. When the duty of hearing appeals took up too much of his time, it was transferred to worthy shoulders, and so the important phase of jurisprudence in France relating to appeals came to be thoroughly established as a part of the organic law of the kingdom. As regards education, too much cannot be said of Louis's influence. It is to him more than to anybody else that the University of Paris owes the success it achieved as a great institution of learning at the end of the 13th century. Had the monarch been opposed to the spread of education with any idea that it might possibly undermine his authority, had he even been indifferent to it, Paris would not have come to be the educational center of the world. As it was, Louis not only encouraged it in every way, but also acted as the patron of great subsidiary institutions which were to add to its prestige and enhance its facilities. Among the most noteworthy is the Sorbonne, La Sainte Chapelle deserves to be mentioned, however, and the library attached to it, which owed its foundation and development to Louis, were important factors in attracting students to Paris and in furnishing them interestingly suggestive material for thought and the development of taste during their residence there. His patronage of Vincent of Beauvais, the encyclopedist, was but a further manifestation of his interest in everything educational. His benefactions to the Hôtel Dieu must be considered rather under the head of charity, and yet they also serve to represent his encouragement of medical education and of the proper care for the poor in educated hands. Voltaire, to whom Louis's character as a supreme believer in a revealed religion must have been so utterly unsympathetic, and whose position as the historical symbol of all that Voltaire most held in antipathy and medievalism, might have been expected to make the French philosopher avoid mention of him, since he could not condemn, has been forced into some striking utterances in praise of Louis, one of which we quote. Louis IX appeared to be a prince destined to reform Europe, if she could have been reformed, to render France triumphant and civilized, and to be in all things a pattern for men. His piety, which was that of an anchorite, did not deprive him of any kingly virtue. A wise economy took nothing from his liberality. A profound policy was combined with strict justice, and he is perhaps the only sovereign who is entitled to this praise. Prudent and firm in council, intrepid without rashness in his wars, he was as compassionate as if he had always been unhappy. No man could have carried virtue further." Guizot, the French statesman and historian, whose unbending Calvinism made the men and institutions of the Middle Ages almost incomprehensible to him from their Catholic aspects, has much of good to say of Louis, though there is not wanting rather definite evidence of the reluctance of his admiration. "The world has seen more profound politicians on the throne, greater generals, men of more mighty and brilliant intellect, princes who have exercised a more powerful influence over later generations and events subsequent to their own times, but it has never seen such a king as this St. Louis, never seen a man possessing sovereign power and yet not contracting the vices and passions which attend it, displaying upon the throne in such a high degree every human virtue purified and ennobled by Christian faith. St. Louis did not give any new or personal impulse to his age. He did not strongly influence the nature or the development of civilization in France, whilst he endeavored to reform the gravest abuses of the feudal system by the introduction of justice and public order. He did not endeavor to abolish it either by the substitution of pure monarchy, or by setting class against class in order to raise the royal authority high above it. He was neither an egotist nor a scheming diplomat. He was, in all sincerity, in harmony with his age and sympathetic alike with the faith, the institutions, the customs, and the tastes of France in the 13th century. And yet, both in the 13th century and in later times, St. Louis stands apart as a man of profoundly original character, an isolated figure without any peer among his contemporaries or his successors. As far as it was possible in the Middle Ages, he was an ideal man, king, and Christian." Guizot goes even further than this when he says, "It is reported that in the 17th century, during the brilliant reign of Louis XIV, Montecuculi, on learning of the death of his illustrious rival Turenne, said to his officers, 'A man has died today who did honor to mankind.' St. Louis did honor to France, to royalty, to humanity, and to Christianity. This was the feeling of his contemporaries, and after 6 centuries it is still confirmed by the judgment of the historian." Of Lewis's wonderful influence for good as a ruler, all historians are agreed in talking in the highest terms. His private life, however, is even more admirable for our purpose of bringing out the greatness of the 13th century. Of course, many legends and myths have gathered around his name, but still enough remains of the absolutely trustworthy tradition and even documentary evidence to make it very clear that he was a man among men, a nobleman of nature's making, who in any position of life would have acquitted himself with a perfection sure to make his life worthy of admiration. One of the most striking traits of his character is his love of justice, his insatiable desire to render to all men what was rightly theirs. A biographer has told the story that gives the most telling proof of this in relating to the solicitude with which he tried to right all the wrongs not only of his own reign, but those of his predecessors before he set out on the crusade. He wished to have the absolute satisfaction that he nor his owed any man any reparation, as the most precious treasure he could take with him on his perilous expedition. He wished even to undo any wrongs that might have been done in his name, though he was entirely unconscious of them. As he wished to be in a state of grace at the moment of departure, and to take with him to the Holy Land a quiet conscience by leaving the kingdom in as happy a condition as possible, he resolved to carry out one of the noblest measures ever undertaken by a king. By his orders, inquisitors were sent into all the provinces annexed to the royal dominion since the accession of Philip Augustus. All those who had been maltreated or despoiled by the bailiffs, seneschals, provosts, sergeants, and other representatives of the royal authority, came to declare their wrongs to these newly appointed judges, and to demand the reparation which was due to them. The number was great, since for 40 years there had been much suffering in the country districts and even in the towns. The royal officers had too often acted as if they were in a conquered country. They believed themselves to be safe from observation, so that they might do as they pleased. The people had much to endure during these 40 years, and it was a noble idea to make reparations freely and with elaborate care. No prince had been known of his own accord and at his own cost to redress the wrongs inflicted on the people during the reigns of his father and grandfather. This made an immense impression, which lasted for centuries. Blanche's son was not merely a good king, he became the unrivaled sovereign, the impeccable judge, the friend and consoler of his subjects." It is no wonder that so inappeasable a lover of justice should commend that virtue above all others to his son. When we read his letters to that son who was to be his successor, in the light of Lewis's own career, we appreciate with what utter sincerity they were written. Lewis realized that simple justice between men would undo more of the world's wrongs than most of the vaunted cures for social ills, which are only too often the result of injustice. "Dear son," he writes in his instruction, "if you come to reign, do that which befits a king. That is, be so just as to deviate in nothing from justice, whatever may befall you. If a poor man goes to law with one who is rich, support the poor rather than the rich man until you know the truth. And when the truth is known, do that which is just. And if it happens that any man has a dispute with yourself, maintain the cause of your adversary before the council, so as not to appear partial to your own cause until the truth is known. Unless you do this, those who are of the council may fear to speak against you, and this ought not to be. And if you find that you possess anything unjustly acquired, either in your time or in that of your predecessors, make restitution at once, however great its value, either in land, money, or any other thing. If the matter is doubtful and you cannot find out the truth, follow the advice of trusty men, and make such an agreement as may fully deliver your soul and that of your predecessors. If you hear that your predecessors have made restitution of anything, take great trouble to discover if anything more should be restored, and if you find that this is the case, restore it at once, so as to deliver your own soul and that of your predecessors." Quote, "The education of his children, their future position and well-being, engrossed the attention of the king as entirely, and were subjects of as keen an interest as if he had been a father with no other task than the care of his children. After supper they followed him to his apartment, where he made them sit around him for a time whilst he instructed them in their duty. He then sent them to bed. He would direct their attention particularly to the good and bad actions of princes. He used to visit them in their own apartment when he had any leisure, inquire as to their progress, and, like a second Tobias, give them excellent instruction. On Maundy Thursday he and his children used to wash the feet of a dozen poor persons, give them large alms, and afterward wait upon them whilst they dined. The king, together with his son-in-law, King Thibaud, whom he loved and looked upon as his own son, carried the first poor man to the hospital of Compiègne, and his two oldest sons, Louis and Philippe, carried the second. They were accustomed to act with him in all things, showing him great reverence, and he desired that they and Thibaud should also obey him implicitly in everything that he commanded." Anyone who still retains any trace of the old-fashioned notion, which used to be unfortunately a commonplace among English-speaking people, that the medieval monks were unworthy of their great calling, and that the monasteries were the homes of lazy, fat-witted men whose only object in taking up the life was to secure an easy means of livelihood, will be thoroughly undeceived if he but read with some attention the story of Louis's relations to the monasteries. In all his journeys he stopped in them, he always asked to see their libraries, he insisted on not being treated better than the community, and in every way he tried to show his esteem for them. There is a story which may or may not be true in the Little Flowers of St. Francis, which comes from almost a contemporary source, however, that once on his travels he called on Brother Giles, the famous simple-minded companion of St. Francis, of whom many delightfully humorous stories are told. Brother Giles received his affectionate greeting, but said never a word in return. After the first words the king himself said nothing, but both sat and communed in silence for some time, and then the king departed apparently well pleased with his visit. Needless to say, when Brother Giles told the story of the King of France having called on him, there was a commotion in the community, but by this time the king was far distant on his way. Indeed, Louis took so many opportunities to stop in monasteries and follow monastic regulations as to prayer and the taking of meals while there, that he quite disgusted some of the members of his retinue who were most with him. One of the ladies of the court, in her impatience at him for this, is once said to have remarked under such indiscreet circumstances that it was reported to Louis, that she wished they had a man and not a monk for a king. Louis is said to have asked her very gently if she would prefer that he spend most of his time in sport and excesses of various kinds. Even such remarks, however, had no effect in turning him from his purpose to live as simply and as beneficently for others as possible. His genuine appreciation of the monks must be recognized from his wishes with regard to his children. On the other hand, his readiness to secure their happiness as far as possible in the way they wish for themselves shows the tenderness of his father's heart. A modern biographer has said of him, quote, He was very anxious that his three children born in the East during the Crusade, Jean Tristan, Pierre, and Blanche, and even his eldest daughter Isabella, should enter the monastic life, which he looked upon as the most likely to ensure their salvation. He frequently exhorted them to take this step, writing letters of the greatest tenderness and piety, especially to his daughter Isabella. But as they did not show any taste for it, he did not attempt to force their inclinations. Thenceforth he busied himself in making suitable marriages for them, and establishing them according to their rank. At the same time he gave them the most judicious advice as to their conduct and actions in the world upon which they were entering. When he was before Tunis and found that he was sick unto death, he gave the instructions which he had written out in French with his own hand to his eldest son Philip. They are models of virtue, wisdom, and paternal tenderness, worthy of a king and a Christian." Perhaps the most interesting feature of St. Louis's life was his treatment of the poor. He used literally to recall the fact that they must stand to him in the place of God. "Whatever you do to the least of these, you do even unto me," was a favorite expression frequently in his mouth. He waited on them personally, and no matter how revolting their appearance would not be deterred from this personal service. It is easy to understand that his courtiers did not sympathize with this state of mind, though Louis used to encourage them not only by his example, but by personal persuasion. Every Holy Thursday he used to wash the feet of 12 poor people at a public ceremonial, in honor of the washing of the feet of the apostles by Christ. It must not be thought, moreover, that such a proceeding was perhaps less repugnant to the feelings of the men of that time than they are to the present generation. It might be considered that the general paucity of means for maintaining personal cleanliness in medieval times would make the procedure less disgusting. As a proof of the contrary of this, we have the words of Joinville, who tells of the following conversation. "Many a time," says Joinville, "I have seen him cut their bread for them, and pour out their drink. One day he asked me if I washed the feet of the poor on Maundy Thursday. 'Sire,' I answered, 'what, the feet of those dirty wretches? No, indeed, I shall never wash them.' 'Truly,' replied the king, 'you have spoken ill, for you ought not to despise that which God intended for your instruction. I pray you, therefore, first of all for the love of God, and then by your love towards me, that you make a habit of washing their feet." Even more striking than this, however, was his attitude toward the lepers of the time. These poor creatures were compelled to live apart from the population, and were not allowed to approach healthy individuals. They were of exceeding interest to Louis, however, who took every opportunity to mitigate the trials and hardships of their existence. Whenever he met them on his journeys, he insisted on abundant alms being given them, and gave orders that every possible provision for their welfare, consonant with the care that their affliction should not be permitted to spread, be made for them. Over and over again he greeted them as his brothers, and when his retinue feared to approach them, would himself go to them, in order to console them by his words and his exhibition of personal interest. There is an incident told of his having on one occasion, when a muddy stream intervened between him and some lepers, forded the stream alone in order to get to them, and neither any personal fear of contagion nor any natural repugnance was permitted to deter him from this sublime work of charity. It is no wonder that his people proclaimed him a saint, that is, one who thinks first of others and only second of himself, even during his lifetime. The only supposed blot upon Louis's character is the denunciation by certain modern writers of what they call the fanaticism which prompted him to go into the Crusades instead of remaining at home properly to care for his people. The opinion with regard to the place that must be assigned to the Crusades as a factor in history and national as well as European development has changed very much in recent years. Formerly it was the custom almost entirely to condemn them and look upon them as a serious mistake. Such ideas, however, are only entertained by those who do not realize the conditions under which they were undertaken or the important results which flowed from them. Bishop Stubbs, in his lectures on medieval and modern history, delivered while he was professor of history at Oxford, has been at some pains to correct this false notion, and his passage constitutes one of the best apologies for Louis's interest in the Crusades which could be written. He said, "The Crusades are not, in my mind, either the popular delusions that our cheap literature has determined them to be, nor papal conspiracies against kings and peoples, as they appear to Protestant controversialists, nor the savage outbreak of expiring barbarism, thirsting for blood and plunder, nor volcanic explosions of religious intolerance. I believe them to have been in their deep sources, and in the minds of their best champions, and in the main tendency of their results, capable of ample justification. They were the first great effort of medieval life to go beyond the pursuit of selfish and isolated ambitions. They were the trial feat of the young world, essaying to use, to the glory of God and the benefit of man, the arms of its new knighthood. That they failed in their direct object is only what may be alleged against almost every great design which the great Disposer of events has molded to help the world's progress, for the world has grown wise from the experience of failure rather than by the winning of high aims. That the good they did was largely leavened with evil may be said of every war that has ever been waged. That bad men rose by them while good men fell is and must be true wherever and whenever the race is to the swift and the battle to the strong. But that in the end they were a benefit to the world, no one who reads can doubt, and that in their course they brought out a love for all that is heroic in human nature, the love of freedom, the honor of prowess, sympathy with sorrow, perseverance to the last, the chronicles of the age abundantly proving moreover that it was by the experience of these times that the forms of those virtues were realized and presented to posterity." With the stigma of supposed imprudence or foolhardiness for having gone on the crusade turned into a new cause of honor, Louis must be considered as possibly the greatest monarch who ever occupied an important throne. Instead of being surprised that such a monarch should have come in the heart of the Middle Ages and during a century so distant as the 13th, readers must now be ready to appreciate, to some degree at least, the fact that his environment, instead of being a hindrance in any sense of the word to the development of Louis's greatness, should rather be considered as one of the principal sources of it. Louis's character was representative of the men of that time, and exhibits in their most striking form the qualities that were set up as ideals in that period. If the century had produced nothing else but Louis, it would have been considered as a great epoch in history, for he was no mere accident, but typically a son of his age. If this is but properly appreciated, the true significance not only of Louis's life, but the period in which he lived, will be better understood than would be possible by any other means. Those who want to know the men of this wonderful century as they actually were, should study Louis's life in detail, for we have been only able to hint at its most striking characteristics. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the 13th. Greatest of Centuries by James Walsh. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Dante the Poet. It is only too often the custom to talk of Dante as a solitary phenomenon in his time. Even Carlyle, who knew well and properly appreciated many things in medieval life and letters, and especially in the literary productions of the 13th century, said that in Dante, quote, 10 silent centuries found a voice. Close quote. Anyone who has followed what we have had to say with regard to the 13th century will no longer think of Dante as standing alone, but will readily appreciate that he is only the fitting culmination of a great literary era. After having gone over even as hurriedly as has been necessary in our brief space what was accomplished in every country of Europe in literature that was destined to live not only because of the greatness of the thoughts, but also for the ultimateness of its expression, we should expect some surpassing literary genius at the end of the period. It seems almost inevitable, indeed, that a supreme poet, whose name stands above all others but one or two at the most in the whole history of the race, should have lived in the 13th century, and should have summed up effectually in himself all the greatness of the century, and enshrine its thought in undying verse for all future generations. While Dante himself dares to place his name with those of the men whom he considered the 5 greatest poets of all time, it seems sublimest egotism. At first, though many will at once conclude that his reason for doing so was, that in the unlettered times his critical faculty was not well developed, and as he knew that his work far surpassed those of his contemporaries, he could scarcely help but conclude that his place must be among the great poets. Any such thought, however, is entirely due to lack of knowledge of the conditions of Dante's life and education. He had been in the universities of Italy, and in his exile had visited Paris and probably also Oxford. He knew the poets of his country well. He appreciated them highly. It was the conscientiousness of genius that made him place himself so high and not any faulty comparison with others. Succeeding generations have set him even higher than the place chosen by himself, and now we breathe his name only with those of Homer and Shakespeare, considering that these 3 sublime immortals are so far above all the other poets that there is scarcely a second to them. Dante is the most universal of poets. He has won recognition from all nations, and he has been the favorite reading of the most diverse times and conditions of men. From the very beginning he has been appreciated, and even before his death men had begun to realize something of the supremacy of his greatness. Commentaries on his work that have been preserved down to our own day were written almost during his lifetime. Only supreme interest could have tempted men to multiply these by the hard labor of patient handwriting. Petrarch, who as a young man was his contemporary, recognized him as the prince of Italian poets who had composed in their common tongue, and even was tempted to say that the subtle and profound conceptions of the Commedia could not have been written without the special gift of the Holy Ghost. Boccaccio, who wont to speak of him as the divine poet, tells us that he had learned that Petrarch deliberately held aloof from the Commedia through fear of losing his originality if he came under the spell of so great a master. Very few realize how great a poet Dante must be considered, even if only the effusions of his younger years were to be taken as the standard of his poetical ability. Some of his sonnets are as beautiful of their kind as are to be found in this form of poetry. His description of his lady love is famous among sonnets of lovers, and may only be compared with some of the sonnets from the Portuguese in our own day, or with one or two of the Camões' original sonnets in the Portuguese, for lofty praise of the beloved in worthy members. After reading Dante's sonnets, it is easy to understand how a half century later Petrarch was able to raise the sonnet form to an excellence that was never to be surpassed. With a beginning like this, it is no wonder that the sonnet became so popular in Europe during the next 3 centuries, and that every young poet down to Shakespeare's time had an attack of sonneteering just as he might have had an attack of the measles. The first one of a pair of sonnets that are considered supreme in their class deserves a place here as an example of Dante's poetic faculty in this form, for which he is so much less known than he ought to be. He sees completely fullest bliss abound, who among ladies sees my lady's face. Those that with her do go are surely bound to give God thanks for such exceeding grace. And in her beauty such strange might is found, that envy finds in other hearts no place. So she makes them walk with her, clothed all round with love and faith and courteous gentleness. The sight of her makes all things lowly be, nor of herself alone she gives delight, but each thought her receiveth honour due, and in her acts in such great courtesy, that none can recollect that wondrous sight, who sighs not for it in love's sweetness true. It will be noted that Dante has nothing to say of the personal appearance of his beloved. This is true, however, of the whole series of poems to and about her. He never seems to have thought for a moment of her physical qualities. What he finds worthy to praise is her goodness, which shines out from her features, so that every one rejoices in it, while a sweetness fills the heart, as if a heavenly visitor had come. For him, her supreme quality is that, with all her beauty, envy finds no place in others' hearts, because she is so clothed around with love and faith and courteous gentleness. It has often been said that Shakespeare did not describe the physical appearance of his heroines, because he realized that this meant very little. But then Shakespeare had to write for the stage, and realized that blondes and brunettes, especially in the olden time, could not be made to order, and that it was better to leave the heroine's physical appearance rather vague. It would be expected, however, that Dante, with his southern temperament, would have dwelt on the physical perfections of his fair. The next sonnet, however, of the best known group, emphasizes his abstraction of all physical influence in the matter, and insists on her goodness and the womanly beauty of her character. It will be found in our chapter on Women of the Century. In his earlier years, Dante considered himself one of the troubadours, and there can be no doubt that if he had never written the Divine Comedy, he still would have been remembered as one of the great poets who wrote of love in this 13th century. Not only does he deserve a place among the greatest of Minnesingers, the Trouvères, and the Troubadours, but he is perhaps the greatest of them. That he should have sung as he did at the end of the century only shows that he was in the stream of literary evolution, and not being merely carried idly along, but helping to guide it into ever fairer channels. Dante's minor poems would have made enduring fame for any poet of less genius than himself. His prose works deserve to be read by anyone who wishes to know the character of this greatest of poets, and also to appreciate what the educational environment of the 13th century succeeded in making out of good intellectual material when presented to it. Dante's works are the real treasure of information of the most precious kind with regard to the century, since they provide the proper standpoint from which to view all that it accomplished. While Dante was a supreme singer among the poets of a great song time, it was only natural, in the light of what we know about the literary product of the rest of this century, that he should have put into epic form the supreme product of his genius. With the great national epics in every country of Europe, the Cid, the Arthur legends, and the Nibelungen, at the beginning of this century, and the epical poems of the Meistersingers during its first half, it is not surprising, but on the contrary, rather what might have been confidently looked for, that there should have arisen a great national epic in Italy before the end of the century. The Gothic art movement spread through all these countries, and so did the wind of the spirit of aesthetic accomplishment, which blew the flame of national literature in each country into a mighty blaze that not only was never to be extinguished, but was to be a beacon light in the realm of national literatures forever after. We have already said a word of the well-known contemporary admiration for the poet, but it should be realized that due appreciation of Dante continued in Italy during all the time when Italian art and literature was at its highest. It dwindled only at periods of decadence and lack of taste. Cornelius's law with regard to Dante's influence on art is very well known. Italian art, according to him, has been strong and vigorous just in proportion as it has worked under Dante's influence, while it became weak and sensuous as that influence declined. This has held true from the very beginning, and has been as true for literature as for art. When the Italians became interested in trivialities, and gave themselves up to weak imitations of the classics, or to pastoral poetry that was not a real expression of feeling but a passing fancy of literary folk, then Dante was for a time in obscurity. Even at the height of the Renaissance, however, when Greek was at the acme of its interest, and the classics occupied so much attention that Dante might be expected to be eclipsed, the great thinkers and critics of the time still worshipped at the shrine of that great master of Italian verse. The best proof of this is to be found in Michelangelo's famous sonnets in praise of Dante, the second of which would seem to exhaust all that can be said in praise of a brother poet. Quote, "Into the dark abyss he made his way, both nether worlds he saw, and in the might of his great soul beheld God's splendor bright, and gave to us on earth true light of day, star of supremest worth with its clear ray. Heaven's secrets he revealed to us through our dim sight, and had for guerdon what the base world's spite oft gives to souls that noblest grace display. Full ill was Dante's life work understood, his purpose high by that ungrateful state, that welcomed all with kindness but the good. Would I were such to bear like evil fate, to taste his exile, share his lofty mood. For this I'd gladly give all earth calls great." Close quote. In this first of this pair of sonnets, however, Michelangelo gave, if possible, even higher praise than this. It will be recalled that he himself, besides being the greatest of sculptors and one of the greatest painters and architects in a wonderfully productive period, was also a very great poet. The sonnets to Dante, the one to his Crucifix, the one to Vittoria Colonna, are the best proof of this. He knew how to chisel thoughts into wonderfully suitable words quite as well as marble into the beautiful forms that grew under his hands. With all his greatness, and he must have been conscious of it, he thinks that he would be perfectly willing to give up all that earth calls great, simply to share Dante's lofty mood even in his exile. No greater tribute has ever been paid by one poet to another than this, and Michelangelo's genius was above all critical, never thoughtlessly laudatory. As emphasizing the highest enlightened state of a great epoch, this has seemed to deserve a place here also. Quote, "What should be said of him, speech may not tell. His splendor is too great for men's dim sight, and easier 'twere to blame our foes aright, than for his poorest gifts to praise him well. He tracked the path that leads to depths of hell, to teach us wisdom scaled the eternal height, and heaven with open gates did him invite. Who in his own loved city might not dwell, ungrateful country, step dame of his fate, to her own loss full proof we have in this, that souls most perfect bear the greatest woe. Of thousand things suffice in this to state, no exile ever was unjust as his, nor did the world his equal ever know. Close quote. In England, in spite of distance of country, race, and language, the appreciation of Dante began very early. Readers of Chaucer know the great Italian as the favorite poet of the father of English poetry, and over again he has expressed the feeling of how much greater than anything he could hope to do was Dante's accomplishment. Readers will remember how Chaucer feels unable to tell the story of Ugolino and his starving sons in the Hunger Tower, and refers those interested in the conclusion of the tale to Dante. After the religious revolt of the early 16th century, Dante was lost sight of to a great extent. His temper was too catholic to be appreciated by Puritan England, and the Elizabethans were too much occupied with their own creation of a greater national literature to have any time for appreciation of a foreigner so different in spirit from their times. With the coming of the Oxford movement, however, Dante at once sprang into favor, and a number of important critical appreciations of him reintroduced him to a wide-reading public in England, most of whom were among the most cultured of the island. This renewed interest in Dante gave rise to some of the best critical appreciations in any language. Dean Church's famous essay is the classic English monograph on Dante, and its opening paragraph sounds the keynote of critical opinions among English-speaking people. Quote, "The Divine Commedia is one of the landmarks of history. More than a magnificent poem, more than the beginning of a language and the opening of a national literature, more than the inspirer of art and the glory of a great people, it is one of those rare and solemn monuments of the mind's power which measure and test what it can reach to, which rise up ineffaceably and forever as time goes on, marking out its advance by grander divisions than its centuries, and adopted as epics by the consent of all who come after. It stands with the Iliad and Shakespeare's plays, with the writing of Aristotle and Plato, with the Novum Organon and the Principia, with Justinian's Code, with the Parthenon and St. Peter's. It is the first Christian poem, and it opens European literature as the Iliad did that of Greece and Rome. And like the Iliad, it has never become out of date. It accompanies in undiminished freshness the literature which it began." Close quote. No better introduction to Dante could be obtained than this from Dean Church. Those who have found it difficult to get interested in the great Florentine poet, and who have been prone to think that perhaps the pretending liking for him on the part of many people was an affectation rather than a sincere expression of opinion, should read this essay and learn something of the wealth and sympathy there is in Dante for even the man of these modern times. Our 13th century poet is not easy to read, but there is probably no reading in all the world that brings with it so much of intellectual satisfaction, so much of awakening of the best feelings in man, so many glimpses into the depths of his being, as some lines from Dante pondered under favorable circumstances. Like one of these Gothic cathedrals of the olden times, he never grows old, but, on the contrary, every favorite passage seems to have a new message for each mood of the reader. This is particularly true for the spiritual side of man's being, as has been pointed out by Dean Church in a well-known passage toward the end of his essay. Quote, "Those who know the Divine Commedia best will best know how hard it is to be the interpreter of such a mind, but they will sympathize with the wish to call attention to it. They know, and would wish others also to know, not by hearsay, but by experience, the power of that wonderful poem. They know its austere yet submitting beauty. They know what force there is in its free and earnest and solemn verse to strengthen, to tranquilize, to console. It is a small thing that it has the secret of nature and man, that a few keen words have opened their eyes to new sights in earth and sea and sky, have taught them new mysteries of sound, have made them recognize in distinct image of thought fugitive feelings, or their unheeded expression by look or gesture or motion, that it has enriched the public and collective memory of society with new instances, never to be lost, of human feeling and fortune, has charmed mind and ear by the music of its stately march, and the variety and completeness of its plan. But besides this, they know how often its seriousness has put to shame their trifling, its magnanimity their faint-heartedness, its living energy their indolence, its stern and sad grandeur rebuked low thoughts, its thrilling tenderness overcome sullenness and assuaged distress, its strong faith quelled despair and soothed perplexity, its vast grasp imparted the sense of harmony to the view of clashing truth. They know how often they have found in times of trouble, if not light, at least that deep sense of reality, permanent though unseen, which is more than light can always give, in the view which it has suggested to them of the judgments and love of God. As might be expected, from the fact of Dante's English popularity paralleling the Oxford movement, both the great English cardinals who were such prominent agents in that movement looked upon him as a favorite author. Both of them have given him precious tributes. Newman's lofty compliment was the flattery of imitation when he wrote the Dream of Gerontius, that poem for poets, which has told the men of our generation more about the immediate hereafter than anything written in these latter centuries. No poet of the intervening period, or of any other time, has so satisfactorily presented the after world as these writers, so distant in time, so different in environment, the one an Italian of the 13th, the other an Englishman of the 19th century. Cardinal Manning's tribute was much more formal, though not less glorious. It occurs in the introduction to Father Bowden's English edition of the German critic Hettinger's appreciation of Dante, and deserves a place here because it shows how much a representative modern churchman thinks of the great Florentine poet. Quote, "There are three works which always seems to me to form a triad of dogma, of poetry, and of devotion: the Summa of St. Thomas, the Divine Commedia, and the Paradisus Animae, a manual of devotional exercises by Hortius. All three contain the same outline of faith. St. Thomas traces it on the intellect, Dante upon the imagination, and the Paradisium Animae upon the heart. The poem unites the book of dogma and the book of devotion, clothed in conceptions of intensity and of beauty, which have never been surpassed nor equaled. No uninspired hand has ever written thoughts so high in words, so resplendent as the last stanza of the Divina Commedia. It was said of St. Thomas, post summa Thomas nihil restat nisi lumen gloriae, after the Summa of Thomas nothing is left except the light of glory. It may be said of Dante, post Dantius paradisium nihil restat nihil visio Dei, after Dante's paradise nothing is left except the vision of God. Of course, John Ruskin had a thoroughgoing admiration for so great a spiritual thinker as Dante, and expressed it in no uncertain terms. With his wonderful power to point out the significance of unexpected manifestations of human genius, Ruskin has even succeeded in minimizing one of the great objections urged against Dante, better perhaps than could be done by anyone else, for English-speaking people at least. For many readers, Dante is almost unbearable because of certain grotesque elements they find in him. This has been the source and cause of more unfavorable criticism than anything else in the great Florentine's writings. Ruskin, of course, saw it, but appreciated it at its proper significance, and has made clear in a passage that even Dante readers need to go over occasionally, in order to assure himself that certain unusual things in Dante's attitude toward life are an expression rather of the highest human genius and its outlook on life than some narrow limitation of medievalism. Ruskin said, quote, I believe that there is no test of greatness in nations, periods, nor men more sure than the development among them or in them of a noble grotesque, and no test of comparative smallness or limitation of one kind or another more sure than the absence of grotesque invention or incapability of understanding it. I think that the central man of all the world, as representing in perfect balance the imaginative, moral, and intellectual faculties, all at their highest, is Dante, and in him the grotesque reaches at once the most distinct and the most noble development to which it was ever brought in the human mind. Of the grotesqueness in our own Shakespeare I need hardly speak, nor of its intolerableness in his French critics, nor of that of Aeschylus and Homer, as opposed to the lower Greek writers, and so I believe it will be found at all periods, in all minds of the first order." Great reverence for Dante might have been expected in Italy, but the colder northern nations shared it. In Germany, modern admiration for Dante began with that great wave of critical appreciation which entered into German literature with the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century. As might almost have been expected, Friedrich Schlegel was one of the first modern German admirers of Dante, though his brother August, whose translations of Shakespeare began that series of German studies of Shakespeare which has been so fruitful during the past century, was also an open admirer of the medieval poet. Since then there has practically been no time when Germany has not had some distinguished Dante scholar, and when it has not been supplying the world with the products of profound study and deep scholarship with regard to him. The modern educational world has come to look so confidently toward Germany for the note of its critical appreciation, that the Dante devotion of the Germans will be the best possible encouragement for those who need to have the feeling that their own liking is shared by good authorities before they are quite satisfied with their appreciation. Dean Plumtree has summed up the Dante movement in Germany in a compendious paragraph that must find a place here. Quote, in the year 1824, Scarlattini, the great Dante scholar of the 19th century, recognizes a new starting point. The period of neglect, of supercilious criticism, comes to an end, and one of reverence, admiration, and exhaustive study begins. His account of the labors of German scholars during the 60 years that have followed fills a large part of his volume. Translations of the Commedia by Koppitsch, Königreicher, Witt, Philontes, the nom de plume of John, King of Saxony, Joseph von Hoffinger, of the minor poems by Witt and Croft, endless volumes and articles on all points connected with Dante's life and character, the publications of the Deutsche Dante Gesellschaft from 1867 to 1877, present a body of literature which has scarcely a parallel in history. It is no exaggeration to say that the Germans have taught Italians to understand and appreciate their poet, just as they have at least helped to teach Englishmen to understand Shakespeare." Nor must it be thought that only the literary lights of Germany thoroughly appreciated the great Florentine. The greater genius of the man, the more his admiration for Dante, if he but once becomes interested in him. A noteworthy example of this is Alexander von Humboldt, the distinguished German scientist, who was generally looked upon as perhaps the greatest thinker in European science during the first quarter of the 19th century. He is said to have been very faithful in his study of Dante, and has expressed his admiration in no uncertain terms. Curiously enough, he found much to admire for him in matters scientific, for while it is not generally realized, Dante was an acute observer of nature, and has given expression in his works to many observations with regard to subjects that would now be considered within the scope of natural science, in a way to anticipate many supposedly modern bits of information. With regard to this, Humboldt said in his Cosmos, quote, "When the glory of the Aramaic, Greek, and Roman dominion, or I might almost say when the ancient world had passed away, we find in the great and inspired founder of a new era, Dante Alighieri, occasional manifestations of the deepest sensibility to the charms of the terrestrial life of nature, whenever he abstracts himself from the passionate and subjective control of that despondent mysticism which constituted the general circle of his ideas." How little Humboldt seems to have realized in his own absorption in external nature that the qualities he blames in Dante are of the very essence of his genius, rounding out his humanity to an interest in all man's relations, supernatural as well as natural, and that without them he would not be the world poet for all time that he is. In America, Dante came to his own almost as soon as literature obtained her proper place in our new country. The first generation of distinctly literary men comprised the group of Cambridge, including Longfellow, Emerson, Oliver Wendell Holmes, Charles Eliot Norton, James Russell Lowell, and others of minor importance. It soon became a favorite occupation among these men to give certain leisure hours to Dante. The Cambridge Dante Society added not a little to the world's knowledge of the poet. Longfellow's translation and edition of Dante's works was a monumental achievement, for which its author is likely to be remembered better by future generations than perhaps for any of his original work. Future generations are likely to remember James Russell Lowell for his essays on Dante and Shakespeare better than for anything else. His Dante monograph is as magnificently illuminating as that of Dean Church's, and perhaps even more satisfying to critical readers. That these men should have been content to give so much of their time to the study of the 13th century poet shows in what appreciation he must be held by the rest of us if we would give him his due place in literature. There are many misunderstandings with regard to Dante which apparently only some serious study of the poet serves to remove satisfactorily. Most people consider that he was a distant, prophetic, religious genius, and that his poetry has in it very little of sympathy for humanity. While it is generally conceded that he saw man projected on the curtain of eternity, and realized all his relationships to the universe and to his Creator better than perhaps any other poet of all time, it is usually thought that one must have something of the medieval frame of mind in order to read him with interest and admiration. Such impressions are largely the result of reading only a few lines of Dante, and finding them difficult of thorough comprehension, allowing oneself to be forced to the conclusion that he is not of interest to the modern reader. The Inferno, being the first part of Dante's great poem, is the one oftenest read in this passing fashion, and so many ideas with regard to Dante are derived from this portion, which is not only not the masterpiece of the work, but if taken alone sadly misrepresents the genius of the poet. His is no morbid sentimentality, and does not need the adventitious interest of supreme suffering. As a matter of fact, the Purgatorio is a much better introduction to Dante's real greatness, and is considered by the generality of Dante's scholars as the more humanly sympathetic, if not really the supreme expression of his creative faculty. The ascent of the Mount of Expiation with its constant note of hope, and the gradually increasing facility of the ascent as the summit is approached, touches condolent chords in the human heart, and arouses feelings that are close to what is best in human aspiration in spite of its consciousness of defect. Over and over again in the Purgatorio one finds evidence of Dante's wonderful powers of observation. The poet is first of all, according to the etymology of the word, a creator, one who gives life to the figments of his imagination, so that we recognize them as vital manifestations of human genius, but is also the seer, the man who sees deeper into things and sees more of them than anyone else. Ordinarily Dante is considered by those who do not know him as not having been an observer of things human and around him in life. There are passages in his works, however, that entirely refute this. The story that he went about the cities of North Italy during his exile, with countenance so gloomy and stares so fixed that men pointed to him and spoke of him as one who had visited hell, and the other tradition, however well it may be founded, that the women sometimes pointed him out to their children, and then used the memory of him as a boogeyman to scare them into doing unpleasant things afterwards, which seemed to indicate that he had occupied himself very little with the things around him, and that, above all, he had paid very little attention to the ways of childhood. He has shown over and over again, especially in the Purgatorio, that the simplest and most natural actions of child life had been engraved upon his heart, for he uses them with supreme truth in his figures. He knows how, quote, an infant seeks his mother's breast, when fear or anguish vex his troubled heart. Close quote. But he knows, too, how the child who has done wrong confesses its faults. Quote, as little children, dumb with shame's keen smart, will listening stand with eyes upon the ground, owning their faults with penitential heart, so then stood I. Close quote. There is a passage in the Inferno in which he describes so vividly the rescue of a child from the flames by its mother, that Plumtree has even ventured to suggest that Dante himself may have been the actual subject of the rescue. Because it helps to an appreciation of Dante's intensity of expression and poignancy of vision, the passage itself, with Plumtree's comment, seems deserving of quotation. Quote, then suddenly my guide his arms did fling around me, as a mother roused by cries sees the fierce flames around her gathering, and takes her boy, nor ever halts but flies, caring for him than for herself far more, though one scant shift her only robe supplies. Close quote. It must not be thought, however, that Dante's quality as an observer was limited to the actions of human beings. His capacity to see many other things is amply manifested in his great poem. Even the smallest of living things, that would surely be thought beneath his notice, became the subject of similes that show how much everything in nature interested the spirit of genius. The passage with regard to the ants has often been quoted, and is indeed a surprising manifestation of nature study at an unexpected time and from an entirely unanticipated quarter. Dante saw the souls of those who were so soon to enter into the realm of blessedness, and who were already in the last circle of purgatory, greeting each other with a kiss of peace, and his picturesque simile for it is, quote, so oft within their dusk-brown host proceed this ant and that, till muzzle meet, spying their way of how affairs succeed. Close quote. As for the birds, his pages are full of references to them, and all of his bird similes are couched in terms that show how sympathetically observant he was of their habits and ways. He knows their different methods of flying in groups and singly. He has observed them on their nests, and knows their wonderful maternal anxiety for their young, and describes it with a vividness that would do credit to a naturalist of the modern time who has made his home in the woods. Indeed, some of his figures taken from birds constitute examples of the finest passages of poetic description of living nature that have ever been written. The domestic animals, moreover, especially the cat and the dog, come in for their share of this sympathetic observance, and he is able to add greatly to the vividness of the pictures he paints by his references to the well known habits of these animals. It is no wonder that the tradition has grown up that he was fond of such pets, and possessed several of them that were well known to the early commentators of his poems, and the subject of no little erudition. Nothing escaped the attention of this acute observer in the world around him, and over again one finds surprising bits of observation with regard to natural phenomena usually supposed to be quite out of the range of the interest of medieval students generally, and above all of literary men of this Middle Age. Alexander von Humboldt calls attention to a well known passage in his Cosmos, to the wonderful description of the river of light in the 13th canto of the Paradiso. Quote, I saw a glory like a stream flow by, in brightness rushing, and on either shore were banks that with spring's wondrous hues might vie, and from that river living sparks did soar, and sank on all sides in the flow'rets' bloom, like precious rubies set in golden ore. Then, as if drunk with all the rich perfume, back to the wondrous torrent did they roll, and as one sank, another filled its room. Close quote. Humboldt explains this as follows, with a suggestion that deserves to be remembered. Quote, it would almost seem as if this picture had its origin in the poet's recollection of that peculiar and rare phosphorescent condition of the ocean, in which luminous points appear to rise from the breaking waves, and, spreading themselves over the surface of the waters, convert the liquid plain into a moving sea of sparkling stars. Close quote. Probably the best way for a modern to realize how much of interest there may be for him in Dante is to consider the great Italian epic poet in comparison with our greatest of English epic poets, Milton. While any such comparison in the expressive Latin phrase is sure to walk lame, it serves to give an excellent idea of the methods of the two men in the illustration of their ideas. We venture therefore to quote a comparison between these two poets from a distinguished critic who knows both of them well, and whose modern training in English methods of thought would seem to make him likely to be partial to the more modern poet, though as a matter of fact he constantly leans toward the great medieval bard. Quote, the poetry of Milton differs from that of Dante as the hieroglyphics of Egypt differ from the picture writing of Mexico. The images which Dante employs speak for themselves. They stand simply for what they are. Those of Milton have a signification which is often discernible only to the initiated. However strange, however grotesque, he never shrinks from describing it. He gives us the shape, the color, the sound, the smell, the taste. He counts the numbers. He measures the size. His similes are the illustrations of a traveler. Unlike those of other poets, and especially of Milton, they are introduced in a plain, business-like manner, not for the sake of any of the beauty in the objects from which they are drawn, not for the sake of any ornament they may impart to the poem, but simply in order to make the meaning of the writer as clear to the reader as it is to himself. Still more striking is the similarity between Dante and Milton. This may be said to lie rather in the kindred nature of their subjects, and in the parallel development of their minds, than in any mere external resemblance. In both the man was greater than the poet. The souls of both were like a star and dwelt apart. Both were academically trained in the deepest studies of their age. The labor which made Dante lean made Milton blind. The Doric sweetness of the English poet is not absent from the tender pages of the Vita Nuova. The middle life of each was spent in active controversy. Each lent his services to the state. Each felt the quarrels of his age to be the business of posterity, and left his warnings to ring in the ears of a later time. The lives of both were failures. On evil days, though fallen, and evil tongues, they gathered the concentrated experience of their lives into one immortal work, the quintessence of their hopes, their knowledge, and their sufferings. But Dante is something more than this. Milton's voice is grown faint to us. We have passed into other modes of expression and of thought." Close quote. The comparison with Virgil is still more striking and more favorable to the Italian poet. Quote, "Dante's reputation has passed through many vicissitudes, and much trouble has been spent by critics in comparing him with other poets of established fame. Read and commented upon in the Italian universities in the generation immediately succeeding his death, his name became obscured as the sun of the Renaissance rose higher towards its meridian. In the 17th century he was less read than Plutarch, Tasso, or Aristo. In the 18th he was almost universally neglected. His fame is now fully vindicated. Translations and commentaries issue from every press in Europe and America. Dante societies are formed to investigate the difficulties of his works. He occupies, in the lecture rooms of regenerated Italy, a place by the side of those great masters whose humble disciple he avowed himself to be. The Divine Comedy is indeed as true an epic as the Aeneid, and Dante is as real a classic as Virgil. His meter is as pliable and flexible to every mood of emotion, his diction as plaintive and as sonorous. Like him, he can immortalize by a simple expression a person, a place, or a phase of nature. Dante is even truer in description than Virgil, whether he paints the snow falling in the Alps, or the homeward flight of birds, or the swelling of an angry torrent. But under this gorgeous pageantry of poetry there lies a unity of conception, a power of philosophic grasp, an earnestness of religion, which to the Roman poet were entirely unknown." Close quote. If we would have a very recent opinion as to the position of Dante as a literary man and as a great intellectual force, perhaps no better can be obtained than from some recent expressions of Mr. Michael Rossetti, whose Italian descent, English training, and literary and artistic heredity seem to place him in an ideal position for writing this generation's ultimate judgment with regard to the great poet of the 13th century. In his Literature of Italy he said, quote, "One has to recur, time after time, to that astounding protagonist, phenomenon, and hero, Dante Alighieri. If one were to say that Italian literature consists of Dante, it would, no doubt, be an exaggeration, and a gross one, and yet it would contain a certain ultimate nucleus of truth. Dante fixed the Italian language, and everyone had to tread in his vestiges. He embodied all the learning and thought of his age and transcended them. He went far ahead of all his predecessors, contemporaries, and successors. He wrote the first remarkable book in Italian prose, La Vita Nuova, and a critical exposition of it in the Convito. In Latin, a linguistic treatise, the De Vulgari Eloquino, which upholds the Vulgare Illustre, or speech of the best cultivated classes, marked in Tuscany and Bologna, against the common dialects, and a political study, De Monarchia, of the most fundamental quality, which even to us moderns continues to be sane and convincing in its essence, though its direct line of argument has collapsed. And finally, and most important by far, he produced La Commedia Divina, the one poem of modern Europe that counterbalances Shakespeare and challenges antiquity. This is the sole book that makes it a real pity for anyone to be ignorant of Italian. Regarded singly, it is much the most astonishing poem in the world, dwarfing all others by its theme, pulverizing most of them by its majesty and sustainment, and unique in the force of its paraded personality and the thunderous reverberation of its judgments on the living and the dead." End of chapter 19.